Hey there future cyber defenders, welcome back to our channel. Today we have got an exciting topic that's essential in our ever-evolving digital world, Cybersecurity Engineer course. Whether you are an aspiring IT professional or someone looking to level up your skills, this video is your ultimate guide to become a rock-solid cybersecurity engineer. We will cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques, so make sure you hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss our latest tech insights. And now, let's dive in. And before that, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. The course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. And if you want to kickstart your career as a cybersecurity professional in 6 months, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's Caltech Cybersecurity Bootcamp. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program or the bootcamp being offered. And now let's take a minute to hear from our learners who have experienced massive success in their careers.
Hi, I'm Philip. I'm 61 years old, and last year I upskilled with Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity after working 30 years in the IT sector in various different profiles. I'm happy to tell you that I was able to clear and pass my CISSP and CCSP certification exams on the first attempt after taking the course. The course, I must say, was packed with practical examples. It was led by highly skilled certified instructors with many companies before as a security analyst and an architect on a contract basis, but I needed some stability, which I got with the job I just started with Infosys as a cybersecurity consultant. Happened on the 1st.
Welcome to Simplilearn. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button below and let's start learning about cybersecurity in 1 minute. With 4.9 billion people using the internet in 2022, cybersecurity now has to protect users against dangers like viruses, malware, adware, and other ransomware attacks. It involves techniques that help secure various digital components like networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized access. The financial impact of these security breaches is massive, be it for in enterprise environments or for personal computers. Deploying firewalls, using web protection suits, and stronger encryption are just a few ways to bolster your network security. Even job roles in cybersecurity now range from ethical hacking to security analysts in big firms, providing ample growth opportunities to anyone starting out in the cybersecurity domain. Data is the new gold. Imagine how much data is generated by just your smartphone every single day, be it the pictures you click or the messages you send. Nearly 41 million messages are sent worldwide via WhatsApp every single minute. So safeguarding your personal data against hackers has now become a top priority. Did you know that India leads the world when it comes to ethical hackers, with 23% of the worldwide hacking population from India? The top ethical hackers earn more than twice of what software engineers in India do. But what makes ethical hacking such a demanding industry? Ethical hacking is the process of taking security measures to safeguard data and networks from malicious cyber attacks. The hackers use every tool at their disposal to try and breach the security barrier and find any potential vulnerabilities. The ethical in ethical hacking denotes the lack of malicious intent, since these sessions are often permitted by the system owner or the network that is being hacked into to fix any compromised entry points before black hat hackers discover and exploit them. So what is a black hat hacker, you may ask? A hacker who exploits security vulnerabilities for monetary gains, like stealing or destroying private data, altering, disrupting, or shutting down websites and networks, is known as a black hat hacker. On the other end of the spectrum, we have white hat hackers who help people secure their networks by stress testing their platform against the most dangerous of cyber attacks. That is with their consent, of course. But the most neutral of the bunch are grey hat hackers, who may not ask for consent before snooping on a foreign system, but they do inform the owner if they find any vulnerabilities, sometimes in exchange for a small fee. So security breaches have become less and less prevalent thanks to rigorous ethical hacking campaigns and corporate awareness programs. The ability to fix critical security issues before black hat hackers leverage them has saved organizations billions of dollars. Google, IBM, Microsoft, and virtually every major corporation are looking to protect their data. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that the ethical hacking and information security job market is set to rise by nearly 28% by 2026, with salaries going as high as $225,000 per annum. So that's ethical hacking wrapped up in 2 minutes. To catch more bite-sized and detailed videos on different technologies, subscribe to Simplilearn and stay updated.
In today's digital age where cyber threats loom large, understanding ethical hacking is crucial. By delving into the world of ethical hacking, you gain a deep comprehension of hacker techniques and vulnerabilities, which will enable you to strengthen your security measures. With the demand for cybersecurity professionals soaring, learning ethical hacking opens doors to a wide range of exciting career opportunities. Moreover, it empowers you to protect your personal data and privacy while staying one step ahead of evolving cyber threats. By embracing ethical hacking responsibly, you contribute to a safer digital environment, enhance problem-solving skills, and foster continuous growth. Get ready to embark on an exciting journey into the realm of ethical hacking and discover its immense value in today's interconnected world. And if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elects to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from Schwarzman's College of Computing in collaboration with EC-Council. The link in the description box page where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. Take action, upskill, and get ahead. But before we begin, if these are the type of videos you'd like, subscribe button and click on the bell to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Without further ado, let's get started with understanding why we must learn ethical hacking. There are a wide variety of reasons of why to learn ethical hacking. Let's discuss the important ones. Firstly, cybersecurity awareness. Next, strengthen security measures, career opportunities, protection of personal data, awareness of cyber threats, ethical use of skills, problem solving, and continuous learning. Now that we have few important reasons, let's discuss each one of these important reasons in a bit more detail. Firstly, cybersecurity awareness. Learning about ethical hacking provides you with a deep understanding of the techniques and methods used by hackers. This knowledge helps you identify vulnerabilities in your computer systems, networks, and applications, enabling you to better protect them. The next one is strengthening security measures. By learning ethical hacking, you can actively contribute to improving the security of computer systems. Ethical hackers often identify weaknesses in organizations, networks, and provide recommendations for enhancing security measures. Followed by that, we have career opportunities. The field of cybersecurity, and there is a high demand for skilled professionals. By acquiring knowledge of ethical hacking, you can open up various career opportunities in industries such as IT security, consulting, penetration testing, and incident response. Next ahead, we have protection of personal data. Understanding ethical hacking techniques empowers you to safeguard your personal data with privacy. You can implement security measures to protect your devices, online accounts, and sensitive information from potential attacks. Awareness of cyber threats is the next one on the list. The digital landscape is constantly evolving and new threats emerge regularly. Learning ethical hacking helps you stay up to date with the latest cyber threats, attack vectors, and vulnerabilities, enabling you to proactive your measures to mitigate the risks. Followed by that, we have ethical use of skills. Ethical hacking emphasizes the responsible and legal use of hacking techniques. By learning ethical hacking, you gain the knowledge of the ethical guidelines and legal boundaries associated with cybersecurity. This ensures that your skills are utilized for positive purposes, protecting individuals and organizations from malicious attacks. Next on the list is problem-solving skills. Ethical hacking requires critical thinking, problem-solving, and analytical skills. Through learning ethical hacking, you develop a systematic approach to identifying and solving complex security issues, which can be valuable in various aspects of life and other technical domains. Next on the list is continuous learning and growth. Cybersecurity is a dynamic field that demands continuous learning to keep up with evolving cyber threats. Learning ethical hacking ensures that you remain engaged on ongoing education and skill development, fostering personal and professional growth. Now, let's get into the important aspect of today's tutorial, that is salary details for a certified ethical hacker. In the United States of America, the salary of an ethical hacker can be based on various factors such as experience, skill, level, location, industry, and the organization they work for. Generally, ethical hackers in USA tend to earn higher salaries than other countries due to the demand for cybersecurity professionals. Entry-level positions may start around $60,000 to $80,000 per annum, while experienced professionals with advanced certifications and specialized skills can earn salaries exceeding $150,000 per annum. The salary of ethical hacker in India can vary depending on factors such as experience, skill set, location, and organization they work for. On an average, a beginner-level ethical hacker is ranging from 3 lakhs to 6 lakhs per annum. As they gain more experience and expertise, their salary can increase significantly. Experienced ethical hackers with several years of experience and advanced certifications can earn salaries ranging from 8 to 20 lakhs or more annually. Now, proceeding with the companies hiring ethical hackers. Several companies hire ethical hackers to enhance their cybersecurity defenses and protect their systems. Here are some prominent companies known for hiring ethical hackers. Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, IBM, Cisco, Intel, Deloitte, and EY are the most prominent ones.
Hey, have you heard about Twitter's data breach? Employees' data getting leaked? Have you heard about LastPass data getting breached? Have you heard about Facebook getting hacked? There are so many news that we hear day in and day out in this world, and they are so common in recent times. We all know how big is the scope of cybersecurity, and it's increasing day by day. Statistics show that over 1 million job openings will be there by the end of 2023. And the fact is, less than 50% of individuals are actually skilled to do the job. Less than 50%, and even after the advent of AI, it's the same. As digitization increases, more and more people are coming online. More and more businesses are doing their business online, coming up with their assets online. After COVID, there is 600% increase in cyber attacks, and I'm not kidding. And there is a big fact check that every 38 seconds, there is a targeted cyber attack happening somewhere in the world. So what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is an industry where we apply techniques and tools used to protect a computer-related system, namely software, hardware, or a network, from cyber criminals or hackers. And honestly, cybersecurity as a whole is a very huge field. When people say about, I'm getting a job in cybersecurity, how to get a job in cybersecurity? There is no job in cybersecurity as such. You won't get it. There are many fields, there are many disciplines, many domains inside that. So you need to get a job inside that because there are so many systems, diverse systems that have their own life cycle to secure. For example, you might have heard about different types of softwares, namely web applications, mobile applications, maybe Android or iOS, desktop applications, IoT applications, and many more. For a job in cybersecurity, you can be a destroyer or a protector. You can join both the sides of the coin. For an offensive job, you hack and find bugs. For a defensive job, you identify attacks and stop them. And this is a very high level simplification of a cybersecurity job. Even if you go inside red team and blue team, there are so many different domains like namely AppSec, CloudSec, Forensic Investigator, SOC, IoT, Malware Analyst, Incident Responder, and so on. And the most common jobs you might have heard about in cybersecurity are pen tester for offensive jobs, VAPT or red team. And for defensive job, it's SOC analyst or a DFIR analyst or a blue teamer. And if I go in deep on all the domains will be out of scope for this video. I'm here to give you a general overview of every domain and how to create a career potentially out of that. And I'll give you a roadmap for the exact things that you will do and you should do. I cannot tell you exactly what to do because there is no perfect roadmap for anything. But I'll just give you the bare minimums and my recommendations, what I would suggest you to do. So let's get started. But one problem I want to tell you, that I can tell you what to learn and how to learn it, but you'll need to find the resources to learn because they are very scattered. There is no single course that can teach you everything. So the problem with people is that they'll go there, they'll find resources on Google, they'll learn from scattered resources, and the problem will be that they will not have complete knowledge of the same domain in deep. They'll pick up voids between their knowledge, so it will affect their career. But what if someone shows you the exact things to learn and make you industry ready for a domain? I'm gonna talk about Simplilearn's industry ready cybersecurity program that will teach you in-demand skills in just 6 months, and your career can be started right away. This program is Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity by Simplilearn in collaboration with IIT Bangalore, where you will learn this in-demand skills from their top faculty with real-world scenarios. And here you will learn practical knowledge by solving practical labs with popular tools including Nessus and Burp Suite. After the completion of your course, you will get a completion certificate from IIT Bangalore and a transcript to validate your learning. Apart from that, you will get a virtual internship from NPCI, National Payments Corporation of India, in which you will get 4 projects where you will have to solve cybersecurity problems by identifying issues or vulnerabilities in a system and tell how to secure them. Sounds exciting, right? So if you want to be eligible for this program, you need to have a bachelor's degree at least and 1 year work experience in any relevant security field and some basic knowledge of programming. So if you are interested, the link is in the description. Go to the link, read all the description and all the details, click on apply now, fill all your details and just enroll right away. In order to learn cybersecurity, you need to first learn some prerequisites. It's not that easy to jump directly into that. So first of all, you need to love computers. You need to fall in love with them. I am serious. So first of all, the very basic skill you need to learn is computer fundamentals. So I/O, input, output, software, hardware, how memory management is done, disk management, memory, process management, Windows and Linux in both the OS. And I'm not kidding, you need to learn system administration level of courses. You can do A+, and then you need to learn virtualization too, how to run an OS over OS and multiple OS. And you can find all those courses on YouTube. You don't have to wander around anywhere and waste your time. Everything you can get free. So the next thing that you need to learn is the most important thing they want to talk about is computer networking. That's the most important thing. No single computer can be hacked if it's not connected to anything else. So there is no isolated system in cybersecurity. So you need to learn how computers are connected, the basic TCP, IP and OSI models and all the layers inside that. The most important layers are data link layer till the application layer. So the application layer is most important here. All the protocols that you will learn, HTTP, SMTP, FTP, SSH and everything. The most common in web is HTTP. So you need to be thorough inside that. That is indirectly related to internet. And internet runs on IP addresses and port numbers. So the third and fourth layer are very important for you to understand how network works. If you want to be a network pen tester, then IP layers and IP protocols and IP types, the header formats, TCP, UDP, port numbers and all the details inside that. And I'll repeat again, 90% of hacking is based on network. So you need to learn them. You can learn from books. There is some good book I can recommend, Data Communication and Networking from Foruzen that I personally used. But you can watch YouTube videos, you can watch courses. And I'll repeat again, 90% of hacking is based on network. So internet is networking. The third thing is Linux and shell programming. If you don't know, majority of world's servers are based out of Linux because it's robust. Some examples for robust Linux servers are RHEL and CentOS. And even after that, the attacking machine that most of the hackers use in the world is based out of Linux because Linux is open source, Linux is robust, it's customizable. So you know everything about it. And you need to be learning shell programming because even if you don't have any tools with GUIs, you'll need to learn how to use them on command line. It's very important because as a hacker, you might have seen that command line window, a black screen or a green text. So that's very fancy, right? That is what is terminal or a shell. You need to learn that to be cool. Just kidding. Learning Linux is very easy. You can start from a beginner-friendly OS like Ubuntu. It's very easy to learn. You can just explore and try things there, learn tools, and then you can switch to a hacker OS called Kali. You might have heard about it, right? Many things. So then you can learn how to use tools because it's made for penetration testers by pen testers, and there are many tools you can master, you can learn the techniques of hacking, and it will be very cool. But first you need to make sure that you're doing things right and ethically. And by shell programming in Linux, I mean Bash. That's the current standard of shell being used. So there are a lot of commands, many simple commands. Once you keep typing, you'll remember in your subconscious mind ls, cd, pwd, CP, all of these commands will be used in your daily basis. And the next thing is programming. Do we need to learn programming? Many people ask me this question. Is there a need? I don't know how to code. I'm very weak in that. But I'll tell you, if you opt for an offensive job in a pen testing world, you need to learn how to program and how code is written, because in a corporate world, there is white box pen testing. You get access to the source code. So you have to extensively review the source code and then find issues in that. So there is no way out. Eventually you'll need to learn it. But at the starting, for a beginner, I won't say it's a big deal or a big headache to conquer, but you can keep it on hold for some time. Just familiarize yourself with cybersecurity concept. And once you feel you're ready to learn programming on the side along the way, then you can just start it, because eventually you'll need to learn it at the end. So why not start early? So it's a very simple concept, right? How a software is made. What is it made of? Code, right? So if you need to hack a software, you need to learn how it is coded, how it is written. So you need to learn to read code. So you need to learn many basic concepts of programming, like data types, variables, conditionals, loops, classes and objects, and these are enough. So these are the major concepts that you need to learn in basic programming, and you can pick up any programming language that you can master. But you don't know which programming language will come before you to hack or test. It can be anything. So you have to learn the basic concept. The syntax are different in all the languages, but the basic concept is same. So these are the prerequisites that I will recommend you to learn at the bare minimum, and these are very crucial. So once you get through all of them and do brainstorming and keep everything in mind and you've learned everything, then you can go learn cybersecurity from various sources, because they are very scattered. And even then, there is no single course of cybersecurity. There are many domains, many disciplines, and each of them have different things to learn and topics. And even here, I have a bare minimum concept to learn for you all. Is the OWASP Top 10. So what is OWASP? OWASP is a foundation of web security that is developed and designed for web developers and security researchers to make them aware about cyber attacks and how they can secure themselves. And every 3 or 4 years, they will release an extensive list of top 10 vulnerabilities or attacks. That is the result of consensus of all the issues and attacks reported recently through statistics. And they have extensive resource factory for all of them, including labs and tools, and they are all free. So if you see the list, you will see some examples like access control, security misconfiguration, secure design, SSRF. I'm not going to take all the names. But for each attack type, they have their own descriptive documentation. They'll make you understand as a hacker and also as a developer how you can see, how we can identify the issue in your code and how you can fix them optimally. And even for all the issues, there are labs that you can solve to practice them and realize them in real world. They have many labs, including OWASP Juice Shop, BWAP. You can just set up them on your local machine or just run a cloud instance and then just practice them. And even they conduct conferences by the name of OWASP. They also have their YouTube pages. You can learn from them. And they have a lot of documentation. They have a tool, OWASP Zap, for pen testing, just like Burp Suite. So they have very good resources. And I'll tell you one thing, that practice is the key. If you learn a concept today, don't just leave it like that. The theory won't help you in getting a job. You need to practice the concept, each and every attack, issue, framework, vulnerability. You need to practice them on your own, hands-on with your own labs. So I'll tell you that you know already that how technology changes drastically every day. So you need to get updated and be proactive in learning new things. This is a complete practical field, okay? And then there is another resource just like OWASP. There is another resource called CodeSwigger. They have their own labs called Web Security Academy, where you can learn all the concepts of web security and solve the labs online, which are free. And also they have a tool called Burp Suite. That's the most popular tool that every hacker uses when they want to pen test something. So even I use that, even you will use that, everyone uses that. And every cyber attack has an impact and a risk involved in that. And there is a huge difference between risk and impact. That's where our risk and compliance teams come into place. The risk management, there is a different job profile called GRC or governance, risk and compliance, with many other names, but the concept is the same. That you find an issue, but how to fix that and how to fix the risk. The risk is associated to the business. The risk and compliance team will relate every risk to the business impact or objective. So the basic goal of cybersecurity is to identify and realize your risk, and then to contain it and reduce it as much as possible, That's where hackers come in to realize those risks. And if I talk about defensive jobs, their job is to learn digital forensics and incidents. So they need to learn how to do incident management, how to review the logs, how to use SIEM tools, and how to correlate data. So they'll have to find evidences of all the attacks that recently happened and continuously monitor the network events and create alerts so that they can respond to them. So they have to do a lot of investigation, correlation, and root cause analysis of the issue. Once they find the root or the culprit, they'll try to reduce the risk and prevent that from happening in the future. So likewise, we have many domains and each domain has its own deep knowledge that you cannot gain. That's not possible. You need to select a domain of your choice that you can only get by research, by self-study. No college can teach you that. But I'll tell you one more problem. I told you everything that you need to learn. You learn everything, you gain all the skills, you do a lot of practice that you know everything that you can do and perform those attacks. But how will you tell the HR? How will the HR know? So it's not just about acquiring skills, it's also about proving your skills. That's what happens when you look for a job. When you hunt a job, you look for a good career. The first thing is to build your resume professionally. That's the shortlisting criteria. You won't even get to the interviews if you don't take this seriously. So I'll tell you what all things you'll need to add in your resume. So the first thing is degree. Unfortunately, you need to do a degree in CS or IT branch because most companies want that. And my preference for a degree is BTech, then BCA, and then BSc. But if you are a maths student, the BTech is the best option. If you are an arts student, then you don't have any choice, you can do BCA or BSc. If you are from any other branch like electrical, mechanical, civil, you haven't done bachelor's in CS or IT, then you can go for masters. You should go for masters, but I won't say it's very hard requirement or a very necessary thing to do. I didn't do masters myself, but if you want, you can do that. It will be a good option for a job if you're getting good placements in that college. But I'll tell you that the degree is the only thing that we require. We don't care about anything else and how you do it. You just need that certificate. So you can do private programs, distance learning, anything doesn't matter. The second thing is projects. They are very important as a fresher, especially because you don't have any work experience. So you need to do something apart from your learning. So whatever you learned, whatever skills you gained, you should apply them somewhere to prove it. Like, that's the point. So you can apply your cybersecurity skills with any other domain like AI, cloud security, blockchain, Web3, include anything, combine them and create a good project with many project ideas that I can give you. And then you need to open source that because you need to show the employer, because they will demand and require your link that they can verify themselves because there are many false alarms out there. And I've already told you how you can do projects in cybersecurity. The Simplilearn internship from MPCI, from that advanced executive program, will give you 4 projects. That's all you need. That's all you need to put. So you can put that link in your resume along with your LinkedIn. That's equally important. And the next thing is certifications. And I'll tell you that if you do a certification, then you don't need to do a master's degree at all. It's not required. Do some good certifications because they teach you a skill in a particular niche in deep in a shorter time. So it won't take you 2 years. It will just take you 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or maximum 6 months if you are good enough. And there are many certifications right now in the market that you can choose. But for India, for an HR, I think CEH is the most basic certification that they'll look because they all know that. But skill-wise, CEH is not good. It's just a theory examination. For practical skills, for actual skill development, you should give OSCP because HR loves it. And also you'll get a better job with a better salary in a better company with OSCP because it's more skillful and more better than CEH holder. And also the problem is with OSCP is the price. That's why not many people take it. It's more costly. But if you want to be cheaper and gain some practical skills too, you can do e-learn certifications like EJPT, ECPPT or ECCPT, you can correct me, EWAPTX. Those are very practical and very good certifications, not on the level of OSCP, very close to them, but still they are cheaper, so it's a good deal. There are more certifications that are more relevant in outside countries like Security Plus, Pentest Plus, CRTP, so that you can do that if you want to plan for some foreign countries or foreign jobs. So likewise, 2-3 certifications are more than enough. And now comes work experience, the internship. I've already told you how to get an internship. Just go to the Simplilearn program and you'll get it. Just enroll there. So that's not a problem for you. But if you want extra internships, you'll go to the LinkedIn, create an account today. You'll need to be actively involved in LinkedIn. and don't use any other social media more than LinkedIn because it's going to help you in your job search the most. So connect with people, do an internship at least 3 months or maybe 6 months. It will gain you a good experience on how work is done in an industry, and then even that company itself can give you a job offer called PPO, and you can join with a good package or a salary. So now your resume is strong enough, you can actively look for jobs, and that too, it will be the same in LinkedIn. So you need to build as much connections as possible with good people working in a good company in your desired cybersecurity domain. Connect with HRs and approach them, talk to them personally, share your resume, be professional, be polite, be kind, and make sure that you reveal a sense of passion inside you. And building a good network in LinkedIn helps a lot. You will get a lot of referrals if possible. If you don't know what referral is you can just get into a company with the trust of another person that's already working in that company. And getting a referral makes your job hunt much easier. You'll land a job much easier because you'll get interviews, and even if you make some mistakes in your interviews, it will be a trust factor. They will be tolerable and they'll select you. And for a job hunt, I have seen people talking to me coming back saying that they are not getting a job, they have tried hard enough. But when I ask them how many companies you have applied on, they say only 5 or 10. That doesn't make sense. You need to apply at least 50 to 100 companies because the average revert rate is 10%. So if you apply in 50 companies, you will get reply from 5 of them. So that's the rate, and keep that in mind. Try hard as you can. So when your resume is shortlisted, you'll have 3 to 4 technical rounds with a managerial round. These are the average figures. And if you are applying for an offensive job like a pen tester, you'll expect OWASP top 10 and code review questions definitely. And scenario based questions are very common in good companies today because they'll have to test you on a hypothetical situation, how you handle the situation, what is the decision making approach, and how you solve the problems in very stressful environment, how you can work under stress and don't even lose your composure and calm in those situations. So the technical skills are not enough. You need to have some soft skills like communication skills, listening skills, decision making skills, and always have a growth mindset. I'll tell you one simple key to getting a job in cybersecurity is to understand the risk of your assets and learn how to contain them and adapt to the ever evolving and changing threat landscape. Cybersecurity is an ever-evolving field. Its scope is not gonna get declined anytime soon. It will just keep improving. So the only problem with people is that they don't learn consistently. So you need to learn consistently and be aware of all the technological updates around you, and you should be good. So all the best for your next cybersecurity job.
If you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. The course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
The topics that we are going to discuss in this video are what exactly hacking is, the types of hackers, the classifications, what is ethical hacking, the skills that are required of an ethical hacker, the process that is utilized by ethical hackers in their daily activities, and then lastly we are going to discuss cryptography. So let's talk about hacking and what exactly hacking is. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. Now here there are some keywords that we need to understand. First and foremost, exploit. When you are exploiting weaknesses are technically called vulnerabilities, which are basically design flaws, misconfiguration errors, usage of default usernames and passwords which have not been modified. So any misconfiguration or anything that has been left behind by a security administrator that can be misused, which means exploited by a hacker to gain unauthorized access. So the next term is unauthorized access, something that you're not allowed to do. And when you say a hacker is a person who tries to hack, it's basically a person with malicious intent trying to gain access to a system or a resource that they are not authorized to access in the first place. How do they do it? They find a vulnerability that is a weakness or a flaw, and then they misuse it to gain access to that particular network. So here in the diagram, you can see that a sender on the left hand side is trying to send some data to the receiver on the right hand side. The hacker would try to gain unauthorized access to the transmission that is being sent and would try to capture the data packets and read the secrets within.
Let's look at a business case scenario into hacking. Now there is an organization, everybody is going around their own business when they realize that their systems may have been compromised. Now they're trying to look at the customer data to ensure that that has not been compromised and trying to assure the customers. However, they do realize that some customer data has been lost and even the company reports have been modified as well. Now this is the scenario where there have been some security controls in place and those controls have been identified. They realized that there is an attack that has happened, and based on that attack they have realized that their data has now been compromised and their records have been modified by the hacker, which means that the data is no longer trustworthy and thus cannot be used by the business for any legal transactions. So then the hacker gives a call to the organization or gets connected to the organization demanding a ransom for the data to be replaced, to be taken back into the original state where it was trusted, and thus the organization can utilize it for business transactions. The organization has probably no backup, so they decide that they want to pay the lump sum to the hacker to restore that data so that they can continue on with the business. Thus money exchanges and the hacker is able to restore that data and the business continues as usual. However, the activity here of a hacker trying to leverage the misconfiguration of the weaknesses in the organization's security, thus being able to hack them and make these ransomware demands. So the company then wants to figure out, even if having a security system in place, how was the hacker able to hack their systems? Thus, one of the employees comes up with a brilliant idea of identifying vulnerabilities in the network to proactively search for any flaws that have been left behind, so that they can plug those flaws and nobody can misuse them. Thus, they figure out that they want to hire an ethical hacker who would help them identify the security posture of the organization, identify the weaknesses, vulnerabilities and flaws, and help them remedy those flaws so that in future scenarios, these scenarios will not happen. So before we go into an ethical hacker, let's understand what are the types of hackers. So what are the types of hackers? Hacker is a technically skilled person who is very adept with computers. They have good programming skills, they understand how operating system works, they understand how networks work, they understand how to identify flaws and vulnerabilities within all of these aspects, and then they understand and know how to misuse these flaws to get a outcome which would be detrimental to the health of the organization. So there are 6 types of hackers that have been identified: black hat hackers, white hat hackers, grey hat, script kiddies, nation sponsored hackers, and hacktivists. So black hat hackers are basically the malicious hackers who have malicious intent and have criminalistic tendencies. They want to harm the organization by hacking into their infrastructure, by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their data, so that they can gain from it from a monetary perspective. These guys are also known as crackers. The main aspect of these people are that they have malicious intent, they try to do unauthorized activities, and they try it for personal gain. Another important aspect to remember is that a black hat hacker will always try to hide their identity. They will spoof their online digital identity by masking it, by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, and try to remain anonymous on the network. A white hat hacker, on the other hand, is also an ethical hacker or a security analyst who's an individual who will do exactly the same thing that a black hat hacker would do, minus the malicious intent, plus the intent of helping the organization identifying the flaws and remedying them so that nobody else can misuse those vulnerabilities. So they are authorized to act on the company's behalf. They are authorized to do that activity which would help the company identify those flaws and thus help the company mitigate those flaws, improving on their security posture. So these kind of security experts or ethical hackers would help organizations defend themselves against unauthorized attacks. Grey hat hackers is a blend of both white hat and black hat hackers. So here they can work defensively and offensively both. They can accept contracts from organizations to increase their security posture. At the same time, they can also get themselves involved in malicious activities towards other organizations to personally gain or benefit from them by doing unauthorized activity. Script kiddies are people who are technically not much aware about what hacking is. They rely on existing tools that have been created by other hackers. They have no technical knowledge of what they're doing. It's just a hit or miss for them. So they just get their hands on a tool. They try to execute those tools. If the hack works, it works. Otherwise, it doesn't. So these people are basically who are noobs or newbies who are trying to learn hacking, or just people who with malicious intent who just want to have some fun. or trying to impress people around. Then we have the nation or the state-sponsored hackers. As the name suggests, these hackers are sponsored by their government. Now, this may not be a legitimate job, but most of the governments do have hackers enrolled in their on their organizations to spy on their enemies, to spy on various countries, and try to figure out the aspirations of those countries. So this is basically a spying activity where you're technically trying to get access to other countries' resources and then try to spy on them to figure out what their activities have been or what their future plans have been. And then we have the hacktivists, who is an individual who has a political agenda to promote, and they promote it by doing hacking. So these guys, what is the difference between a black hat hacker and a hacktivist? The black hat hacker may try to hide their identity. A hacktivist will claim responsibility of what they have done. So for them, it's a political agenda, a political cause, and they will try to hack various organizations to promote their cause. They would probably do this by defacing the website and posting the messages that they want to promote on these websites. So what exactly is ethical hacking then? We have discussed the types of hackers. We have identified a malicious hacker as a black hat hacker with the intent of doing harm to an organization's network for personal gain. We have discussed what the ethical hacker is. So an ethical hacker would be doing the same activity but in an authorized manner. So they would have legal contracts that they would be signing with the organization, which would give them a definite scope of what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And the ethical hackers would function within those scopes, would try to execute those test scenarios where they would be able to identify those flaws or those system vulnerabilities, and then they would be submitting a report to the management of what they have found. They would also help the management to mitigate or to resolve those weaknesses so that nobody else can misuse them later on. They might use the same techniques and the same tools that black hat hackers do. However, the main difference here is that these guys are authorized to do that particular activity. They're doing it in a controlled manner with the intent of helping the organization and not with the intent of personal gains. So who's an ethical hacker? Again, an ethical hacker is a highly intelligent, highly educated person who knows how computers function, how programming languages work, how operating systems work. They can troubleshoot. They're technically very adept at computing. They understand the architecture. They understand how various components in a computer work. They can troubleshoot those components, and they can basically be very good with programming as well. Now, when I say programming, we don't want an ethical hacker to be a good developer of applications. We want them to understand programming in such a way that they can create scripts, they can write their own short programs like viruses, worms, trojans, or exploits which would help them achieve the objective that they have set out for. So here you can see the ethical hacker. They are individuals who perform a security assessment of their companies with the permission of concerned authorities. So what is a security assessment? A security assessment is finding out the exact security posture of the organization by identifying what security controls are in place, how they've been configured, and if there are any gaps in the configurations themselves. So an organization will hire an ethical hacker. They would give the ethical hacker the information about what information is, or what security controls, what firewalls, what IDSS, IPSS, intrusion detection or intrusion prevention systems, antiviruses are already in place, and then they will ask the ethical hacker to figure out a way to bypass these mechanisms and see if they can still hack the organization. What is the need of an ethical hacker? The need of an ethical hacker is proactive security. The ethical hacker would identify all the existing flaws in an organization and try to resolve those flaws to help secure the organization from black hat hackers. So ethical hackers would prevent hackers from cracking into an organization's network by securing the organization, by improving on their security on a periodic basis. And they would also try to identify system vulnerabilities, network vulnerabilities, or application level vulnerabilities that would have been missed or have already been missed, and then try to figure out a way of plugging them or resolving them so that they cannot be misused by other hackers. They would also analyze and enhance an organization's security policies. Now, what are policies? Policies are basically documents that have been created by an organization of rules that all the employees need to follow to ensure that the security of an organization is maintained. For example, a password policy. A password policy would help users in an organization to adhere to the standards the organization has identified for a password complexity. For example, a password, when a user is creating them, should adhere to standards where they are using random words. They contain the alphabet A through Z uppercase and lowercase, 0 through 9 as numerics and special characters, and they're randomized so that the password becomes more stronger to prevent from brute force attacks. So what would an ethical hacker do at this point in time? They would try to test the strength of the passwords to see if brute force attacks or dictionary attacks are possible, and if any of these passwords can be cracked. They would ensure that all the employees are following the policies and all the passwords are as secured as the policies want them to be. If there are any gaps in the policies or the implementation of the policy, it is the ethical hacker's responsibility to identify those gaps and warn the organization about it. Similarly, they would also try to protect any personal information, any data that is owned by the organization that is critical for the functioning of the organization, and they will try to protect it from falling into the hacker's hands. Now, what are the skills that are required of an ethical hacker? These are the following skills. So first and foremost, they should have good knowledge with operating systems such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac. Now, when we say knowledge about operating systems, it's not only about how to use those operating systems, but how to troubleshoot those operating systems, how these operating systems work, how these operating systems need to be configured, how can they be secured. For example, securing an operating system is not only installing a firewall and an antivirus, but you need to configure permissions on an operating system of what users are allowed to do and what users are not allowed to do. For example, limiting the installation of applications. How are we going to do that? We need to go into the system center, the security center of Windows, and we need to configure security parameters over there of what are acceptable softwares and what are not. Same with Linux and Mac softwares, operating systems. So we need to know how we can secure these operating systems. Similarly, all of these would have desktop versions and server versions of operating systems. As an ethical hacker, we need to know the desktop and server versions both, how to configure them and how to provide services within the organization on these servers so that they can be consumed in a secure manner by all the employees. At the same time, they should also be knowledgeable of programming languages or scripting languages such as PHP, Python, Ruby, HTML for programming, if you will, because web servers come into the picture. So again, they should not be great developers where they can create huge applications, but they should be able to develop scripts, understand those scripts, analyze those scripts, and figure out what the output should be of those scripts to achieve the hacking goals that they have set out for. An ethical hacker should have a very good understanding about networking. No matter whether you're in application security, you're in network security, or you're in host-based security, since a computer will always be connected to a network, either a local area network like a LAN or the internet, we should know how networking works. We should know the 7 layers of the OSI model. We should know which protocols work on those 7 layers. We should identify the TCP/IP model and how a OSI model can be mapped to the TCP/IP model. We should understand how TCP and UDP work, how each and every protocol is crafted, how they are supposed to behave for us to analyze and understand any network-based attacks. We should be very good in security measures. So we should know where those vulnerabilities would lie, what are the latest exploits available in the market, and we should be able to identify them. We should be able to know the techniques and the tools of how to deal with security, how to analyze security, and then how to implement security to enhance it as well. Along with that, it is important that a security analyst or an ethical hacker is aware of the local security laws and standards. Why is that? Because an organization cannot do any illegal activity. Whatever responses that they have, whatever security mechanisms, whatever security controls they will implement, they need to be adhering to the local law of the land. They should be legal in nature and should not cause undue harm to any of the employees or any of the third-party clients that they are dealing with. So the ethical hackers should be aware of what security laws are before they implement security controls, or even before they start testing for security controls. And all of these should be backed up by having a global certification or a globally valid certification related to networking, related to security, ethical hacking, the law of the land, anything and everything. Maybe even programming. It's good to have a certification in PHP, Perl, Python, Ruby, and so on and so forth. Why? Because most of the organizations, when they hire ethical hackers, look out for these certifications, especially globally valid certifications, so that they can be sure, or they can be assured that the person that they are hiring has the required skill set. So let's talk about a few of the tools that an ethical hacker would utilize in their testing scenarios. To be honest, there are hundreds of tools out there. What you see on the screen are just a few examples of them. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. What is a vulnerability scanner? It is an automated tool that is designed to identify vulnerabilities within hosts, within operating systems, within networks. So they come with their ready-made databases of all the vulnerabilities that have already been identified, and they scan the network against that database to find out any possible flaws or any possible vulnerabilities that currently exist on the host or the operating system or on the network. Similarly, there would be application scanners like Acunetics or Arachne that would help you scan applications and identify flaws within those applications as well. Now, all of these are automated tools. The essence of ethical hacker is when these tools churn out the reports, the ethical hacker can understand these reports, analyze them, identify the flaws, and then craft their own exploits or use existing exploits in a particular manner so that they can get access or they can bypass the access security controls mechanisms that are already in place. How can they do that? With the tool called Metasploit. You see that big M there on the right hand side? That M logo is for a tool called Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool. What is a penetration testing tool? It is that tool that will allow an ethical hacker to craft their exploits or choose their exploits for the vulnerabilities that have been identified by Nessus. Since we are interacting with computers, we will always be interacting using tools, right? So the first tool, Nessus, identifies the flaws and the possible list of vulnerabilities. We do a penetration test using Metasploit to validate those flaws and to verify that those flaws actually exist, and try to figure out the complexity of those flaws. And that's where Metasploit helps us do that. Wireshark would be used in the background while you are doing both the activities using Nessus or Metasploit to keep a track of what packets are being sent and received on the network, which will help us analyze those packets. So whenever I run a Nessus scanner, I would run a Wireshark in the background. It will capture the data packets and I can go through those data packets and analyze that data packets to identify what Nessus is actually trying to do. Similarly, when I try to attack a machine using exploit on Metasploit, I will keep on Wireshark running in the background to capture the data packets that have been sent and the responses that I have received from the victim, so that I can also go through those packets and analyze the responses and analyze the attack, whether it was successful, to what extent was it successful, and basically will also give me a validation, a proof of the activity that has happened. Nmap is another automated tool that allows me to scan for open ports and protocols. So why would I use Nmap? Because ports and protocols become an entry point for a hacker to gain access to devices. For example, when we connect to a web server, we connect through a web browser, but we automatically connect to port 80 using HTTP and port 443 is using HTTPS. So if I'm connecting to a web server using HTTPS, it is safe to assume that port 443 on the web server is open to accept those connections. Similarly, there would be other services that may be left open on the web server because nobody thought about configuring it, or they misconfigured the web server and they left unwanted services running. So Nmap will allow me to scan those ports and services and allow me to understand what services are being offered on that server, so then I can start analyzing that server, identify those flaws within those services, and then try to attack them. If the application that I'm analyzing is connected to a database and I want to do a SQL injection attack, or if Nessus tells me that there is a SQL injection attack that may be possible on that particular application, I can use an automated tool called SQL Map or SQL Map that would allow me to automatically craft all the queries that are required for a SQL injection attack and help me do that attack at the same time. So here I do not have to manually create my own queries. The SQL Map tool would automatically create them for me. What I would do is I would use Nessus to identify that particular flaw. If Nessus reports that flaw, I would then go use the tool SQL Map, configure it to attack that particular web server, and when I fire off the tool, it will then automatically start directing queries, SQL injection queries, to the database to see if those databases are vulnerable, and if yes, what data can be retrieved from those databases. So all of these tools in a nutshell would help me hack networks, applications, operating systems, and host devices. And this is what an ethical hacker does. They use these kind of tool sets, they identify what attacks they need to do, they identify the right tool for that particular attack, and they write their exploits, they create those attacks, and then they start attacking, analyze the response, and then give a report to the management, providing them feedback about how the attack was created or crafted, what was the response to that attack, and whether the attack was successful or not. If successful, they would also give recommendations of what to do to prevent these attacks from happening in the future. So when we are doing these attacks, or when we want to launch these attacks, what is the process that we would follow? So there are 6 steps that we would do as an ethical hacker. If you're just a hacker, you probably wouldn't do the 6th step, which is a reporting step. So the first step that would be done is the reconnaissance phase, which is the information gathering phase, which is very important from an ethical hacker's perspective or a hacker's perspective. Because if I want to attack someone or something as a digital device, I need to know what I'm attacking. I need to know the IP address of the device, the MAC address of those devices. I need to know the operating system, the build or the version of that operating systems, applications on top, the versions of those applications, so I know what I'm attacking. For example, if I want to attack a server, I assume it's a Windows-based server and I use a particular tool to attack it, but it actually turns out to be a Linux-based server, my attacks are going to be unsuccessful. So I need to focus my attack based on what is there at the other end. So in my information gathering phase, I want to identify all of that information. Once I have that information done, I'm going to scan those servers using tools like Nmap that we just talked about. And we're going to try to see the open ports, open services, and protocols that are running on that server that can give me possible entry points within the network or within the device or within the operating system. At the same time, along with the scanning with Nmap, I would run a vulnerability scanner, the Nessus vulnerability scanner we talked about, or Acunetics for applications, and then I would try to identify vulnerabilities in those applications, operating systems, or networks. Once I have identified those vulnerabilities in the scanning phase, I would then move on to the gaining phase, where I would then craft my exploits or choose existing exploits and start attacking the victim. At this point in time, if my attack is successful, I will probably have gained access by either cracking passwords or escalating privileges or exploiting a vulnerability that I may have found during the scanning phase. Once I have gained my access, I want to maintain my access. Why? Because the vulnerability may not be there for long. Maybe somebody updated the operating system and hence the flaw was no longer existing, or somebody changed the password that I may have cracked, thus I no longer have access. So what do I do to maintain my access? I install Trojans or backdoor entries to those systems using which I can secretly, in a covert manner, get access to those devices at my own will, at my own time, as long as those devices are available over the network. So that's where I maintain my access. I have hacked them. Now I want to maintain my access, so I install a software which would give me a backdoor entry to that device no matter what. Once I have done this, I want to clear my tracks. So whatever activity that I've been doing, for example, installing a Trojan. A Trojan is also a software that would create directories and files once installed on the victim's machine. So I want to hide that. If I have accessed data stores, if I have modified data, I want to hide that activity, because if the victim comes to know that something has happened, they would start increasing their security parameters. They might start scanning their devices. They may take them offline. Thus my hack would no longer be efficient. The reason I'm clearing my tracks is that the victim doesn't find out that they have been hacked or they have been compromised, or even if they do find out that they've been compromised, they cannot trace the compromise back to me. So I would be deleting references of any of the IP addresses or MAC addresses that I may have used to attack that particular device. And this is where I will be able to identify where those logs were created, where those traces are. Once I take off those traces, the victim would not be any wiser of whether they have been compromised or who compromised their system. And if I am successful at all of these stages, or to whatever extent the success that I've achieved in any of these stages, I would then create a report based on that, and I would report to the management about the activities that we have been able to do and whatever we have been able to achieve out of those activities. For example, we identified 10 different flaws. There were 20 different attacks that we wanted to do. What attack did we do? What was the outcome of that attack? What was the intended or the expected output of that attack? I'll create a report which would give a detailed analysis of all the steps that were taken, along with screenshots and evidences of what activity was conducted, what was the output, what was the expected output, and I would submit that report to the management, giving them an idea of what vulnerabilities and flaws exist in their environment or their devices that need to be mitigated so that the security can be enhanced. So these are the 6 steps that the ethical hacking process would take. Just going through this, the reconnaissance is where you're going to use hacking tools like Nmap, HPing to obtain information about targets. There are hundreds of tools out there depending on what information you want. Then in scanning, again, Nmap Nexpose, these kind of tools to be utilized to identify open ports, protocols, and services. In gaining access, you're going to exploit a vulnerability by using the Metasploit tool that we talked about in the previous slides. In the maintaining access, you're going to install backdoors. You can use Metasploit at the same time. You can craft your own scripts to create a Trojan and install it on the victim's machine. Once you have achieved that, clearing tracks is where you're going to clear all evidences of your activity so that you do not get caught or the victim doesn't even realize that they have been hacked. And once you're done all of this, we are going to create reports that are going to be submitted to the management to help them understand the current security evaluation of their organization. So now let's see how we can hack using social engineering. Now, what is social engineering? Social engineering is the art of manipulating humans into revealing confidential information which they otherwise would not have revealed. So this is where your social skill and your people skills come into the picture. If you are able to communicate effectively to another person, they would probably give up more information that they intended to give out. Let's look at examples, right? If you see on the screen, phishing activity. What is phishing? We receive a lot of fake mails on a regular basis. We have always received those emails where we have won a lottery of a few $1 million, but we have never realized that we didn't purchase a lottery to win a lottery in the first place. We have always had those Nigerian frauds where a prince died in some South African country and you out of 7 billion people on the planet have been identified where they want to transfer a few $100 million through your account and they want to give you 50% of that money in return as thank you. So some very basic attacks where you go onto websites and there's a banner flashing at you saying congratulations, you're the 1 millionth visitor to this website, click here to claim your prize. All of these are social engineering attacks, phishing attacks, fake websites, fake communications being sent out to users to prey on their gullibility. Most of humans always have that dream of striking it rich, winning a huge lottery once and for all, and living their life lavishly ever after. But sadly, in the real world, that doesn't happen that often. And if you're receiving those mails, it is very important that you first research the validity of those communications before you even want to act upon them. So why are humans susceptible to social engineering? Because humans have emotion. Machines do not. Try pleading with a machine to give you access to an account that you have forgotten a password to. The machine wouldn't even know what you're doing. Try pleading with a human, sympathy or empathy, where you could try to create a social engineering attack where you can plead with them saying, if I do not get access to this account immediately, I might lose my job. And then that would put my family into problems. Somebody would feel empathy or sympathy towards you and help you reset that password and give you access to that account. It's how good the attack is and how convincing you are for the success of this attack to happen. So what is a familiarity exploit? Attackers interact with victims to gain information which will benefit the attackers to crack credentials. As passwords, if we want to reset our passwords, what do we have as a mechanism to resetting passwords? We have some security questions that we set up. Those questions are nothing but personal information that we would know, but through a social engineering attack, it would be easily be able to gather the information that you have set for your security questions. The security questions can be as simple as the first school that you attended. You probably have that listed on your LinkedIn profile, where a person can just go in there and see your academic qualifications and identify the school that you were in, right? Similarly, it might also be a question, what was your mother's maiden name? That's a very good attack. And that's, if a person can interact with you, let's say they're trying to take a survey and they approach you for a feedback on a particular product that you have been utilizing and they ask you these questions, you wouldn't think twice before giving those answers. As long as the request sounds legitimate to us, we are able to justify that request, we do answer those queries. So it's upon us to verify the authenticity of the request coming in before we answer it. Phishing, as discussed, would be fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a trusted source. So email spoofing comes into mind, fake websites, and so on and so forth. Exploiting human curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, right? So there's so many physical attacks where hackers just keep pen drives lying around in a parking lot. Now this is a generic attack. Whoever falls victim will fall victim. So if I just throw around a few USBs in the parking lot, obviously with Trojans implemented on them, some people who are curious or who are looking for a couple of freebies might take up those pen drives, plug them in their computers to see what data is on the pen drives. At the same time, once they plug in those pen drives on their computers, the virus or the Trojan would get infected and cause harm to their machine. Then exploiting human greed. We just talked about the Nigerian frauds and the lotteries, those kind of attacks, the fake money making gimmicks. Now basically this is where you prey upon the person's greed kicking in, and they are clicking on those links in order to get that money that has been promised to them in that email. So one of the safest mechanism to keep data private and to keep yourself secure is using encryption. Now encryption can happen through cryptography. What is cryptography? Cryptography is the art of scrambling data using a particular algorithm so that the data becomes unreadable to the normal user. The only person with the key to unscramble that data would be able to unscramble it and make sense out of that data. So we're just making it unreadable or non-readable by using a particular key or a particular algorithm, and then we're going to send the key to the end user. The end user using this same key would then decrypt that data. If anybody compromises that data while it is being sent over the network, since it is encrypted, they would not be able to read it. So the encryption algorithm would be something like this. Now if you see the computer word once made into unreadable format would look like EQORXVGT. For an end user it wouldn't make any sense, but the person who has a key to unscramble that would be able to convert it back to computer and then understand the meaning of that word. So this is just a substitution cipher that is being shown on the screen. So what is the alphabet? The key is alphabet plus 3. So C plus 3 alphabets, that becomes E. O becomes Q. M becomes O. So the key that is utilized to scramble the data is the character that you are at. The third character from there would be the corresponding key. So the encrypted message is also known as a cipher. The decryption is just the other way around, where you know the key now and you can now figure out what that E corresponded to by going back 3 characters in the alphabet. Most of the times a certified ethical hacker must decrypt a message without knowing the secret key. So let's say a ransomware has affected your organization or has affected a device, and you want to figure out or you want to decrypt that data. Now, as an ethical hacker, you wouldn't be for paying a ransom to the hacker, would you? So it is now your prerogative of how you're going to work around and how you're going to try to crack the encryption mechanism, how to crack the cipher to decrypt that message and see what's within it, right? Decryption without the use of a secret key, that is known as a cryptanalysis. Cryptanalysis is the reversing of an algorithm to figure out what the decryption was without using a key. So cryptanalysis can be done using various formats. The first one is a brute force attack, second is a dictionary attack, the third one is a rainbow table attack. A brute force attack is trying every combination, permutation and combination of the key to figure out what the key was. It is 100% successful but may take a lot of time. A dictionary attack is where you have created a list of possible encryption mechanisms, a list of possible cracks, and then you try to figure out whether those cracks work or not. Rainbow tables are where you have an encrypted text in hand and you're trying to figure out the similarities between the text that you have and the encrypted data that you wanted to decrypt in the first place. So in the brute force attack, you're trying every possible combination, permutation of what the key would be. In dictionary attack, you have a word list that would tantamount to the key, and if you're trying to match all the words listed in the text file or the word list to see if any of those words are going to work to decrypt that data. Here in the rainbow table, the ciphertext is compared with another ciphertext. You find out similarities and then you try to work or reverse engineer your way accordingly. So let's have a quick demo on cryptography before we end this session. So to begin with the demo of cryptography, we are on a website called spammimic.com, which will help us scramble the message that we created into a completely format which would be unrelated to the topic at hand. So if I say I want to encode a message, turn a short message into spam. So what this does is, you want to send across a secret message, you type in the secret message, a short one, and it will convert that into a spam mail. You send it across, so whoever's reading that spam mail would never get an idea of the embedded message within it. So if I want to type in a message here, hi, this is a secret message, the password is ASD@1234, and I want to send this out to people or to one of my colleagues, but I want to send it out in a secret manner so that others are not aware of this. So when I press on encode, what the algorithm will do is it will convert this message into a spam mail. So my message, hi, this is a secret message, the password is @1234 or ASD@1234, gets converted into this. Now if you read it, dear e-commerce professional, this letter was specially selected to be sent to you. This doesn't make sense. There is nowhere or no reference to the actual message that I've already said. So if I copy this entire message and I send it, let's say via email, to the recipient. Now the thing is that the recipient needs to know that I've encoded it using spam mimic. The algorithm needs to remain the same. So once they know that it is spam mimic, what they can do is, now in this instance what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new browser and I'm going to go to the same website. And at this point in time, I'm going to click on decode. When I click on decode, I'm going to paste the message that I've just copied. There we are. And this message is now being copied into a different browser. And if I decode this, you will see that it will convert it back to the original message that there was. So the key is there at spam mimic, and it is embedded within the message. So whenever we paste the message in the decode factor, it knows what the key was and it can decrypt that message and give me the actual message that was embedded within it. There we are, the entire message. This is what we created in the Google Chrome browser, and in the Firefox browser we decoded. Similarly, if I want to protect these kind of messages, there is an aspenencrypt.com website where, let's say, we use text encryption and I want to encrypt the same message. This is a secret message. The password is asd@1234, and then I give it a password to protect this message, let's say the word password, and I use the cipher to scramble this by using, let's say, AES, which is the strongest cipher right now, and I say encrypt. So this is what the encryption would look like. And basically if I don't have the password over here, if I decrypt it, you would see that the error has occurred. Now if I type in the password over here and then decrypt it, it will be able to convert that back into the unscrambled text, and it will give me what the original message was. This is a secret message. The password is asd@1234. So if I want to keep my data secure from hackers, I want to scramble it in such a way that they would not be able to crack it, or it would be very difficult for them to crack it. And this is one of the first mechanisms that would be recommended by any ethical hacker.
And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, or to become an ethical hacker by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch career with cybersecurity or ethical hacker by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Computing. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video on the Hackers Roadmap at the Simplilearn YouTube channel. As vast as the field of cybersecurity is, there is often an overflow of information about it at the same time. For people who wish to know more about how to venture into the cybersecurity or ethical hacking space, it is very important for them to know what's the career progression, what are the skills needed, and how a person with no or bare minimum knowledge can take their first step in this amazing career. Well, this video is for all those individuals who wish to pursue a career in the field of cybersecurity and ethical hacking. Whether you are an entry-level professional, a college graduate, or an experienced professional looking to understand how a career in the field of cybersecurity progresses and what additional skills and responsibilities would you need as you grow in the field, then you are at the right place. So let's get started with our topic, the Hackers Roadmap. And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. The course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. And if these are the types of videos you would like to watch, then hit the subscribe button, like, and press on the bell icon to never miss on further content. So stay tuned with us until the end of this video, and don't forget to register your opinion in the comment section below. And now, we will start with what is ethical hacking and how is it different from hacking. So in the world of cybersecurity, hacking can be broadly categorized into two types, ethical hacking and unethical hacking. Ethical hacking involves using the same tools and techniques as malicious hackers to identify and fix security vulnerabilities before they can be exploited. And these experts, known as white hat hackers, work with a focus on security rather on theft. And on the other hand, we have unethical hacking that refers to unauthorized access to digital devices or networks with malicious intent performed by black hat hackers. And additionally, there are grey hat hackers who possess knowledge in offensive and defensive computer use, sometimes working as security consultants during the day and engaging in black hat activities at night. It is important to understand these distinctions to protect against cyber threats effectively. Now we'll see the objective or roles of an ethical hacker. Ethical hackers, also known as white hat hackers, use their skills and expertise to identify vulnerabilities in system and network before malicious hackers can exploit them. Their primary objective is to simulate real-world attacks and help organizations strengthen their security measures. The role of an ethical hacker involves several key phases, and we'll see those roles and key phases. So they are responsible for reconnaissance, scanning, gain and maintain access, clear their tracks, document their findings, and compile detailed reports. So firstly, they conduct thorough reconnaissance, gathering information about the target system or organization. This includes understanding the organization's structure, network infrastructure, and potential weak points. And through scanning, they identify the easiest and quickest methods to gain access to the network and gather further information. And once access is gained, ethical hackers maintain it, allowing them to exercise their privileges and control the connected systems. This step helps them identify any potential security flaws and weaknesses within the network. They also work to clear their tracks, covering their footsteps to evade detection and ensuring the security personnel cannot trace their activities. And throughout the entire process, ethical hackers document their findings, compile detailed reports on the vulnerabilities discovered, and provide recommendations to address and mitigate the identified security issues. Their vulnerability goal is to help organizations strengthen their defenses, prevent data breaches, and protect sensitive information from falling into the wrong hands. Ethical hacking is a crucial aspect of cybersecurity, as it allows organizations to stay one step ahead of cyber threats. By leveraging the skills of ethical hackers, businesses can proactively identify and address vulnerabilities, ensuring the overall security and integrity of their digital infrastructure. So now we'll see the skills that needed to be an ethical hacker. So now we'll see the skills. So the first skill is knowledge of computer networks, then it's the programming languages, then the knowledge of web applications, databases, ethical hacking tools, and knowledge of common attack vectors and techniques. Then what certificates that are required for an ethical hacker. Now we'll start with knowledge of computer networks. Understanding computer networks is fundamental for ethical hackers. This includes concepts such as IP addressing, network protocols, example TCP/IP, routing, switching, and firewalls. A strong grasp of how networks function will enable you to identify vulnerabilities and potential entry points. The next is programming languages. Proficiency in programming languages is essential for effective ethical hacking. Languages like Python, Java, C++, and scripting languages such as Perl or Ruby are widely used in this field. Programming skills enable you to write custom scripts and tools, automate tasks, and exploit vulnerabilities. And the next we have is web applications. In today's digital landscape, web applications are often the target of attacks. Therefore, a solid understanding of web application architecture, protocols, example HTTP, and security mechanisms, example SSL, TLS, is crucial. Knowledge of web programming languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and frameworks like PHP or ASP.NET is also beneficial. Then we have databases. So databases store and manage sensitive data, making them attractive targets for hackers. Familiarize yourself with database management systems (DBMS) such as MySQL, Oracle, or Microsoft SQL Server. Learn about database security, including access control, encryption, and vulnerability assessment. Then we should focus on the skill to have a knowledge on ethical hacking tools. So to perform ethical hacking tasks efficiently, you should be familiar with various hacking tools. These include network scanners, example Nmap, vulnerability scanners, example Nessus, password crackers, John the Ripper, packet snipers, Wireshark, and exploitation frameworks, Metasploit. Mastering these tools will enhance your effectiveness as an ethical hacker. Then you should have knowledge of common attack vectors and techniques. That is, understanding common attack vectors and techniques is vital for an ethical hacker. This includes knowledge of different types of malware, social engineering, network attacks, that is DDoS, and web application vulnerabilities. Example cross-site scripting. Staying up to date with the latest threats and attack methodologies is crucial for effective defense. The next is certificates. So obtaining relevant certifications demonstrates your expertise and commitment to the field. Certificates like Certified Ethical Hacker, CH, Offensive Security Certificate, Professional OSCP, or CompTIA Security Plus are highly regarded within the industry. They validate your skills and can boost your credibility when seeking ethical hacking opportunities. The CH certification is a multiple choice exam that evaluates your understanding of the penetration testing structure and the tools that are utilized inside it. It gives job seekers the information security field a head start by ensuring that the certificate holder understands the fundamentals such as information gathering, attacking computers or servers, wireless attacks, and social engineering. So the objective of CH is inform the public that credentialized individuals meet or exceed the minimum standards. Second, establish and govern minimum standards of credibility. Third, professional information security specialist in ethical hacking. So now we'll have an exam overview. So the exam name is EC-Council Certified Ethical Hacker, and the exam duration is 240 minutes, and you will get questions, that is 125 questions you will get in the exam, and it is a multiple choice question exam, and the passing score you need is 70%. And to register for the exam, you should go to Pearson VUE or ECC Exam Center, and eligibility criteria for CH is there are two ways to satisfy the eligibility criteria, that is attend official CH training, and this can be in any format, example instructor-led training, computer-based training, or live online training as long as the program is approved by EC-Council, and attempt without official training. In order to be considered for the EC-Council certification exam without attending official training, you must have 2 or more years of documented information security experience. Remit a non-refundable eligibility application fee of $100, submit completed CH exam eligibility form including verification from an employer. Upon approval, EC-Council will email you a voucher number to register for the CH exam. So this was all about the CH exam, and now we'll move to the steps to become ethical hacker. So ethical hacking is an exciting and rapidly growing field that requires a combination of technical skills, knowledge, and a strong sense of ethics. By following these steps, you can begin your journey towards becoming an ethical hacker and contribute to enhancing cybersecurity. So step 1, that is knowledge of computer systems and networks. Step 2, you should have proficiency in programming languages. Step 3, networking and security concepts. You should have a knowledge of it. Third, knowledge of web application and database. Fifth, understanding of operating systems. Step 6, familiarity with ethical hacking tools. Step 7, problem solving and analytical thinking. Step 8, knowledge of common attack vectors and techniques. Step 9, certifications. So now we will elaborate all the steps one by one. So we'll start with knowledge of computer systems and networks. So to become an ethical hacker, it is crucial to have a deep understanding of computer systems and networks. This involves familiarizing yourself with the inner workings of computer system, network protocols, operating systems, and how different components interact within a network environment. By gaining this knowledge, you will be better equipped to identify vulnerabilities and assess potential security risks. And the next is proficiency in programming languages. So programming languages are an essential tool for ethical hackers. By gaining proficiency in programming languages such as Python, C++, Java, JavaScript, SQL, Perl, and Ruby, you will be able to develop your own scripts, automate tasks, and create exploit codes. These programming languages provide the foundation for writing secure and efficient code, as well as manipulating and analyzing data. The next step is networking and security concepts. To effectively assess and secure networks, it is important to have a solid understanding of networking and security concepts. This includes familiarizing yourself with topics such as network protocols, network security principles, encryption techniques, and firewall configurations. Understanding how data is transmitted, secured, and protected in a network environment will enable you to identify potential vulnerabilities and implement appropriate security measures. Step 4. Knowledge of web application and database knowledge. So in today's interconnected world, web applications and databases are common targets for hackers. Therefore, it is crucial to develop a strong understanding of web application architectures, web protocols, and database systems. Pay special attention to common vulnerabilities specific to web applications such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, XSS, and cross-site request forgery, CSRF. By gaining expertise in these areas, you will be able to effectively assess the security of web applications and databases and provide appropriate recommendations for securing them. And the next step is understanding of operating systems. So operating systems form the backbone of computer systems and are often targeted by hackers. It is important to gain a comprehensive understanding of different operating systems, such as Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. This includes understanding system configurations, file permissions, user management, and security mechanisms specific to each operating system. This knowledge will enable you to identify vulnerabilities, apply patches, and secure operating systems effectively. Step 6. Familiarity with ethical hacking tools. Ethical hackers rely on a variety of tools to assess and secure systems and networks. Familiarize yourself with popular ethical hacking tools such as Matplotlib, Wireshark, Nmap, Burpsuit, Kali Linux, Canvas, SQL Ninja, and Wapiti. These tools provide functionalities for vulnerability scanning, network sniffing, exploit development, and penetration testing. Understanding how to use these tools effectively will enhance your capabilities as an ethical hacker. Now we'll see the step 7, that is problem solving and analytical thinking. So being an ethical hacker requires strong problem solving skills and the ability to think analytically. You will often encounter complex systems and face intricate security challenges. Developing your problem solving abilities and analytical thinking will help you approach these challenges systematically, identify vulnerabilities, and devise effective strategies to mitigate risk. It is essential to stay updated with the latest security trends and technologies to enhance your problem-solving skills. And the step 8 is knowledge of common attack vectors and techniques. So to defend against potential threats, you must familiarize yourself with common hacking techniques and attack vectors used by malicious hackers. This includes social engineering, phishing attacks, password cracking, network-based attacks, and more. Understanding how these attacks work and the methodologies used will enable you to proactively identify and prevent potential security breaches. And now the step 9, that is certifications. While certifications are not mandatory to start a career in ethical hacking, they can provide a structured learning path and validate your skills and knowledge. Consider pursuing certifications such as Certified Ethical Hacker, CEH, Offensive Security Certified Professional, OSCP, Certified Information Systems Security Professional, CISSP, Certified Penetration Testing Engineer, CPTE, and Certified Security Analyst, ECSA. These certifications demonstrate your expertise and dedication to the field, enhancing your credibility as an ethical hacker. Now we'll see the job roles in ethical hacking field. So starting with, there are several job roles in ethical hacking, such as here's an elaboration on each job role in ethical hacking, and we'll see some of the major ethical hacker job roles. So starting with ethical hacker. So an ethical hacker is a skilled professional who legally attempts to penetrate computer systems and networks to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses. They use their knowledge to strengthen the security infrastructure and protect against cyber threats. And the next is network security engineer. Network security engineers specialize in securing and maintaining computer networks within an organization. They implement and manage security measures such as firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and virtual private networks, that is VPNs, to protect sensitive data. Then we have cybersecurity analyst. So cybersecurity analysts monitor and analyze systems for potential security breaches or incidents. They investigate threats, develop security protocols, and implement measures to protect against attacks. The next is penetration tester. Penetration testers, also known as ethical hackers, simulate real-world attacks to identify vulnerabilities in computer systems, networks, and applications. They conduct thorough assessments and provide recommendations for improving security. The next is information security manager. Information security managers are responsible for overseeing an organization's overall security strategy and ensuring the protection of sensitive data. They develop and implement security policies, manage security teams, and handle incident response. And the next is cybersecurity engineer. So cybersecurity engineers design and implement security systems, including firewalls, encryption protocols, and intrusion detection systems. They also conduct risk assessments and perform security audits to maintain a security environment. And the next is security consultant. Security consultants provide expert advice and guidance on security strategies and solutions. They assess vulnerabilities, develop security plans, and assist organizations in improving their overall security posture. In the United States, these requirements are very high. And this was all for this tutorial.
Did you know that in August this year, Google openly admitted that some of its Gmail accounts were hacked by an Iranian group? Fortunately, the event was isolated and was taken care of, but rarely are security breaches this easy to stop. With more and more data moving to the cloud, the prospects of hacks like these have grown in the past decade exponentially. Consequently, organizations have now discovered the need to secure the digital infrastructure against various attack vectors, fueling the need for ethical hackers in the IT industry. So today's video is all about how you can learn the ins and outs of hacking and cybersecurity, irrespective of your learning background. So welcome to our video on how to become an ethical hacker by Simplilearn. Before we get started, ensure you're subscribed to the channel so you always stay updated with the latest technologies and trends. Let's first clear the air on an ethical hacker's role. The term hacking has inherently negative connotations. However, this will only be applicable until the duty of an ethical hacker is properly understood. Ethical hackers are the good people in the hacking field wearing the white hat. So what exactly is the responsibility of an ethical hacker? Instead of utilizing their extensive computer expertise for criminal purposes, ethical hackers find gaps in data and computer security for businesses and organizations worldwide to defend themselves against hackers with less than noble intentions. Ethical hacking is a subcategory of cybersecurity that involves lawfully breaking a system's security mechanisms in order to discover possible threats and data leaks on the network. Ethical hackers can work for a corporation as independent freelancers, in-house security staff for its website or its applications, or as simulated offensive cybersecurity professionals as well. All of these careers need knowledge of current attack methodologies and tools, albeit the in-house expert may need to be knowledgeable about a single kind of software or digital asset. But how can you hone your ethical hacking skills? Let's take a look at few steps one can take while starting a career in this field. The first step is getting comfortable with Linux. There are operating systems catered specifically to ethical hackers like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. Both are based on Linux derivatives and have a plethora of tools to make your hacking workflow easy and relatively stress-free. The better versed you are with Linux and its terminal, the quicker you can achieve things when hacking. The next would be to master the mother of all programming languages, which is the C programming language. Since Linux and a lot of backend code are written in C, having a strong hand over this programming language is very important. It's always helpful to learn a couple more relevant languages like Python or JavaScript, which will help you dissect giant pieces of server code like butter. Remaining anonymous is vital in the hacking sphere, since giving a malicious actor news of your existence on a target network can cause him then to flee or attack your device instead. The usage of MAC address randomizers and proxy chains is highly beneficial and recommended when monitoring networks for criminal activity. And speaking of proxies, ethical hackers must understand networking fundamentals and exactly how they are established. Learning about various networks and protocols might help you exploit flaws. An ethical hacker with an extensive understanding of networking tools such as Wireshark, Nmap, and others can overcome field incidents relatively unscathed. The fifth skill in our list is traversing the dark web using the famous Tor browser. Most of the internet is hidden behind the Tor networks, and getting a closer look at the people who often are at the forefront of the hacking industry in the dark web directly can help you familiarize yourself with a certain domain secrets while keeping you updated with the latest happenings in the cybercrime world. A major advantage that can tip the scales in the favor of an ethical hacker is the knowledge of cryptography or encryption. Encryption is used in various elements of information security, including authentication, data integrity, anonymity, and others. Passwords and other sensitive information are always encrypted on a network. A hacker must understand how to recognize and break these encryption standards. Exploring vulnerabilities make you a better ethical hacker since it keeps you aware of the security measures that are kept in place as industry standards while handing you the most advanced penetration testing tools on the market. Learning how to scan networks and systems for vulnerabilities that might result in a security breach. Ethical hackers may also attempt to write vulnerabilities to exploit the system in question. As a final tip, join forums for conversations with other hackers worldwide to trade, share expertise, and collaborate. Discord, Reddit, Telegram, and other platforms all have communities where you can join and collaborate with fellow learners to broaden your learning spectrum. Now that we understand some basic skills ethical hackers need to excel in this domain, let us look at the roadmap one can follow to get started. Many ethical hackers begin their careers by studying computer science. You can also acquire an A+ certification from CompTIA by appearing for and passing 2 additional tests. These tests assess an individual's understanding of PC components and their ability to disassemble and reassemble a PC. However, before advancing in your profession, you must gather experience and obtain a Network Plus or a CCNA certification. The Network Plus certification certifies fundamental network expertise such as network administration, maintenance, deployment, and troubleshooting. The CCNA certification guarantees the same skills and strives for foundation level proficiency. Once qualified, you can advance to the next level of your career in network support. You will be responsible for monitoring and upgrading, installing security software, and testing for vulnerabilities. You will obtain expertise in network security, and your goal should be offered as a position as a network engineer. As a network engineer, you will build and plan networks rather than simply maintain them. Your focus should now be on the security part of your journey to becoming an ethical hacker. This is the time to focus on earning a security certifications such as Security Plus or CISSP. The US Department of Defense has approved the Security Plus accreditation, which covers testing on critical areas such as access control, identity authentication, and cryptography. The CISSP certification is a worldwide recognized security accreditation that validates the expertise of risk management, cloud technology, and application development. The next step would be to start working in the Information Security Division. An information security analyst studies systems and network security, engages with security breaches, and strives to implement security solutions. For this profession, you should focus on penetration testing to gain hands-on experience with some of the most essential tools of the trade. Getting the Certified Ethical Hacker or the CEH certification should be your top priority. The training will teach you all you must understand to become a productive and ethical hacker. You will be engaged in a hands-on environment where you will be guided through breaking into a network and finding any security flaws. After obtaining this certification, you can begin marketing yourself as a professional ethical hacker. We have already covered some skills one needs to learn when starting their journey. However, an ethical hacker has certain roles and responsibilities that must be carried out meticulously. The first of which is threat modeling. Threat modeling is optimizing network security by identifying vulnerabilities and determining countermeasures for avoiding or reducing an attack's impact on the system. A threat is a real or projected negative incident jeopardizing the organization's assets. The role of an ethical hacker is to give a thorough assessment of potentially harmful assaults and their potential consequences. They can also conduct information security audits or a risk-based evaluation of a company's security. These regular exercises assess security's readiness, identify IT system weaknesses, and offer strategies for reducing future attack threats. They also assess how successfully security-related policies are implemented, resulting in a report that includes discovered flaws and appropriate solutions. Ethical writers must be able to collect data, detect vulnerabilities, and correlate risks to create clear and unambiguous professional reports. These evaluations are frequently used to justify finalizing security asset expenditures. The market for trained ethical hackers has never been this expansive. According to various surveys, the job outlook for ethical hackers and information security analysts is supposed to grow by 33% between 2020 and 2030. Companies like IBM, Google, and Microsoft are always on the lookout for trained cybersecurity personnel in this climate of data breaches and security vulnerabilities. We hope this video has cleared some doubts regarding where to start and what to learn during this journey.
When it comes to web app hacking, it generally refers to the exploitation of applications via HTTP, which can be done by manipulating the applications via its graphical user interface. This is done by tampering with the Uniform Resource Identifier, also known as a URI, or tampering with the HTTP elements directly, which are not a part of the URI. The hacker can send a link via an email or a chat and may trick the users of a web application into executing actions. In case the attack is on an administrator account, the entire web application can be compromised. Anyone who uses a computer connected to the internet is susceptible to the threats that computer hackers and online predators pose. These online villains typically use phishing scams, spam email, or instant messages and bogus websites to deliver dangerous malware to your computer and compromise your computer security. Computer hackers can also try to access your computer and private information directly if you're not protected by a firewall. They can monitor your conversations or peruse the back end of your personal website. Usually disguised with a bogus identity, predators can lure you into revealing sensitive personal and financial information. A web server, which can be referred to as the hardware, the computer, or the software which helps to deliver content that can be accessed through the internet. The primary function of a web server is to deliver these web pages on the request to clients using the Hypertext Transfer Protocol or HTTP. So hackers attack the web server to steal credential information, passwords, and business information by using different types of attacks like DDoS attacks, SYN flooding, ping flood, port scan, and social engineering attacks. In the area of web security, despite strong encryption on the browser server channel, web users still have no assurance about what happens at the other end. Although wireless networks offer great flexibility, they have their own security problems. A hacker can sniff the network packets without having to be in the same building where the network is located. As wireless networks communicate through radio waves, a hacker can easily sniff the network from a nearby location. Most attackers use network sniffing to find the SSID and hack a wireless network. An attacker can attack a network from a distance, and therefore it is sometimes difficult to collect evidence against the main hacker. Social engineering is the art of manipulating users of a computing system into revealing confidential information, which can be later used to gain unauthorized access to a computer system. The term can also include activities such as exploiting human kindness, greed, and curiosity to gain access to restricted access buildings or getting the users to installing backdoor software. Knowing the tricks used by hackers to trick users into releasing vital login information is fundamental in protecting computer systems. Coming to our main focus for today, let us have a look at the top 5 most essential ethical hacking tools to be used in 2021. At the top of the chain lies Nmap. Nmap, which stands for Network Mapper, is a free and open source utility for network discovery and security auditing. Many systems and network administrators also find it useful for tasks such as network inventory, managing service upgrade schedules, and monitoring host or service uptime. It is most beneficial in the early stages of ethical hacking, where a hacker must figure the possible entry point to a system before running the necessary exploits, thus allowing the hackers to leverage any insecure openings and thus breach the device. Nmap uses raw IP packets in novel ways to determine what hosts are available on the network, what service they are running, what operating systems are installed, what type of packet filters and firewalls are in use, and dozens other characteristics. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks, but works fine against single host as well. Since every application that connects to a network needs to do so via a port, the wrong port or a server configuration can open a can of worms, which lead to a thorough breach of the system and ultimately a fully hacked device. Next on our list we have Metasploit. The Metasploit framework is a very powerful tool that can be used by cyber criminals as well as ethical hackers to probe systematic vulnerabilities on both networks and servers. Because it's an open source framework, it can be easily customized and used with most operating systems. With Metasploit, the ethical hacking team can use ready-made or custom code and introduce it into a network to probe for weak spots. As another flavor of threat hunting, once the flaws are identified and documented, the information can be used to address systemic weaknesses and prioritize solutions. Once a particular vulnerability is identified and the necessary exploit is fed into the system, there are a host of options for the hacker. Depending on the vulnerability, hackers can even run root commands from the terminal, allowing complete control over the activities of the compromised system as well as all the personal data stored on the device. A big advantage of Metasploit is the ability to run full-fledged scans on the target system, which gives a detailed picture of the security index of the system along with the necessary exploits that can be used to bypass the antivirus software. Having a single solution to gather almost all the necessary points of attack is very useful for ethical hackers and penetration testers, as denoted by its high rank in the list. Moving on, we have the Acunetics framework. Acunetics is an end-to-end web security scanner which offers a 360-degree view of an organization's security. It is an application security testing tool that helps the company address vulnerability across all their critical web assets. The need to be able to test applications in depth and further than traditional vulnerability management tools has created a market with several players in the application security space. Acunetics can detect over 7,000 vulnerabilities, including SQL injections, cross-site scripting, misconfigurations, weak passwords, exposed database, and other out-of-band vulnerabilities. It can scan all pages, web apps, and complex web applications running HTML5 and JavaScript as well. It also lets you scan complex multi-level forms and even password-protected areas of the site. Acunetics is a dynamic application security testing package, which has definite perks over status application security testing frameworks, which are also known as SAST scanners. SAST tools only work during development and only for specific languages and have a history of reporting a lot of false positives, whereas dynamic testing tools, also known as DAST, have the ability to streamline testing from development to deployment with minimal issues. Next on our list, we have Airgarden. This is a multi-use bash script used for Linux systems to hack and audit wireless networks like our everyday Wi-Fi router and its counterparts. Along with being able to launch denial of service attacks on compromised networks, this multi-purpose Wi-Fi hacking tool has very rich features which support multiple methods for Wi-Fi hacking, including WPS hacking modes, WP attacks, handshake captures, evil twin, and so much more. It usually needs an external network adapter that supports monitor mode, which is necessary to be able to capture wireless traffic that traverse the air channels. Thanks to its open source nature, Airgarden can be used with multiple community plugins and add-ons, thereby increasing its effectiveness against a wide variety of routers, both in the 2.4 GHz and the 5 GHz band. Finally, at number 5, we have John the Ripper. John the Ripper is an open source password security auditing and the password recovery tool which is available for many operating systems. John the Ripper Jumbo supports hundreds of hash and cipher types, including for user passwords of operating systems, web apps, database servers, encrypted keys, and document files. Some of the key features of the tool include offering multiple modes to speed up the password cracking, automatically deselecting the hashing algorithm used by the passwords, and the ease of running and configuring the tool to make it password cracking easier. It can use dictionary attacks along with regular brute forcing to speed up the process of cracking the correct password without wasting additional resources. The word list being used in these dictionary attacks can be used by the user's end, allowing for a completely customizable process. We also have a few honorary mentions in our list that just missed the cut. NetSparker, for instance, is an automated yet fully configurable web application security scanner that enables you to scan websites, web applications, and web services. The scanning technology is designed to help you secure web applications easily without any fuss, so you can focus on fixing the reported vulnerabilities. The Burp Suite Professional is one of the most popular penetration testing and vulnerability finder tools, and is used for checking web application security. The term Burp, as it is commonly known, is a proxy-based tool which is used to evaluate the security of web-based application and to do hands-on testing. Moving away from websites and applications, Wireshark is a free and open source packet analyzer which was launched in 2006. It is used for network troubleshooting, analysis, software and communications protocol development, and education. It captures network traffic on the local network and stores data for offline analysis. Wireshark captures network traffic from Ethernet, Bluetooth, wireless networks, and frame relay connections. Now that we learn about the different types of tools that can be used when conducting an ethical hacking audit, let's learn about some potential benefits of such campaigns and why organizations prefer to pay for such audits. Being able to identify defects from an attacker's perspective is game-changing, since it displays all the potential avenues of a possible hack. One can only prepare for the known vulnerabilities as a defensive specialist, but proactively trying to breach a network or device can make hackers think of techniques that no defense contractors can account for. This kind of unpredictability goes a long way in securing a network against malicious actors. Another advantage of hiring ethical hackers is the ability to preemptively fix possible weak points in a company's network infrastructure. As seen on many occasions, a real breach will cause loss of data and irreparable damage to the foundation of an organization. Being able to gauge such shortcomings before they become public and can be exploited is a benefit most organizations make use of. This is not to imply that such security audits are only beneficial to the organization paying for it. When coming across companies that provide certain services, a reliable third-party security audit goes a long way in instilling trust and confidence over their craft. If the ethical hackers cannot find any major vulnerabilities that can be leveraged by hackers, It just accentuates the technical brilliance of the organization and its engineers, thereby increasing the clientele by a substantial amount.
In this, we are going to discuss ethical hacking and penetration testing. So we are going to talk about the concepts about what constitutes an ethical hack and what is a penetration test. We are going to talk about the different types of penetration tests and how they can be done. We are going to talk about an operating system called Kali Linux, and we are going to talk about its usage and its importance in cybersecurity. We will also be discussing the different phases of penetration test and how people or hackers would utilize these phases to gain their objectives. We will also be discussing in what areas can we do a penetration test, how to do those penetration tests. We'll be discussing quite a few bit of penetration testing tools that are available in the Kali Linux space, and then we'll be looking at a couple of demos at the end of the session to understand how these tools in the operating system can be utilized for various hacks. So let's start with what is ethical hacking. Now, plainly defined, ethical hacking is locating weaknesses or vulnerabilities of computers and information systems using the intent and actions of a malicious hacker. The major difference is here that we are hired to discover those weaknesses in a legal and ethical manner. That means, first and foremost, our intent should not be malicious. We do not wish any harm to the organization, and whatever we discover is reported back and not misused. Once we report back, we will also be trying to help them out to mitigate or remove those weaknesses or vulnerabilities to enhance the company's security posture. So essentially, we would have the same training or the same knowledge as that of a malicious hacker, except that the intent is going to be different. The intent is going to help the organization achieve security to protect themselves against malicious hackers. And the second most important thing about ethical hacking is that we are authorized to do that activity. I cannot in good faith hack somebody and then tell them, you know what, I just wanted to help you out, and here are your vulnerabilities, and this is the way you can prevent them. I first need the authorization from the other party, and only then can I perform an ethical hack. So in this example, hacker attacks an individual with malicious intent and makes misuse of whatever information they have gotten. They steal the data, they maybe fry the operating system, hardware, destroy it, and thus they leave the victim without a device. With authorization, an ethical hacker can also attack the same individual, minus the destruction, of course, and the intent is good, so they are willingly finding out the vulnerabilities and helping the victim plug them out so that they wouldn't be a victim of a malicious attack. Now here, the first thing is authorization from the victim, and the second thing is the good intent, where we do not misuse those vulnerabilities and we report them back to the victim or to the client and help them patch those vulnerabilities. That's the main difference between a white hat and a black hat. So security experts are normally termed as white hat hackers. Malicious hackers are termed as black hats. Now, the responsibilities of an ethical hacker are multifold. First and foremost, you have to create scripts, test for vulnerabilities. First, you have to identify those in the first place. So there's a vulnerability assessment, identifying those vulnerabilities, and then you're going to test them to see the validity and the complexity of those vulnerabilities. So one of your responsibilities would be to develop tools to increase security as well, or to configure security in such a way that it would be difficult to breach. Performing risk assessment. Now, what is a risk? Risk is a threat that is posed to an organization by a possibility of getting hacked. So let's say I, as an ethical hacker, run a vulnerability scanner on a particular client. I identify 10 different vulnerabilities. Within those 10 vulnerabilities, I do a risk assessment to identify which vulnerability is critical, would have the most impact on the client, and what would be the repercussions if those vulnerabilities actually get exploited. So I'm trying to find out in risk assessment that if the client gets hacked with the vulnerabilities identified, what is the loss they would be facing once they get hacked. And the loss could not only be loss of data, it could be financial losses, it could be loss of reputation, penalties they have to pay to the client for breaches, or penalties that they may have to pay the governments in case of breaches that happened that couldn't be controlled. Another responsibility of the ethical hacker is to set up policies in such a way that it becomes difficult for hackers to get access to devices or to protected data. And finally, train the staff for network security. So we've got a lot of employees in an organization. We need to train the staff of what is allowed and what is not allowed, how to keep themselves secure so that they don't get compromised, thus becoming a vulnerability themselves to the organization. The policies that we have talked about are administrative policies to govern the employees of the organization. For example, password policies. Most of the organizations will have a tough password policy where they say you have to create a password that meets a certain level of complexity before that can be accepted. And till you create that password, you're not allowed to log in or you're not allowed to register. So let's move on to understand what is penetration testing. Now for penetration testing, there is a phase called vulnerability assessment that happens before this. Vulnerability assessment is nothing but running a scanning tool to identify a list of potential flaws or vulnerabilities within the organization. Once you have identified the list of those vulnerabilities, you would then move on to penetration test. This is the part of ethical hacking where it specifically focuses on penetration only of the information systems. So you have identified that flaw. Maybe it could be a database with a SQL injection, or it could be a buffer overrun flaw, or it could be a simple password cracking attempt. Your idea is to create those tools, create those attacks, and try to penetrate into those areas where security is weak. The essence of penetration testing is to penetrate information systems using various attacks. The attacks could be anything like a phishing attack, a password cracking attack, a denial of service attack, or any other vulnerabilities that you have identified during the vulnerability scan. So what is Kali Linux and why is it used? Kali Linux is an operating system often used by hackers and ethical hackers both because of the tool sets that the operating system contains. It is an operating system created by professionals with a lot of embedded tools. It is a Debian based operating system with advanced penetration testing and security auditing features. There are more than 600 plus odd tools on that operating system that can help you leverage any of the attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, sniffing, password cracking. Any of these attacks would be possible with all the tools available. You just need to know how to utilize the operating system and its tools. Contains, like I said, hundreds of tools that are used for various information security tasks like computer forensics, reverse engineering, information finding, even getting access to different machines, and then creating viruses, worms, trojans, anything that you will. 600 plus tools in the Kali Linux operating system. There are periodic updates that are given out to the operating system as well. It is open source. That means it is free to utilize. You can even have the source code. You can modify it if you want to. There's customizations available for all the tools. You can download third-party tools and install them if you want. There's a wide support for wireless network cards. Multiple languages are being supported at the same time as well. And you can create a lot of attacking scripts, you can create attacking tools, and you can write your own exploits as well on Kali Linux. So this all in all helps you create a very robust system where you can create your own attacks and then launch them against unsuspecting victims. Now that is illegal. So as far as ethical hacking is concerned, once you have authorization, you're going to identify which tools to be utilized, you're going to get the appropriate permissions, and only then are you going to attempt those attacks. Let's talk about the phases of penetration testing. Now, there are 5 different phases. The first one is the reconnaissance phase, also known as the information gathering phase. This is the most important phase for any hacker. This is where the hacker, or the ethical hacker if you will gather as much information about the target's victim, or vice versa, the victim, right? So once you have that information, you would then be able to identify what tool sets to include and how to attack the victim. For example, you want to find out the IP addresses, the domains, subdomains, the network architecture that is being utilized. You want to identify operating systems that are being utilized, the network IP ranges that are being utilized, and so on and so forth. You might want to identify employees within an organization for social engineering attacks in the future, email addresses, telephone numbers, anything and everything that will help you validate and give you information about the target is something that you want to do in the reconnaissance phase. At this point in time, we are not going to question whether whatever information we are getting is useful or not. Only time will tell, depending on the various attacks that we will be building up later on. This becomes your baseline, this becomes your database with all the information about the victim, so that you can come back from later stages back to the reconnaissance phase to look at the information that you have gathered, and then you can fine tune your attacks. Once you have done that, you're going to then start the scanning phase. Based on the information that you have gathered, you're going to identify live machines within a network. Once you have identified the live machines, you'll scan them for open ports, protocols and procedures, any processes that are running, and then we're going to identify vulnerabilities within these processes and within these open ports. So in the scanning phase, Why do we need to find live machines? Because we want to find out the machines that have booted up, have an operating system, and are running on the network. If a machine is not available on the network or is in a shutdown mode, that machine cannot be hacked through a technical attack. Then it will be a physical attack where you physically go to the machine and then do whatever you want to do with it. For a technical attack, you will have to identify the machines that have booted up. Then you're going to scan the open ports because that's going to be our entry point. And on the port would be a service that is running, so you scan the service as well, identify the version of the service, and then do a vulnerability scan to identify if there are any vulnerabilities on those services that are running. And then based on all of this information, we are going to develop our attacks as we go on. So once we have this, we go on to the gaining access phase, where we are going to attack and try to get access to our victims' machines. Could be a social engineering attack based on the information gathering we have done. In the technical assessment and scanning phase, if we have identified a vulnerability, we are going to identify a relevant exploit and then use that exploit to try to gain access. Or we might just craft a Trojan and try to execute that Trojan on the victim's machine to check if we can get access through that particular manner. Once we have the access, could be even a simple password cracking attack which we have been able to accomplish, and we have cracked the password of the person and now we have gained access to that person's computer, right? But these attacks would be temporary. For example, we have cracked a password, somebody changes the password every 30 days. After that period, our attack would be useless. If a Trojan is executed, we get a connection to that machine for once, but then how do we get a repeated connection over and over again if we want to reconnect to that machine? So that's where we come into the maintaining access phase, where we install rootkits, keyloggers, sniffers, and things like that, where we could get a backdoor entry to the victim's machine. If we have already been successfully installed a Trojan, we would want to add the Trojan to the startup menu so that every time the operating system starts, the Trojan gets automatically executed, and thus we maintain the backdoor entry to that victim's machine. Once we have done all of this, all these activities are going to leave a trace in the victim's machine. So if we install a Trojan being an application would create directories and files. A virus would be destructive in nature. If you're executing a script, it will leave some logs behind. If we even log in through the cracked password that we have, it will create a login entry for that particular timestamp along with the IP address that we utilized. In the covering tracks, we are essentially trying to avoid detection by deleting traces of our activity. That means that we need to identify where logs have been stored, we need to address those logs, and we need to delete them or modify them in such a way that our activity is not traceable. So these are the 5 main phases of a penetration test. Gather as much information as you can, scan for machines, ports, protocols and services running on the victim's device. Try to gain access by password cracking, Trojans, exploits for the vulnerabilities if any. Maintain that access by installing further software which will allow you to get backdoor access to that particular system, and then try to cover your tracks by deleting all traces of your activity. Once successful, the victim will have no idea and you have a backdoor entry and you can monitor the victim to the extent that you want. Now, in an ethical hacker's perspective, this penetration test can be done in multiple aspects. So again, understand the fact that we are doing an authorized activity. We have identified the tools that we have to use, identified the attacks, we have got the appropriate authorization, and based on that authorization, we are conducting a penetration test. The penetration test may be asked to be done in one of these manners. First is the black box test. The black box test is where no information is given to the ethical hacker about the IT infrastructure. So they have no idea what it is. They start right from the first phase of the information gathering, gather as much information they can, and based on the gathered information, they try to create and launch attacks to see if they are going to be successful. Now, not only does it test the knowledge of the penetration tester, it would also test the security implementations that the organization has done to see whether they can identify the attack and prevent it in the first place. So this is the simulation of a malicious hacker scenario, where a malicious hacker, having no idea about the organization, first tries to gather information and then tries to attack that organization. So no source code knowledge, no technological knowledge, nothing. They're just going to try to gather information, scan those devices, and then try to gain access. The second test is a gray box test, where some information is given or some knowledge of the IT infrastructure is given. Think of it from an employee's perspective. A regular employee in an organization who doesn't have extra privileges like an administrator but is just a regular employee, that means that they got limited access within the organization, based on which they get some knowledge of the IT infrastructure. So this is an attempt of an insider simulation attack, where a regular user may want to try to misuse the access that they've been given, and then try to gather information or try to gain access to other devices which they are not authorized to. The third test is white box, where there's full knowledge of the IT infrastructure that has been given. So this is again a simulation of an insider attack, a malicious insider, if you will. But at this point in time, the person has complete knowledge of the infrastructure, could be in an administrative position, and then they are trying to leverage their access to see if they can get information or they can compromise any of the data. So the three attacks would be: the first one, black box, where we are simulating an external threat, a hacker sitting outside the organization trying to gain access. The gray box is an insider threat, where there is a regular employee who is trying to get access to infrastructure that they are not authorized for. And then the third audit is a white box audit, where there's an administrator who has all the leverage, all the access and the visibility within the infrastructure, and then they are trying to misuse their access to see what else they can get from whatever access has been authorized to them. Now let's look at the areas of penetration testing. Where all could we do a penetration test, thus compromising the security of the application or of the server or of the user? So first and foremost, network services. It finds vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the security of the network infrastructure. So for example, we have switches, routers, firewalls in a network. All of these are devices that need a configuration. If they have been not correctly configured, or if they have not been correctly secured, they would leave some vulnerabilities behind. If we as ethical hackers are able to identify these flaws, these misconfigurations, these vulnerabilities, we could then try to exploit them and try to gain access to the network and devices within that network by getting access to the network in the first place. Then we have the web applications. Web applications are nothing but softwares that are developed over or deployed over a web server and are made available over the intranet or the internet. For example, websites that we visit, or web applications like Facebook, if you will, right? So if these applications have vulnerabilities within them, we then try to attack the web-based applications and thus try to bypass authentication or get access to database or try to leak information through those applications. If not, then we try to attack the client side. Now, web application is at the server level and is hosted by the deployer. So that's at the server side. The client side is where we as users are using a computer with a browser and trying to interact with the web application. Now, the browser and the operating system that we are utilizing would have its own vulnerabilities. Thus, identifying a client-side vulnerability and then exploiting it to either hack the client or then piggyback on the client's connection and try to get access to the server. So either you could attack the network, the web application, or the client side itself. Or you could attack wireless networks. This test would examine all the wireless devices which are used in a corporation. Most of the wireless would have laptops, smartphones, tablets, phablets, all of those connected to them. If you're able to access any of these devices through the wireless, it would help you gain access to other devices on the wireless as well. And then social engineering. So this is where you're trying to attack humans. You're tracking an employee of a corporation to reveal some confidential information, knowingly or unknowingly, by tricking them with fake mails or fake websites or malicious emails that you have sent to them, which they have failed to recognize as malicious, and they click on it, thus getting victimized. Social engineering attacks are always successful because of the gullibility of humans. Empathy, sympathy. Humans basically have emotions. Emotions can be toyed with and then taken advantage of if the person is not careful enough. For example, the most common social engineering attack that we see is the Nigerian fraud, where we receive an email that someone somewhere has died and has left a huge estate behind, a few $100 million, and we have been identified as the person through whom they want to transfer the money to a foreign land to save on taxes. What are the chances of that happening on a daily basis, right? How many princes are there? So that's something that we do not verify. It's just I guess the greed, if you will, of striking it rich quickly that makes us believe these kind of emails. We have also received emails of lottery tickets that we have won over a period of time without even having bought a lottery ticket. So if you haven't bought one, what did you win? But we don't ask these questions. We just get excited about the amount of money that we have won, and then we try to bet on our luck and try to see if that email is going to fructify or is it just another scam. So social engineering attacks are dime a dozen these days, and we need to be very careful on what we trust on the internet. let's look at the penetration testing tools. There are hundreds and thousands of tools out there. Most of these have been concised and collected together and hosted on a operating system known as Kali Linux that we have talked about earlier. Now, the predecessor to Kali Linux was Backtrack. Backtrack is no longer continued, it has been discontinued, and Kali Linux has taken the place of Backtrack, within which are all the tools that you see on your screen. Metasploit is one of the most favorite penetration testing tools of hackers and ethical hackers. There are a lot of inbuilt exploits over there, and we'll be doing a demo at the end of the session on this. Nmap is the information gathering tool which will scan for live devices, scan for open ports, protocols, and services. Beef would be an application testing tool that would help us find exploits within applications. Nessus vulnerability scanner is a network and a host based scanner that would help you identify vulnerabilities within such hosts. Wireshark is a network sniffer which allows you to capture network packets and analyze them to see if there is any information worth capturing within those packets. SQL Map is a automated tool used for SQL injection attacks. So you don't even have to craft your queries for SQL injection. It will be done by the SQL Map tool. You just need to identify whatever is possible through the queries that this SQL is going to create, and then based on the activity that you've identified, you just need to redefine your search parameters to get access to the database. We'll be doing a demo on SQL Map or SQL Map as well. And then there is John the Ripper. John the Ripper is a tool that is used for password cracking. So dictionary attacks, brute force attacks are done using John the Ripper. What is a dictionary attack? A dictionary attack is an attack where we create a list of all probable passwords, store them in a TXT file, and run that list against the password tool to see if any of those passwords are going to match. A brute force attack is trying the same attack but with every permutation and combination of the alphabet that we have, and we are going to try to figure out if we are able to crack the password at all. So these are just some of the tools. For every tool there are another supporting 100 tools or more than that. Like for Nessus vulnerability scanner, you'll have Qualys vulnerability scanner, you have GFI LAN card, and there are lots of other softwares out there. But these are some of the most commonly utilized tools. Let's look at the Metasploit attack. Metasploit is a framework of penetration testing that makes hacking very simple. You just need to know how to utilize the tool. You need to identify the vulnerability associated with a particular exploit and then run the exploit on Metasploit. We'll be demoing this during the practical. So there are active exploits and passive exploits. In active exploits, it exploits a specific computer, runs until execution and then exits, uses brute force and exits when an error occurs. In a passive exploit, these exploits wait for incoming requests and exploit them as soon as they connect. They can also be used in conjunction with emails and web browsers. So in passive exploits, we create a payload, like a reverse connection payload, we send it to the victim. Once the victim installs that software, the machine will then initiate a connection to us. Our machine will be in a listen mode, and then we will, once the software is executed at their end, we would then try to connect and exploit that particular vulnerability. This is the practical that we'll be doing on Metasploit. So let's move on with the demos, and then we'll see what we can discuss amongst them. Alright, let's have a look at some of the demos that we had talked about in the ethical hacking and penetration testing module. We are going to look at 3 different demos. The first one is going to be a SQL injection attack that we are going to perform on this tool that we have. The second one is a password cracking attack on Windows 7. And the third one is a MetaBreeder based or a Metasploit based shell shock attack on a Linux based web server. So let's get cracking. I've powered on this virtual machine, which is the OWASP Broken Web application. It is a tool that is provided for people who want to enhance their skills, and they can practice how to do these attacks in a legal manner. So we are going to go to this site. I'm just going to open up my browser. The IP address is 71.132, and that's the OWASP Broken Web application that we want to utilize. We are going to head off to Mutility 2, and we are going to look at a SQL injection attack where we want to bypass authentication. Now this takes us to the login screen, so we can just try our luck here and see that the authentication mechanism works. The account does not exist, so the username and password that we have supplied is not the correct one. So we want to ensure that there's a SQL database, and we can try to attack it and see if we can bypass the authentication. Now, what we want to do is we want to create a SQL based malformed query that can give us a different output. So I'm just going to type in a single quote over here and type login, and you can see that this is now suddenly recognized as an operator, and there's an error that is given out compared to the login that we tried earlier. When we used a proper text-based login mechanism, it gave us the account does not exist, but here the single quote gave us an error, and it shows us how SQL works. This is the query that we had created. Now, in the trainings that you have for ethical hacking, there would be explanations of what these queries are all about, how the syntax works. Here we're just going to see if we can create a malformed query to log in as a user in this case. So what I'm going to do is create the query over here, and we're going to give it a comparison. So we're going to give it a OR 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. And if you now click login, you should be able to bypass authentication, and you can see user has been authenticated, and we now have admin access to this application. Now here the SQL queries need to be crafted in such a perspective that they're going to work. So there would be a lot of exercise in identifying what the database is. There's a Microsoft database, an Oracle database, and so on and so forth, and then you have to choose those proper commands. But identifying that would come in the training. Right now we're just looking at a demo. This is how a SQL injection attack works. Now let me log out here. Similarly, now we are in a login page. The same query worked wonders where it allowed us to bypass authentication. So it also depends on what kind of a page I am and what query would be accepted at this point in time. So here application understanding would also come into the picture, where which function we are calling upon when we are connected to a particular page. Now this is a user lookup function, right? So again here we try the same method, test. That's not going to work. Authentication error, bad user or password. And if we type in the same query over here, single quote or, and give it a condition, single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. Now here it is not going to log us in because this is not a login page. This is a user lookup form. So here it would instead give us a dump of all the databases that it has. So you can see all the usernames and passwords coming in that are stored in the user lookup field. So this is where the understanding comes in of which query to create at what page, depending upon the function that is being called, right? So that's the SQL injection attack that we wanted to look at. Let's move on to password cracking. Now this is a Windows 7 machine that we have. I'm just going to do a very basic password cracking example. We're just going to log in. Now here the assumption is that we are able to log in. We have access to a computer, and we want to check out other users who are using this computer and see if we can find out their passwords, so that we can log in as a different user, steal data if required, and we wouldn't be to blame if there are any logs that are created. So here we've got a tool called Enable that is installed right here. Now I'm already an administrator on this machine. I'm checking out other administrators who share the same privileges, or any other user who may be on this system whose password I can crack, and thus I would be able to get access through their account and then do any malicious activity, right? So this allows me to go into a cracker tool, and it allows me to enumerate this machine and identify all the users and passwords that are there in this particular machine. Right, so I'm just going to click on the plus sign, and I'm going to import hashes from a local system. So where are these files stored? Where does Windows store its passwords? In what format are they stored? And what this tool does to retrieve those? That's something that we all need to know as an ethical hacker, right? So import the hashes from the local system, click on next. It's going to enumerate that file, and it is going to give you a list of all the users that are there. So you can see the users are HackerAdmin, test, the one that we are logged in as, and then there's a user called virus as well. And you can see that this is the hash value of the password that is being utilized. Now there's a particular format for a hash value for Windows and how it stores. But once we have these hash values, let's say if I want to crack this password, there are various attacks that we can do. For example, a dictionary based attack or a brute force attack. Let's try a brute force attack, right? NTLM is the hashing mechanism that is used by Windows. So we're going to try to create an NTLM hash attack. And here we are going to use a predetermined rule set. For example, we are not sure what characters are being utilized over here. So we just create an attack like this using all characters and lowercase a through z, uppercase a through z, numeric 0 through 9, and all the special characters. Let's say the password is between 7 and 16 characters. and this is the character set that we want to try the brute force attack on. What is a brute force attack? It is an attack where the computer is going to try each and every permutation and combination out of this character set and try to figure out if the password is going to be correct. So if we click start, it's going to start with a particular characters, and then it is going to identify if that NTLM hash is going to work against this character. And you can see the time is going to be phenomenal over here. So it's not necessary that this attack would be viable. It will be 100% successful given the time frame. However, the time frame is huge enough for this attack to become a little bit redundant. There are other attacks that we can do which can easily identify this data for us as well, but that is something that we will look on in future videos. So that's how we can get access to users and passwords. There are different mechanisms where, let's say we don't have login access, then what are we going to do? How we can create a fake user, login, or how we can remotely access a machine and then try to get the same access. And that is what we are going to try to do in the next demo on a Linux machine. So what we are doing in a Linux machine could also be doable on the Windows machine with a different exploit. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Linux web server that I have that I'm going to power on. I'm going to use a Kali Linux machine to hack that device, and I'm going to just power off my Windows 7 machine. Give it a minute till it boots up. Now this is also a demo machine that we have which has its own pre-configured vulnerabilities. So here we've got something from the pen testers lab and has a shell shock vulnerability implemented inside. Shell shock vulnerability affects Linux, Mac and Unix based operating systems for a particular version of the bash shell. Bash is the born again shell, which is the command line interface in these operating systems. So what we are trying to do here is we are going to use the Kali Linux machine, try to find out the vulnerability over here, and if it exists, we are going to use Metasploit to attack this machine. Now the first and foremost thing is we want to identify the IP address. We have no idea what the IP address is. We are in the same subnet, so we are assuming that we are able to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a tool called ZenMap. I'm going to open up a command line interface, find out what my IP address is, and my IP address is this with a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So I want to see if there are any other machines that are live in the same subnet, and we are doing a ping sweep over here to identify which machines are live. In a minute we'll get all the IP addresses. 71.1, 2, 133, 254 and 128. We know that we are 128 at this point in time. 254 is the DHCP server. So we are assuming that 133 is the machine that we want to look at, and let's then try to see if we can scan that machine 133, and we're going to do an intent scan to find out which ports are open, what services are running over there, and if it is whether the pentest machine that we were looking for. You can see off the start port 22 and port 80, and somewhere here it's going to give us the ports that are open and the details about those ports, and somewhere here it will tell us that this is the pentester lab machine that we wanted, which is correct. So now we want to do a vulnerability analysis on this. What we are going to do is I'm going to use another GUI based tool called Sparta, which I can just find out from here. Sparta uses two tools in the background, Nmap tool and a tool called Nikto. So we're just going to start scanning 192.168.71.133 was the IP address, add to scope, and over a period of time you can see all of these will start populating with information. There we are. That's the Nikto tool coming in, scanning on port 80, which means that it's a web server using HTTP. It tells us it's an Apache HTTPD 2.2.21, and gives us the 22 port number as well. If we head over to the tab of Nikto, or let's look at the screenshot first. This is what the website would be looking like, and Nikto gives us the options over here. It tells us that there is a vulnerability over here for shell shock, and this is the path where the vulnerability is going to exist. So what we are going to do, we go back to the command line, we open up a new one, minimize all these other windows, and we are going to open up Metasploit. Metasploit is a penetration testing tool that is used by most hackers and ethical hackers to test applications and test existing exploits and vulnerabilities. So just give it a minute till it starts. You can see there are already around 1700 exploits right here. We are going to see all those exploits with these commands. There we are, sorry for the typo. And it will just give us a list of all the exploits that are stored in Metasploit in this version. So all of these are Windows based. If we scroll up, we will be looking at other vulnerabilities as well, or exploits, the Unix based exploits, Linux, OS X, multi exploits. And we are looking for exploit for multi-based Apache or HTTP. Let's go up. Let's look at, so this is the one that we're looking for, Apache mod CGI bash environmental executable. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy it, go back to the bottom, say use exploit, and paste the one that we wanted. Press enter, say show options. So it will ask us to configure this. I'm just going to configure it based on the knowledge that we have. Set our host, which is the remote host, the victim's machine. So we put in the IP address. It asks us for the target URI. So that's the path that we saw. Set target URI to cgi-bin/status. Enter. Now with the exploit, we need to find a payload that is going to give us the output that we want. So we say show payloads, and it will give us a list of all the compatible payloads with this exploit. And we want to create a reverse TCP connection, which is this. So we know it's a Linux operating system. We want this payload to be set. So set payload, press enter. That's the payload coming in. Show options. Now that we have set the payload, this is the options for the exploit. And now we want to set our options for the payloads as well. So we are creating a reverse TCP connection, which means we are remotely executing code at the victim side and making the victim connect back to our machine, which means we need to set up a listener. So I need to put my IP address over here, set localhost or lhost 192.168.71.128, which was our IP address. Show options again, just to ensure everything is fine, which looks like it is, and we then type in the word exploit so that it will start this attack. I can see that it has created a meter session at the victim side, and it has opened up a session. So if I do a pwd, now pwd is a Linux command for present working directory, and it will show us that we'll connect it to var www cgi-bin. Do an ls, it will list all the files. That's the status file over there. Do a cd /, it will take us to the root of this machine.
If you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. The course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. In a world where digital footprints are traced, censorship looms, and cyber threats lurk in the shadows, the need for a shielded connection has never been more crucial. That's where VPNs swoop in like digital superheroes, whisking you away into a realm of secure browsing, anonymous identities, and unrestricted access to the vast wonders of the web. Welcome back, tech enthusiasts and curious minds. Today we are diving into the mysterious realm of VPNs. But how exactly does this technological marvel operate? How does it cloak your online activities and your true location? Feeling curious? Well, today we will demystify the inner workings of VPNs and help you with the knowledge. Picture this. You are sipping your favorite beverage at a local cafe, enjoying the convenience of public Wi-Fi. Little do you know, lurking nearby could be cyber criminals, itching to snatch your sensitive information. But fret not, with a VPN by your side, your connection transforms into an impregnable fortress, encrypting your data and shielding it from prying eyes. So grab your metaphorical passports, fasten your virtual seatbelts, and join me on this captivating expedition through the inner workings of VPN technology. Without further ado, let the quest to unveil the wonders of VPNs begin. Before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. The course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. If these are the types of videos you would like to watch, then hit the subscribe button, like, and press the bell icon to never miss on further content. Now let's get started. Here we will start with what is a VPN, then we will see how does a VPN work, and then we will see the types of VPNs, and then see the advantages of VPN, and then explore the disadvantages of VPN. So starting with, what is a VPN? VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. It's a service that helps you stay private and secure while browsing the internet. A VPN creates a secure, encrypted connection between your device and the internet, making it impossible for anyone to intercept your data. And now we'll see how does a VPN works. So to understand how a VPN works, let's imagine a tunnel that connects your device to the internet, and all your data passes through this tunnel. ensuring privacy and security. When you use a VPN, it encrypts all your data on your device before sending it through the tunnel to the internet. This encryption ensures that even if someone intercepts your data, they won't be able to decipher it. Your data is encrypted and your IP address is hidden, making it difficult for any to trace your online activities. The encryption tunnel created by a VPN protects your data from hackers, cybercriminals, and even your internet service provider. It works by scrambling your data into an unreadable code that can only be decrypted by your device and the VPN server. When you connect to a website through a VPN server, your connection appears to come from the server rather than your device. This helps protect your privacy and prevents websites from tracking your real location. So this is how a VPN works. Now moving on, but before moving on, you could just see this diagram and you would be very clear how does this VPN works. So here is the VPN tunnel through which the encrypted data flows. So when the encrypted data flows from the VPN tunnel, even the internet service provider can't detect your IP address. And this IP address or this encrypted data, that would be converted into some codes and that would be detected by the VPN server, and that increases the privacy, and then you would access the internet or the website you want to access. So we are done with how VPN works. Now we'll see some types of VPN. So there are two main types of VPN. The first one is remote access VPN and the second is site-to-site VPN. So remote access VPNs allow individuals to securely connect to a private network, while site-to-site VPNs, they are used by businesses to connect multiple locations. And VPNs use different encryption protocols to ensure the security of your connection. And here we have OpenVPN. That is an example and is an open source protocol known for its strong security features. It's important to choose a VPN provider that uses reliable encryption protocols to safeguard your data. Now we'll see why we use VPN or why you need a VPN. Now that we have understood how a VPN works, let's talk about why we need one. So first and foremost, a VPN offers privacy. By encrypting your data and routing it through secure servers, a VPN shields your online activities from your internet service provider, that is ISP, government agencies or hackers. It keeps your personal information such as browsing history, passwords, and credit card details away from prying eyes. And the next feature is anonymity. It's another significant advantage of using a VPN. When you connect to the internet through a VPN, it masks your original IP address and assigns you a different one. This makes it difficult for anyone to track your online activities back to your real location or identity. The next feature we have is security. It's a top priority when using a VPN. By encrypting your data, a VPN ensures that it remains confidential and secure during transmission. This is particularly crucial when using public Wi-Fi networks, which are often vulnerable to cyber attacks. A VPN adds an extra layer of protection, safeguarding your sensitive information from potential hackers lurking on the same network. Now moving to another feature, that is bypass filters and unlock websites. So this is one of the key features of a VPN and its ability to pass, that is bypass filters and unlock websites. In certain scenarios, websites may be restricted or blocked by organizations, schools, or governments. With a VPN, you can bypass these restrictions and gain access to the content you desire, whether it's social networking sites, streaming platforms, or any other blocked content. A VPN allows you to enjoy internet freedom. The next we have is regional restrictions. So regional restrictions can also be overcome with a VPN. Some online services and websites are available only to specific regions or countries. By connecting to a VPN server in the desired location, you can change your IP address and appear as if you are accessing the internet from that region. This enables you to access geo-blocked content and take advantage of exclusive offers or services. And now, the next feature is changing your IP address. So using a VPN also allows you to change your IP address, which enhances your online privacy and security. Your ISP can track your online activities and collect data on your browsing habits. However, when you use a VPN, your real IP address is hidden, making it difficult for anyone, including your internet service provider, to monitor your internet usage. Online anonymity is a valuable benefit of using a VPN. By masking your IP address and encrypting your data, a VPN helps protect your identity online. Websites and online services won't be able to track your activities or collect personal information about you without your consent. While VPNs offer numerous advantages, it's important to be aware of some potential disadvantages. So, VPNs slow down your internet connection, and it could be sometimes that they slow down your internet connections. That is due to the encryption and rerouting of data. The distance between your device and the VPN server, as well as the server's capacity, can impact your connection speed. Another consideration is that VPNs may keep logs of your activities. Despite claims of a no logs policy, some VPN providers may store certain data. It's essential to research and choose a reputable VPN service that prioritizes user privacy and has transparent policies regarding data retention. Next, block VPN users, that is limitation on data usage or speed. Lastly, while there are free VPN services available, they often have limitations on data usage or speed. For regular and reliable VPN usage, opting for a paid subscription is recommended. Premium VPN services typically offer better speeds, more server locations, and stronger security features. In conclusion, a VPN is a valuable tool for protecting your online security, privacy, and anonymity. It encrypts your data, masks your IP address, and allows you to bypass restrictions and access blocked content. While there are a few drawbacks to consider, the advantages of using a VPN far outweigh the potential downsides. So whether you are browsing the internet, using public Wi-Fi, or accessing geo-blocked content, a VPN is an effective solution to safeguard your online identity and keep your data secure. With that, we have reached the end of this tutorial. Let's take a minute to hear from our learners who have experienced massive success in their careers.
With the next generation of internet exchanges focused on maximum privacy and security, a variety of ways have been enforced to maintain them as such. Censorship has been shifted from the streets to the digital domain. It forces the standard citizen to derive alternative ways to maintain anonymity. A major weapon in this battle for privacy and security is the Tor browser. An independent browser meant to browse the internet while relaying information through the Tor network. It serves as a meaningful alternative to the standard internet browsing habits. To better understand the purpose of this browser and such, we must learn about the work of the Tor network. Featuring its own routing protocol, the Tor browser is an easy way to maintain anonymity while browsing without emptying one's wallet. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start at the explanation of what is the Tor network and its significance in the working of the Tor browser. We take a look at the onion routing protocol and how it transmits the data from the client devices to the Tor directories in order to circumvent government censorship. Moving on, we learn a few features of the Tor browser and the distinct advantages the Tor network provides. Next, we learn the difference between using a VPN and a Tor to anonymize internet usage. And finally, we have a live demonstration of the Tor browser anonymization features in action. Let's move on to learning about the Tor network. Tor, short for the Onion Router. It's an open source privacy network that permits users to browse the web anonymously. The Tor was initially developed and solely used by the US Navy to protect sensitive government communications before the network was made publicly available. The digital era has disrupted the traditional way of doing things in every sector of the economy. The rapid rise in development and innovation of digital products has given way to frequent data breaches and cyber thefts. In response, consumers are increasingly opting for products that offer data privacy and cybersecurity. Tor is one such underground network that was implemented for the purpose of protecting users' identities. The Tor network is one example of the many emerging technologies that attempt to fill a data privacy void in a digital space plagued by cybersecurity concerns. The Tor network intercepts the traffic from your browser and bounces a user's request of a random number of other user IP addresses. Then the data is passed to the user requester's final destination. These random users are volunteer devices which are called as nodes or relays. The Tor network disguises your identity by encrypting the traffic and moving it across different Tor relays within the network. The Tor network uses an onion routing technique for transmitting data, hence the original name of Onion Router. To operate within the Tor network, a user has to install the Tor browser. Any address or information requested using the browser is transmitted through the Tor network. It has its own feature set, which we will be covering over later in this video. As we discussed already, The data passing through the Tor network must follow a unique protocol known as the Onion routing protocol. Let us learn more about its unique characteristics. In our normal network usage, the data is transmitted directly. The sender has data packets to transmit, which is done directly over a line of communication with either a receiving party or a server of some kind. However, since the data can easily be captured while being transmitted, the security of this exchange is not very reliable. Moreover, it becomes very easy to trace the origin of such requests. On many occasions, websites with questionable and controversial content are blocked from the ISP. This is possible since the ISP is able to detect and spy on user information passing through the network. Apart from ISPs, there is a steady chance of your private information being intercepted by hackers. Unfortunately, easy detection of the source and contents of a web request make entire network extremely vulnerable for people who seek anonymity over the internet. However, in the Onion routing protocol, things take a longer route. We have a sender with the Tor browser installed on the client system. The network sends the information to node 1's IP address, which encrypts the information and passes it on to node 2's address, which performs another encryption and passes it on to node 3 address. This is the last address, which is also known as the exit node. This last node decrypts the encrypted data and finally relays the request to the final destination, which can be another device or a server end. This final address thinks the request came from the exit node and grants access to it. The encryption process across multiple computers repeats itself from the exit node to the original user. The Tor network obfuscates user IP addresses from unwanted surveillance by keeping the user's request untraceable. With multiple servers touching the data, it makes the tracking very difficult for both ISPs and malicious attackers. Now that we understand the way Tor works, let us learn more about the Tor browser. The Tor browser was developed by a non-profit organization as a part of the Tor project in 2008, and its first public release was announced. The Tor browser is a browser forked from the popular Firefox that anonymizes your web traffic using the Tor network. If you're investigating a competitor, researching an opposing litigant in a legal dispute, or just think it's creepy for your ISP or the government to know what websites you visit, the Tor browser might be the right solution. Before the Tor browser were developed, using that network to maintain anonymity was a huge task for everyday consumers. Starting from the setup to the usage, the entire process demanded a lot of knowledge and practice. The Tor browser managed to make it easy for users to traverse the relay servers in Tor and guarantee the privacy of the data exchange. A major feature of the Tor browser is the ability to delete all browser history, cookies, and tracking data the moment it is closed. Every new launch of the browser opens an empty slate, having your usage habits from being tracked and singled out. A major feature that is the highlight of the Tor network is the availability of onion links. Only a small portion of the World Wide Web is available to the general public. We have the deep web that contains links that are not allowed to be indexed by standard search engines like Google and Bing. The dark web is a further subset of the deep web which contains onion links. Tor browser gives you access to these .onion websites which are only available within the Tor network. Onion is a special use top-level domain which designates an anonymous onion service, which is also known as a hidden service. Similar to the links of the deep web, these onion links provide services like online shopping, cryptocurrency, and many other products not available in the consumer internet space. Often being considered as a haven for illegal activities and sales, onion links provide both information and assets in a private manner without the risk of spying by authorities. Browsing the web over Tor is slower than the ClearNet due to the multiple layers of encryption. Some web services also block Tor users. Tor browser is also illegal in authoritarian regimes that want to prevent citizens from reading, publishing, and communicating anonymously. Journalists and dissidents around the world have embraced Tor as a cornerstone of democracy, and researchers are hard at work at improving Tor's anonymity properties. Let us take a look at some of the advantages of using the Tor browser over standard web browsers. The highlight of using the Tor browser is to maintain anonymity over the internet. The cause for such requests can differ from person to person, but all of these concerns are answered by the Tor network. Routing the information via multiple nodes and relay servers make it entirely difficult for the ISP to keep a track of usage data. The entire Tor project is designed to be completely free and open source. Allowing the code for the browser to be inspected and audited by third parties helps in the early detection of faulty configurations and critical bugs. It is present for multiple operating systems, starting from laptops to mobile devices. A number of websites are blocked by governments for a variety of reasons. Journalists under authoritarian regimes have difficulty in getting the word out regarding the situation. Since the onion routing protocol transfers data between multiple servers of random countries, the domains being blocked become available when used via Tor. Usage of these encryption messaging platforms is easily enforced using the Tor browser, which otherwise would have been a difficult task under oppressive circumstances. Many people believe that a VPN offers the same benefits as the Tor browser. Let's put both of them to the test and see the differences between them. Coming to the first point of difference, Tor is completely free and open source. All of the code for the browser and the network can be audited and has been cleared for security concerns. When it comes to VPN, there are many different brands which have open source clients, but the same cannot be said for their counterparts. Some have partly open source, while some have completely locked up their code so that they cannot be stolen further. Moving on, Tor has multiple relay points in its data transfer protocol. Between the server and the receiver, there are 3 different IP nodes. That number can increase, but it will always be more than 2. Once the data is passed from the sender, it goes through all of those relay points, while in the case of a VPN, the connection is made from the client device to the VPN server and then to the requested destination. There is no other IP node that comes into work here, thereby making the connection a one-to-one between the client and a VPN. As a next point, since Tor handles multiple layers of encryption and the data passes through multiple systems along the way, the performance is slow compared to a VPN, where the performance is relatively fast due to the less number of nodes the data passes through. Similarly, the multi-layer encryption of Tor is consistent. If you use Tor browser, every single request passes through the same layer of encryption and follows the same routing protocol. In the case of a VPN, different companies offer different levels of encryption. Some have multi-hop, some prefer a single one-to-one connection, and these kind of differences make the choice much more variable. Finally, the nodes and relays being used in the Tor network are volunteer. There is no company holding over them, so jurisdiction becomes relatively straightforward. Whereas in the case of VPNs, many such VPNs are hosted by adware companies or are being monitored by central governments to note the usage information. Now that we have a better understanding of the Tor browser and its routing, let us take a look at how the Tor browser can anonymize and protect our internet usage. On opening up the Tor browser for the first time, this is the page that you are going to be welcomed with. You have the option of connecting to the Tor network before we start our browsing. So let's press connect, and we can see that it is connected. Coming to the anonymization, let's check my current location on Google Chrome. Currently is showing as Navi Mumbai in Maharashtra. If we check the same link on the Tor browser, we should get a different address. Now every link that we open in the Tor browser will be little delayed and the speed will be hampered because of the multiple layers of encryption like we discussed. Now as you can see, it's showing a German IP and the state of Bavaria. This is how the anonymization works. There is no VPN configured, there is no proxy attached. It's straight up the out-of-the-box settings that come inbuilt with the Tor browser. Similarly, we have an option of cleaning up the data. Let's say if you want to refresh your location and you want to use a different ID for the next browsing session. If you just restart it once, and you can have to check it again, we should be seeing a different country this time. As you can see, we have Netherlands right now. So this is how you can keep refreshing your address, you can keep refreshing your host location so that you cannot be tracked when in browsing the internet. Like we discussed, we have some onion links that can only be used on the Tor network. As you can see, these kind of links do not open in the Google Chrome browser. But once we copy these over to the Tor browser, As you can see, we have opened the hidden wiki, which is available only on the Tor network. This is kind of an alternative Wikipedia website where we can find articles to read and more information to learn. Similarly, we have another onion link over here, which is once again available only for the Tor browser. Now these kind of delays are expected, but they are a valid compromise because they maintain the anonymity that many people desire. Similarly, we have found a hidden wallet, which is a cryptocurrency wallet which is specifically for dark web members. This operates over the Tor network, and this is used by mostly journalists and people who want to anonymize their internet transactions when it comes to dealing money. All of the transactions that occur over the Tor network are almost impossible to track. Therefore, these kind of cryptocurrency wallets are very big on the deep web. This is just one example, while having multiple different wallets for every single cryptocurrency available.
In this video, we will cover topics like what is ransomware attack, how does a ransomware attack work, types of ransomware attacks, effects of ransomware on the business, how to prevent from the ransomware attack, and the last one is popular ransomware attacks. And let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple technologies. If you are a tech geek on a continuous hunt for the latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any update from Simplilearn. As we know, the demand for cybersecurity personnel is skyrocketing. So if you want to master the field of cybersecurity, then Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity in collaboration with MIT is clearly the right choice for you. So this postgraduate program in cybersecurity is designed to equip you with the skills required to become an expert in the rapidly growing field of the cybersecurity. This cybersecurity program aims to help you to stay ahead of all the latest cybersecurity trends. So key features of this program is Simplilearn postgraduate program certificate, masterclasses from MIT faculty featuring modules from MIT SCC and EC-Council, access to CEH kit, 25 plus hands-on project, and many more. This cybersecurity certification program began with introductory level skills and then progress to the advanced cybersecurity technology. These programs cover all the essential skills you will need to become an expert in the field of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is one of the top concerns of the business today in an industry. From securing data to anticipating cyber attacks and placing enterprise-wide safeguards to prevent them, employers worldwide are increasingly looking for qualified cybersecurity professionals to join that. So what are you waiting for? Find the course link mentioned in the description box below and enroll today. So let's get started. In 2015, the Tesla Crypt ransomware rapidly spread, causing significant disruption to numerous gamers. Following extended gaming season, gamers were alarmed to find an unfamiliar text file labeled ransom note on their desktop. The content of this text file is informed that the hacking group had taken control of their game files and private documents, encrypting them in an unreadable format. To regain access to their valuable data, each gamer was required to pay a ransom of $500 worth of Bitcoin to a specific Bitcoin address. Upon payment, they would receive the master key necessary to decrypt their files. This was the Tesla Crypt ransomware. Move on to the understanding what exactly a ransomware attack is all about. So, what is a ransomware attack? A ransomware attack refers to a type of malware designed to encrypt personal information and documents, prompting the victim to pay a ransom in order to decrypt them. This payment is typically made using cryptocurrency to maintain anonymity, although other payment methods may also be utilized. Even after the money has been sent, there is no guarantee that the hacker will send the decryption key or unlock the files, but in certain sensitive situations, victim makes the payment hoping for the best. So, the attackers bringing out the attacks mainly the targeted renowned names of any organization, which leads to a lot of damage and theft to our valuable information. So now let's understand how such an attack works. So how does a ransomware attack work? The first one is the spread of ransomware mainly starts with phishing attacks. A ransomware attack gains access to a victim device through infected emails, messages, and malicious sites and encrypt the data in that device. The ransomware uses simple asymmetric encryption algorithms, blocks a user's files, and make them difficult to decrypt without knowing the key. And the third one is it also maps the location for targeted file types that include files stored locally and mapped and unmapped network accessible devices. And the fourth one is It can also spread via malware, transmitted via untrusted application installation, or even a compromised wireless network. And the fifth one is ransomware adds instruction files describing the pay for decryption process, then uses those files to present a ransom note to the user. Now let's understand types of ransomware attacks. So there are numerous types of ransomware available, but they mainly fall into three categories. The first one is locker ransomware. It is a type of malware that blocks standard computer functions from being accessed until the payment to the hacker is not complete. It shows a lock screen that doesn't allow the victim to use the computer for primary purposes. And the second one is crypto ransomware. This ransomware encrypts the local files and documents to computers. Once the files are encrypted, finding the decryption key is impossible unless the ransomware variant is old and the keys are already available online. And the third one is scareware. It is a fake software that claims to have detected a virus or other issue on your computer and directs you to pay to resolve the problem. Some scareware locks the computer while others flood the screen with pop-up alerts without damaging the files. So after seeing types of ransomware, let's move forward and see some effects of ransomware on the businesses. So the impact on ransomware attacks on a business can be severely destructive. As per the report, ransomware has inflicted a staggering cost of over 8 billion on business in the past year. So let's see what are the reasons. First one is data loss. Businesses may suffer significant data losses resulting in critical information being inaccessible or permanently destroyed. The second one is downtime and infrastructure compromise. Ransomware compromises the business infrastructure leading to disruptive downtime periods. And the third one is costly recovery efforts. The recovery process after a ransomware attack can be expensive. The expensive might surpass the actual ransom amount. And the fourth one is customer loss. The fallout from a ransomware attack may lead to losing customers who may seek services elsewhere. So these effects highlight the severity of ransomware attacks and underscore the importance of robust cybersecurity measures to safeguard businesses against such threats. So now let's move forward and see how to prevent the ransomware attacks. So how can one prevent ransomware attacks? Security experts recommend the following measures to protect against ransomware threats. So the first one is regularly backup on computing devices to ensure data can be restored in case of any attack. And the second one is conduct an inventory of all assets to have a comprehensive understanding of the organization digital landscape. And the third one is keep software including antivirus programs up to date, address known vulnerabilities. And the fourth one is educate end users to avoid clicking on links in emails or opening emails attachment from unknown sources. So by implementing these measures, individuals and organizations can enhance their defense against ransomware and mitigate potential risk effectively. So now let's move forward and see some popular ransomware attacks in history. So here are 5 most popular ransomware attacks that occurred in recent years and grabbed the entire world's attention. The first one is WannaCry. WannaCry ransomware first emerged in 2017 and infected thousands of computers in over 150 countries. The second one is Petya. Petya ransomware is an encrypting malware that first surfaced in 2016. It encrypts critical files and holds them hostage unless you pay. And the third one is Cerber. Cerber appeared in 2016 that spread through phishing emails and encrypted users' files and data with advanced encryption methods. And the fourth one is Bad Rabbit. Bad Rabbit ransomware is reported to be an improved variant of the Petya ransomware. It locks up the victim's computers, servers, and the other files, preventing them from regarding access until a ransom in the form of Bitcoin is paid. And the last one is Loki. Released in 2016, Loki is a file type of ransomware sent using emails demanding payment through an invoice in the form of tinted Microsoft Word document containing infectious macros.
If you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. The course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Malware is a malicious software that is programmed to cause damage to a computer system, network, and hardware devices. Many malicious programs like Trojan, viruses, worms, and bots which cause damage to the system are known as malware. Most of the malware programs are designed to steal information from the targeted user, or to steal money from the target by stealing sensitive data. Let's take a look at the introduction for two different types of malware, virus and Trojan. Firstly, let's take a look what exactly is a virus program. A computer virus is a type of malicious program that on execution replicates itself. They get attached to different files and programs which are termed as host programs by inserting their code. If the attachment succeeds, the targeted program is termed as infected with a computer virus. Now let's take a look at the Trojan horse. Trojan horse program is a program that disguises itself as a legitimate program but harms the system on installation. They hide within the attachments and emails, then transfer from one system to another. They create backdoors into a system to allow the cybercriminal to steal our information. Let's take a look how they function after getting installed into our system. Firstly, we have virus programs. The computer virus must contain two parts to infect the system. First is the search routine, which locates new files and data that is to be infected by the virus program. And the second part is known as the copy routine, which is necessary for the program to copy itself into the targeted file, which is located by the search routine. Now let's take a look at the Trojan horse functioning. For Trojan horses, entryway into our system is through emails that may look legitimate but may have unknown attachments. And when such files are downloaded into the device, the Trojan program gets installed and infects the system. They also infect the system on the execution of infected application or the executable file and attacks the system. Now that we understand what virus and Trojans are, let's understand different types of virus and Trojans. Let's take a look at different types of viruses. The first one is known as the boot sector virus. This type of virus damages the booting section of the system by infecting the master boot record, which is also known as MBR. This damages the boot sector section by targeting the hard disk of the system. Then we have the macrovirus. Macrovirus is a type of virus that gets embedded into the document-related data and is executed when the file is opened. They also are designed to replicate themselves and infect the system on a larger scale. And lastly, we have the direct action virus. This type of virus gets attached to executable files, which on execution activates the virus program and infects the system. Once the infection of the file is completed, they exit the system, which is also the reason it is known as a non-resident virus. Let's take a look at different types of Trojans. The first type of Trojan is the backdoor Trojan. They are designed to create a backdoor in the system on execution of an infected program. They provide remote access of a system to the hacker. This way, the cybercriminal can steal our system data and may use it for illegal activities. Next, we have Quicksource Trojan. They enter the system by clicking the random pop-ups which we come across on the internet. They tempt the user to give their personal details for different transactions or schemes, which may provide remote access of a system to the cybercriminal. And the last Trojan type is ransom Trojan. This type of Trojan program, after entering the system, blocks the user from accessing its own system and also affects the system functioning. The cybercriminal demands a ransom from the targeted user for the removal of the Trojan program from the device. Now that we understand some details regarding viruses and Trojan, let's solve a question. The question is, Jake was denied access to his system and he wasn't able to control the data and information in his system. Now, the actual question is, what could be the reason behind his system's problem? Option A, macrovirus. Option B, ransom Trojan. Option C, backdoor Trojan. Give your answers in the comment section. Now let's understand how to detect the activity of viruses and Trojan in our system. To detect virus or Trojan activity in our system, we can refer to the following points. For viruses, we have slowing down of the system and frequent application freeze shows that the infection of the virus is present in the system. Then we have the viruses can also steal sensitive data, including passwords, account details, which may lead to unexpected logout from the accounts or corruption of the sensitive data. And lastly, we have frequent system crashes due to virus infection, which damages the operating system. For Trojan, we have frequent system crashes, and system also faces slow reaction time. Then there are more random pop-ups from the system, which may indicate Trojan activity. And lastly, we have modification in the system application and change of the desktop appearance can be also due to the infection of a Trojan program. Next, let's take a look at a famous cyber attack for virus and a Trojan horse. For virus, we have the MyDoom virus, which was identified in the year 2004, which affected over 50 million systems by creating a network of sending spam emails, which was to gain backdoor access into our systems. Next, for the Trojan horse, we have the Emotet Trojan program, which is specifically designed for financial theft and for stealing bank-related information. Next, we have few points for how to prevent virus entry or Trojan attack for a system. The most basic way of virus protection is to using antivirus and do regular virus scan. This will prevent virus entry in the system, and also having more than one antivirus provides much better protection. Then avoid visiting uncertified websites can also prevent virus entry into our system. Then we have using regular driver updates and system updates to prevent virus entry. For Trojan, we have using certified softwares from legal sites to prevent any Trojan activity in our system. And also avoid clicking random pop-ups that we often see on the internet. And lastly, using antivirus and firewalls for protection against Trojan horses is a good habit. Now that we have reached the end of the video, let's take a look what we learned. For the first part, we saw the main objective of the virus is to harm the data and information in a system, whereas for the Trojan we have stealing of the data files and information. Effect of viruses is more drastic in comparison to the Trojan horses. Then we have viruses which are non-remote programs, whereas Trojan horses are remote accessed. And lastly, viruses have the ability to replicate itself to harm multiple files, whereas Trojan does not have the replication ability.
So let's begin with what is SQL injection. As the name suggests, SQL injection vulnerability allows an attacker to inject malicious input into a SQL statement. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which is a language used by an application to interact with a database. Now, normally this attack is targeted towards a database to extract the data that is stored within. However, the vulnerability does not lie in the database itself. The vulnerability will always lie in the application. It is the developer's prerogative of how to develop the application, how to configure it to prevent SQL injection queries from happening. A database is created to answer questions, and if a question is asked, it is supposed to answer it. Database needs to be configured for some amount of security, but the vulnerability, the flaw here for SQL injection will always lie in the application itself. It is how the application interacts with the database that needs to be modified, that needs to be maintained by the developer, rather than just configuring the database itself. So the attacker at this point in time, when they send a query to the application, will form a malformed query by injecting a particular command or an operator that is recognized by the SQL language. And if that operator is passed through the application to the database, then the database basically gets cracked or does a data dump because of that unwanted character coming in. So this character needs to be filtered at the application level itself. Now let's look at a quick demo. So what we have done here is I have this virtual machine called OWASP Broken Web Applications Virtual Machine version 1.2. I'm going to power this on. Till this powers on, I'm going to show you where we can download this utility from. So you can just look for OWASP Broken Web Application Project download. You'll find it on sourceforge.net. Click on the link. You can download the Broken Web Application Project from here. This is a 1.9 GB download, and you can have a zip machine directly for VMware or Oracle VirtualBox. Now, this is an application that has been developed by OWASP, which stands for Open Web Application Security Project, which is a not-for-profit organization, and periodically releases the most top 10 risks that an application will face for that particular year. So they have given a web application with inbuilt vulnerabilities for professionals like us to practice upon, to develop our skills upon, because doing this in the real world is illegal. I cannot go onto a website to demonstrate how a SQL injection attack works. Neither should you try your hands on it till you become very well rehearsed with it. So to upgrade your skills, to upskill yourself, please download this machine, host it in a VMware workstation or an Oracle VirtualBox, and you can then try your skills on it, right? So just going back to the browser here, if I open up a new tab, you'll see that this machine has booted up and has an IP address called 71.132. So if I just go onto that IP address and I type in 192.168.71.132, and you'll see the OWASP Broken Web Application Project, and there are a lot of training applications, realistic intentionally vulnerable applications, old versions of real applications, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of applications inbuilt over here that you can try your skills upon. We are going to try to use the OWASP Mutility over here. This gives you the OWASP top 10 risks for 2010, 2013. 2017 is the latest one so far, but the difference between 2013 and 2017 is that some of these have changed, but not all of them. The order has changed a little bit, but you can see that SQL injection is on the top A1 amongst the injection attacks, right? And you can see there are multiple types that have been given here: the SQL injection for extracting data, or SQL injection for bypass authentication, or insert your injection attacks, blind SQL injection. And then there is a tool called SQL Map, which is available freely on your Linux machines, Kali Linux or Parrot Linux, whichever you want to use for your practice targets, and so on and so forth. So if I just take you here for bypass authentication, and this is a regular login page that an application may have, right? You look at a username, you look at password, you type that in, and you log in. So let's say I don't know a password here. I'm just going to type in the username test. Password is PASSWORD. I try to log in, and it shows me that the account does not exist. So the authentication mechanism does work. I did try type in a username and password. It wasn't recognized, so the account does not exist. Now let's try to type in a SQL query. Here I'm going to just give it a single quote, which is an operator that is recognized by the SQL language, which when the database tries to execute will cause the database to dump some data or to bypass authentication in this case. And I'm going to give it a condition, single quote, or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space, and I'm going to click on login. Now right now I'm not logged in at all, and we tried our username and password and we weren't able to log in. So now if I log in, you will see that it gave me a status update saying the user has been authenticated, and I'm logged in as admin, got root. So that is what these SQL queries can achieve. I'm going to log out right now, and we are going to look at the basics of SQL injection. So looking at that small demo, now let's look at what types of SQL injections are available. So the first is in-band SQL injection. There are two subtypes within in-band: error-based injection attack and a union-based injection attack. The second type is blind SQL injection attack, where there's a Boolean-based and a time-based attack. And the third one is out-of-bound SQL injection attack. Now, what is in-band SQL injection attack? In-band is where we are either attempting the error-based or the union-based. What is error-based? We send a query to the database, we craft a query to the database, and it generates an error message, and it dumps the error message right in front of us on the screen. That makes us realize that there is a flaw, and there is some information that is dumped on the screen, which we can then further utilize to craft our further queries as we go ahead. Whereas union based is It is where we combine multiple statements at the same time. So if you look at the URL, earlier in the URL, you would see a large structure in that URL. We can try to add two or more statements within the URL itself to combine them and then confuse the database into executing both the statements together and giving a data dump at the same time, right? So what would an error-based SQL injection look like? If I go back to the same database, which is here, right? And if you remember the username, we gave it a single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen hyphen space. We gave it the condition, right? So basically what it did was a single quote is an operator that goes to the database, selects the default table in the user tables in this database column, and then compares it to the condition that is given. So the condition that we gave was 1 equals 1, which is always true. So what it did was it selected the default user table that was available in the database, and instead of comparing it to a password, it compared it to the condition. So if I give it 1 equals 2 where the condition is false, and if I log in, you will see that the account doesn't exist, comes back again because the condition was false, and instead of comparing the user account to the password, it basically compared the user account to the condition. So if I give it a single quote or 1 equals 1 hyphen hyphen space and log in, you can see that this is a correct condition, and thus we are able to log in. Now, before we even go to that extent, if I just forget the condition over here and I just give it a single quote, the operator, and I send this operator to the database and I click on login, you will see that it generates an error, which is right on top. And it tells us the line, the file where the error happened, and you can see it happened in the MySQL handler.php file, right? And then it gives us the message, you have an error in your SQL syntax, check the manual that corresponds to your MySQL server version for the right syntax to use. Now, why would a hacker want to do this in the first place? Because there are different types of databases. So there is a MySQL, MS SQL or Microsoft SQL, Oracle SQL, IBM DB2. All of these are variations of the SQL database. They use the SQL language. However, every database has its own command, right? They have their own syntax, they have their own specific commands that are utilized for the database. So in this scenario, the hacker wants to identify what database is being currently utilized so they can craft those particular queries. So now with this injection, with just me sending the quote and the error getting generated, I now come to know that we are using a MySQL server, and the version of that server is 5.1.73. and the rest of the information about where the handlers are located and so on and so forth, right? This gives the information to the hacker of how they want to proceed next, what kind of queries they want to create, what kind of syntax they want to utilize. So error-based attack is where you generate these kind of errors and you get this information. The union-based is where you craft your queries within the URL, or you can try to combine multiple statements within the input fields and try to generate a response from that. Then we come to Boolean-based SQL injection. Sends a SQL query to the database, which forces the application to return a different result depending on whether the query returns a true or a false result. So basically, if the input is false, both the inputs are false, the output would be false. There's one input that is false, the other input that is true, input B, the output would be true, and so on and so forth, right? So depending on the result from the inputs, the attacker will come to know which input is true. With this, he can then access the database of the website. So you're trying to figure out by sending out multiple inputs and then analyzing the output to see what exactly, which command exactly worked, what was the resultant output of that command. Thus, from this kind of an information, the hacker can infer their next step forward. Then you have time-based SQL injections. Now, there are times when a database administrator or an application administrator has done some security configuration and thus have disabled verbose error messages. Now, what is a verbose error message? The error message that we saw right here is a verbose error message. That means that the message gives out details. The message gives out details about what the database is, the version and whatnot. So if they have sanitized these errors, and you no longer can generate these errors, and thus you cannot figure out what database is, then what do you do, right? For example, if I just take you to Simplilearn, and take you to a URL that is supposedly not accessible, you can see that it gives a generic error. Oops, like it looks like you have crash landed on Mars. It doesn't give you a verbose error that we saw here. So this gives us a detailed error of what went wrong, where it gives us the database, the version of the database, and where the query went wrong, and etc, etc, etc. Whereas on this site, where there's a lot of security that goes in here, so you can see that it doesn't generate a error. It just get a generic page in front of you. So in that case, what does a hacker do? So the hacker then injects a time-based query in the URL, which allows us to verify whether the command is being executed or not. So we put in a time wait, let's say 10 seconds of time wait. So if the moment we inject the query, if the query times for 10 seconds and then gets executed, that means that the SQL injection is possible. However, if we inject the query and it just gets executed without the delay, that means that the time injection attack would not be possible on that particular site. Out of bound is not a very common attack. It depends on the features being enabled on the database management system that is being used by the web application. So this can be a somewhat of a misconfiguration error by the database administrator, where you have enabled functions and not sanitized them. So you have not done in access controls properly. You have not given account control. So queries should never be executed at an administrative level. They should always be executed at a user level with minimum privileges that are required for that query to be executed. Now, if you're allowing these kind of functions to be enabled at the DBMS, and there is an administrative account that can have access to them, at that point in time an out-of-bound injection attack is possible. So let's look at how a website works, right? How SQL works on a website. Now, the website is constructed of HTML, hypertext markup language, which would include JavaScripting for functionality, cascading style sheets for the mapping of the website, right? And then React, JS and whatnot for further functionality. Now, when we send a query to the website, it is normally using the HTTP protocol or HTTPS protocol. When the query reaches the application would then go ahead and generate the SQL query. At the client side, you'll have all these scripting languages coming in on the front end that we can utilize to craft queries and then send them across. At the server side, you'll have databases like Oracle, MySQL, MS SQL, and so on and so forth that will then execute those queries, right? So just to give you an example, if I use a tool called Postman, what we generally do when we craft a query is we send out a GET request to the website, and then we receive a response from the site with the HTML code and everything. So this is a tool that is utilized by software testers to test the responses that you're going to get from various websites. So on the left hand side, you can see I've used it on quite a bit. Here we have an example for gmail.com. So let's continue with that. So this is a GET request being sent to Gmail. The moment I send it, it's going to create an HTTP request and send it across. The response that I get is this. This is the HTML code for gmail.com, right? These are the cookies. These are the headers that include information. So you can see this is a text HTML. Character set utilized is UTF-8, and the configuration that has been done with the application, right? So this is where everything comes in. This is the cookie that has been sent with that particular request that I had sent out. Now, if we analyze this query, right? So when we went on to this application and I typed in that single quote and we generated this error, right? You can see that the application converted this into a SQL query. So the query was select username from accounts, where the username in quotes, single quotes, and we use this quote, right? the single quote right there. So that's where we use that operator, and that's where the exception error occurred. So these are the kind of queries that are structured by the application and then taken on to the database for execution. When we type in, it is a HTTP GET request with the username and password within that query that is sent to the application. The application converts it into a SQL query, sends it to the database, and the database responds with the appropriate response. So how do we prevent SQL injection in the first place? Use prepared statements and parameterized queries. These statements make sure that the parameters passed into SQL statements are treated in a safe manner. So for example, we saw that the single quote was an operator. This shouldn't be allowed to be utilized in the first place, right? So here, what we are doing here is a secure way of running a SQL query in the JDBC using a parameterized statement. Define which user we want to find. So there's a string, the email comes in. Connection to the database, we are going to figure out how the connection is going to be passed, how it is going to be created. Construct the SQL statement we want to run specifying the parameter, right? So we define how is it going to be created, what is going to be created, what can be passed to the database and what should not be passed to the database. So that is one way of utilizing prepared statements and parameterized queries. Then we have object relational mapping. Most development teams prefer to use object relational mapping frameworks to make the translation of SQL results set into code objects more seamless. So this is an example of object relational mapping where we map certain objects and allow that to be executed. And then escaping inputs. It is a simple way to protect against most SQL injection attacks. Many languages have standard functions to achieve this. Right, so you need to be very careful while using escape characters in your code base when a SQL statement is constructed. Not all injection attacks rely on abuse of code characters. So you need to know what characters are being utilized in the configuration that you have created, in the structure that you have created, in the code that you have created. Which characters are being recognized as operators. You need to sanitize those operators, and you need to basically ensure that these operators cannot be accepted as user input. If they are, they're weeded out by the application and they never reach the database. Other methods of preventing SQL injection are password hashing, so that passwords cannot be bypassed, the passwords cannot be recovered, passwords cannot be cracked. Third-party authentication, you use OAuth or some other service for a single sign-on mechanism. Thus, you rely on a third party to maintain the security of authentication and what kind of parameters are passed. For example, using LinkedIn logins or Facebook logins, right? For the layman, you normally go onto Facebook and you allow, if you're using a game, right? If you start playing a game, you're allowed to log into the game using your Facebook credentials or your Google credentials. Now that is not just for ease of use, but the game user, the developer, has outsourced the authentication mechanisms to third parties such as Facebook or Google, because they understand that that authentication mechanism is as safe as can be. Facebook and Google are wealthy organizations, hire a lot of security experts, and the development for their authentication mechanisms is top notch. Small organization cannot spend that kind of money on security itself, right? So you use a third-party authentication mechanism to ensure that these kind of attacks may not happen. Then web application firewalls. Having a web application firewall and configuring it properly for SQL injection attacks is one of the sure shot method of mitigating or minimizing the threat in the first place. So at this point in time, you have realized that the application has some vulnerabilities for SQL injection, and instead of recoding or restructuring the application, you want to take the easier way out or the cheaper way out. So what you do is you install a web application firewall and you configure the web application firewall to identify malicious queries and stop them at the firewall level itself, so they never reach the application, and thus the vulnerabilities on the application don't get executed. Buy better software and keep on updating the software. So it's not necessary that once you have a software, you install it, it's going to be safe for life. New vulnerabilities are discovered every day, every hour, and it may so happen what is secure today may be completely insecure tomorrow or the day after, right? So you need to keep on upgrading the software. If there are no upgrades available and the vulnerability still exists, you might want to migrate to a better software and thus ensure that you don't get hacked, right? Always update and use patches. Organizations keep on sending out updates and patches. As and when they are released, you need to install them to enhance your security postures. And then continuously monitor SQL statements and databases. Use protocol monitors, use different softwares, use the firewalls to keep on monitoring what kind of queries you're getting, and based on those queries, you want to ensure the inputs and the queries that are creating are not detrimental to the health of the software that you have.
Jane is relaxing at home when she receives an email from a bank that asks her to update her credit card PIN in the next 24 hours as a security measure. Judging the severity of the message, Jane follows the link provided in the email. On delivering her current credit card PIN and the supposedly updated one, the website became unresponsive, which prompted her to try sometime later. However, after a couple of hours, she noticed a significant purchase from a random website on that same credit card, which she never authorized. Frantically contacting the bank, Jane realized the original email was a counterfeit or a fake message with a malicious link that entailed credit card fraud. This is a classic example of a phishing attack. Phishing attacks are a type of social engineering where a fraudulent message is sent to a target on the premise of arriving from a trusted source. Its basic purpose is to trick the victim into revealing sensitive information like passwords and payment information. It's based on the word phishing, which works on the concept of baits. If a supposed victim catches the bait, the attack can go ahead, which in our case makes Jane the fish and the phishing emails the bait. If Jane never opened the malicious link or was cautious about the email authenticity, an attack of this nature would have been relatively ineffective. But how does the hacker gain access to these credentials? A phishing attack starts with a fraudulent message, which can be transmitted via email or chat applications. Even using SMS conversations to impersonate legitimate sources is known as smishing, which is a specific category of phishing attacks. Irrespective of the manner of transmission, the message targets the victim in a way that coaxes them to open a malicious link and provide critical information on the requisite website. More often than not, the websites are designed to look as authentic as possible. Once the victims submit information using the link, be it a password or credit card details, the data is sent to the hacker who designed the email and the fake website, giving him complete control over the account whose password was just provided. Often carried out in campaigns where an identical phishing mail is sent to thousands of users, the rate of success is relatively low, but never zero. Between 2013 and 2015, corporate giants like Facebook and Google were tricked off of $100 million due to an extensive phishing campaign, where a known common associate was impersonated by the hackers. Apart from credit access, some of these campaigns target the victim device and install malware when clicked on the malicious links, which can later function as a botnet or a target for ransomware attacks. There is no single formula, for there are multiple categories of phishing attacks. The issue with Jane, where the hacker stole her bank credentials, falls under the umbrella of deceptive phishing. A general email is sent out to thousands of users in this category, hoping some of them fall prey to this scam. Spear phishing, on the other hand, is a bit customized version. The targets are researched before being sent an email. For example, if you never had a Netflix subscription, sending you an email that seems like the Netflix team sends it becomes pointless. This is a potential drawback of deceptive phishing techniques. On the other hand, a simple screenshot of a Spotify playlist being shared on social media indicates a probable point of entry. The hacker can send counterfeit messages to the target user while implying the source of such messages being Spotify, tricking them into sharing private information. Since the hacker already knows the target uses Spotify, the chances of victims taking the bait increase substantially. For more important targets like CEOs and people with a fortune on their back, the research done is tenfold, which can be called a case of whaling. The hackers prepare and wait for the right moment to launch their phishing attack, often to steal industry secrets for rival companies or sell them off at a higher price. Apart from just emails, farming focuses on fake websites that resemble their original counterparts as much as possible. A prevalent method is to use domain names like Facebook with a single O or YouTube with no E. These are mistakes that people make when typing the full URL in the browser, leading them straight to a counterfeit web page, which can fool them into submitting private data. A few more complex methods exist to drive people onto fake websites, like ARP spoofing and DNS cache poisoning, but they are rarely carried out due to time and resource constraints. Now that we know how phishing attacks work, let's look at ways to prevent ourselves from becoming victims. While the implications of a phishing attack can be extreme, protecting yourself against these is relatively straightforward. Jane could have saved herself from credit card fraud had she checked the link in the email for authenticity, and that it redirected to a secure website that runs on the HTTPS protocol. Even suspicious messages shouldn't be entertained. One must also refrain from entering private information on random websites or pop-up windows, irrespective of how legitimate they seem. It is also recommended to use secure anti-phishing browser extensions like Cloudfish to sniff out malicious emails from legitimate ones. The best way to prevent phishing is browsing the internet with care and being on alert for malicious attempts at all times.
Start by learning about cross-site scripting from a layman's perspective. Cross-site scripting, also known as XSS, is a type of code injection attack that occurs on the client side. The attacker intends to run harmful scripts in the victim's web browser by embedding malicious code in a genuine web page or online application. The real attack takes place when the victim hits the malicious code-infected web page or online application. The web page or application serves as a vehicle for the malicious script to be sent to the user's browser. Forums, message boards, and online pages that enable comments are vulnerable vehicles that are frequently utilized for cross-scripting assaults. A web page or web application is vulnerable to XSS if the output it creates contains unsanitized user input. The victim's browser must then parse this user input. In VBScript, ActiveX, Flash, and even CSS, cross-site scripting attacks are conceivable. They are nevertheless most ubiquitous in JavaScript, owing to the fact that JavaScript is most important to most browser experiences nowadays. The main purpose of this attack is to steal the other user's identity, be it via cookies, session tokens, and other information. In most of the cases, this attack is being used to steal the other person's cookies. As we know, cookies help us to log in automatically. Therefore, with the stolen cookies, we can log in with other identities. And this is one of the reasons why this attack is considered as one of the riskiest attacks. It can be performed with different client-side programming languages as well. Cross-site scripting is often compared with similar client-side attacks, as client-side languages are mostly being used during this. However, an XSS attack is considered riskier because of its ability to damage even less vulnerable technologies. Most often, this attack is performed with JavaScript and HTML. JavaScript is a programming language that runs on web pages inside your browser. The client-side code adds functionality and interactivity to the web page and is used extensively on all major applications and CMS platforms. Unlike server-side languages such as PHP, JavaScript code runs inside your browser and cannot impact the website for other visitors. It is sandboxed to your own navigator and can only perform actions within your own browser window. While JavaScript is client-side and does not run on the server, it can be used to interact with the server by performing background requests. Attackers can then use these background requests to add unwanted spam content to a web page without refreshing it. They can then gather analytics about the client's browser or perform actions asynchronously. The manner of attack can range in a variety of ways. It can be a single link which the user must click on to initiate a JavaScript piece of code. It can be used to show any piece of images that can be later used as a front-end for malicious code being installed as malware. With the majority of internet users unaware of how metadata works or the ways in which web requests are called, the chances of victims clicking on a redirecting links is far too high. Cross-site scripting can occur on the malicious script executed at the client side using a fake page or even a form that is displayed to the user. On websites with displayed advertisements, malicious emails can also be sent to the victim. These attacks occur when the malicious user finds the vulnerable parts of the website and sends it as appropriate malicious input. Now that we understand the basics of cross-site scripting, let us learn more about how this kind of attack works. In the first place, we have the website or the web browser, which is used to show content to the victim, or which is the user in our case. Whenever the user wants to grab some content from the website asks the data from the server. The server provides this information to the website and the web browser, which ultimately reaches the victim. How the hacker comes into play here: it passes on certain arguments to the web browser, which can be then forwarded back to the server or to the user at hand. The entire cross-site scripting attack vector means sending and injecting malicious code or script. This attack can be performed in different ways. Depending on the type of attack, the malicious script may be reflected on the victim's browser or stored in the database and executed every time when the user calls the appropriate function. The main reason for this attack is inappropriate users' input validation, where the malicious input can get into the output. A malicious user can enter a script which will be injected onto the website's code. Then the browser is not able to know if the executed code is malicious or not. Therefore, this malicious script is being executed on the victim's browser or any faked form if that is being displayed for the users. There are many ways to trigger an XSS attack. For example, the execution could be triggered automatically when the page loads or when a user hovers over specific elements of the page like hyperlinks. Potential consequences of cross-site scripting attacks include capturing keystrokes of a user, redirecting a user to malicious websites, running web browser-based exploits, obtaining cookie information of a user who is logged into a website, and many more. In some cases, cross-site scripting attack leads to complete compromise of the victim's account. Attackers can trick users into entering credentials on a fake form, which can then provide all information to the attacker. With the basic working of a cross-site scripting attack out of the way, let us go over the different ways hackers can leverage vulnerable web applications to gather information and eventually breach those systems. The prime purpose of performing XSS attack is to steal the other person's identity. As mentioned, it may be cookies, session tokens, etc. XSS may also be used to display fake pages or forms for the victim. However, this can be performed in several ways. We have a reflected attack. This attack occurs when a malicious script is not being saved on the web server but is reflected in the website results. Reflected XSS code is not being saved permanently. In this case, the malicious code is being reflected in any website result. The attack code can be included in the faked URL or in the HTTP parameters. It can affect the victim in different ways, by displaying fake malicious page or by sending a malicious email. In a reflected cross-site scripting example, the input of a search form is reflected on the page to show what the search key was. An attacker may craft a URL that contains malicious code and then spread the same URL via email or social media. A user who clicks on this link opens the valid web application, which then runs the malicious code in the browser. This script is not stored in the web application and malicious code is shown only to one user. The user that opens the link executes the script, and the attack is not necessarily visible on the server side or to the app owner itself. The next variant is the stored cross-site scripting attacks. This occurs when a malicious script is being saved on the web server permanently. This can be considered a riskier attack since it has leverage for more damage. In this type of attack, the malicious code or script is being saved on the server, for example in the database of the website. It is executed every time the users call the appropriate functionality. This way, stored XSS attack can affect many users. Also, as the script is being stored on the web server, it will affect the website for a longer time. In order to perform stored XSS attack, the malicious scripts should be sent through the vulnerable input form. For example, can be a comment field or a review field. This way, the appropriate script will be saved in the database and evaluated on the page load or appropriate function calling. In a stored XSS example, the script might have been submitted via an input field to the web server, which did not perform a sufficient validation and stores the script permanently in the database. The consequence of this might be that this script is now being delivered to all users visiting the web application and, for example, able to gain access to the user session cookies. In this attack, the script is permanently stored in the web app. The users visiting the app after the information retrieve the script. The malicious code then exploits the flaws in the web application, and the script and the attack is visible on the server side or to the app owner as well. The third variant is DOM-based cross-site scripting attacks. This type of attack occurs when the DOM environment is being changed, but the client-side code does not change. When the DOM environment is being modified in the victim's browser, the client-side code executes differently. In order to get a better understanding of how XSS DOM attack is being performed, let us analyze the following example. If there is a website called texting.com, we know default is a parameter. Therefore, in order to perform XSS DOM attack, we should send a script as parameters. A DOM-based XSS attack may be successfully executed even when the server does not embed any malicious code into the web page by using a flaw in the JavaScript executed in the browser. For example, if the client-side JavaScript modifies the DOM tree of the web page, it can be based on an input field or the get parameter without validating the input. This allows the malicious code to be executed. The malicious code that exploits flaws in the browser on the user side, and the script and the attack is not necessarily visible on the server side or to the app owner. By now, it is clear that cross-site scripting attacks are difficult to detect and even tougher to fight against. There are, however, plenty of ways one can safeguard against such attacks. Let's go through some of these preventive measures. Like mentioned earlier, XSS attacks are sometimes difficult to detect. However, this can be changed if you get some external help. A way to prevent XSS attacks is using automated testing tools like Crash Test Security Suite or Akinetic Security Suite. Still, manual testing is highly time consuming and costly, and therefore not possible to be done for every iteration of your web application. Consequently, your code shouldn't be untested before any release. Using automated security, you can scan your web application for cross-site scripting and other critical vulnerabilities before every release. This way, you can ensure that your web application's live version is still secured whenever you alter or add a feature. Input fields are the most common point of entry for XSS attack scripts. Therefore, you should always screen and validate any information input into data fields. This is particularly important if the data will be included as HTML output. This can be used to protect against reflected XSS attacks. Validation should occur on both the client side and server side as an added precaution. This helps validating the data before it's being sent to the servers and can also protect against persistent XSS scripts. This can be accomplished using JavaScript. XSS attacks only appear if any user input is being displayed on the web page. Therefore, try to avoid displaying any untrusted user input if possible. If you need to display user data, restrict the places where the user input might appear. Any input displayed inside a JavaScript tag or a URL shown on the site is much more likely to be exploited than the input that appears inside a division or a span element inside the HTML body. Protecting against XSS vulnerabilities typically requires properly escaping user-provided data that is placed on the page. Rather than trying to determine if the data is user-provided and could be compromised, we should always play it safe and escape data whether it is user-provided or not. Unfortunately, because there are many different rules for escaping, you still must choose the proper type of escaping before settling on a final code. Encoding should be applied directly before user-controllable data is written to a page because the context you are writing into determines what kind of encoding you need to use. For example, values inside a JavaScript string require a different type of escaping to those in an HTML context. Sometimes you'll need to apply multiple layers of encoding in the correct order. For example, to safely embed user input inside an event handler, you need to deal with both JavaScript context and the HTML context. So you need to first Unicode escape the input and then HTML encode it. Content Security Policy, or CSP, is a computer security standard introduced to prevent cross-site scripting, clickjacking, and other code injection attacks resulting from the execution of malicious content in the trusted web page context. It is a candidate recommendations of the W3C working group on web application security. It's widely supported by modern web browsers and provides a standard method for website owners to declare approved origins of content that browsers should be allowed to load on their website. HTTP only is an additional flag included in a set cookie HTTP response header. Using the HTTP only flag when generating a cookie helps mitigate the risk of client-side script accessing the protected cookie, that is if the browser supports it. If the HTTP only flag is included in the HTTP response header, the cookie cannot be accessed through a client-side script. Again, this is if the browser supports this flag. As a result, even if a cross-site scripting flaw exists and a user accidentally accesses a link that exploits this flaw, the browser will not reveal the cookie to a third party. If a browser does not support HTTP only and a website attempts to set an HTTP only cookie, the HTTP only flag will be ignored by the browser, thus creating a traditional script accessible cookie. As a result, the cookie becomes vulnerable to theft of modification by any malicious script. Next on our docket is a live demonstration where we solve a set of cross-site scripting problems starting from the basic level to the topmost level 6. We're going to start at level 1. In this web application, it demonstrates the common cause of cross-site scripting where user input is directly included in the page without proper escaping. If we interact with the vulnerable application window here and find a way to make it execute JavaScript of our choosing, we can take actions inside the vulnerable window or directly edit its URL bar. This task needs only basic knowledge. Let's see why the most primitive injections work here right away. Let's do a simple query and inspect the resulting HTML page. I'm going to use this phrase with a single quote as a special character. We can now inspect the HTML page. We can see here in this line, the special character single quote appears in the result over here. The provided query text is placed directly in a B tag, as in a body element. We need to perform a reflected XSS into the web application because they are non-persistent XSS attacks and the payload should be included in the URL to perform successful exploitation. We can use any payload, but we're going to use the simple one to perform an alert in this web application. It's simple and can be shown easily. We're just going to write the script over here. And we're going to press search. As you can see, we have successfully launched our first cross-site scripting attack. We can see an alert box pop up with the necessary message, and a similar process can be used to steal browser cookies and passwords, albeit with different commands. Now we have the option to move to level 2. In this web application, it shows that how easily XSS bugs can be introduced in complex chat applications. Chat app conversations are stored in a database and retrieved when a user wants to see the conversation. Therefore, if a malicious user injects some JavaScript code, all visitors will be infected. This kind of cross-site scripting attack is more powerful and it is more riskier than reflected cross-site scripting attacks, and that's why it is known as stored XSS. I posted my query with a special character of a single quote, and this is what I get. Whatever I typed in simply appeared on the page right after I click on Share Status. Let's see the source. You can see here, the text I posted seems directly put inside a block quote tag. So even a simple script tag we used in level 1 should work here, but it will not. Let us examine the code to understand why. We're going to toggle the code over here and check the index.html file. Important part is line 32. The generated HTML fragment, which is the HTML variable in the code, is added to the mail HTML using the inner HTML method. So when the browser parsing this HTML fragment, it will not execute any script tag defined within that HTML fragment. HTML parser will not execute a script tag when it parses HTMLs via this method. This is why the script tag like we used in level 1 is not going to work here. Our solution is to use events. Events will execute the defined JavaScripts. We're going to use an image over here. And when we press on share status, in the above injection, we are loading an image that doesn't exist, which causes to trigger an onError event. In onError event, it will execute our alert method. With that, we are able to beat level 2, and we can now move up to the next level in our challenge. As you can see, clicking on any tab causes the tab number to be displayed in the URL fragment. This hints that the value after the hashtag controls the behavior of the page. That is, it is an input variable. To confirm, let's analyze the code. As you can see in line 43, inside the event handling, the value provided after the hash in the URL is directly passed onto the choose_tab method. No input validation is being performed. The value passed to the choose_tab method is directly injected into the img tag in line 17. This is an unsafe assignment and it is the vulnerable part of the code. Now all we have to do now is to craft a payload that would adjust the img tag to execute our JavaScript. Remember, the script tag from level 1 would not work here since the variable HTML is used to add the DOM dynamically. Hence the events are our aces here once again. I will choose to use the existing img tag and change the source to something that doesn't exist, hence forcing it to fall in to execute an onError, even which I will pass the URL. Once we visit that URL, we can see that our Java pop-up has opened up here with the same message of XSS level 3 has been completed. With this, we can now move on to level 4, which is going to present a different kind of attack. In this web application, there is a timer on the page. That means whatever numbers we put in the box, a countdown starts. And then when it finishes, the application alerts that the countdown is finished. And we can see the time is up pop-up appearing over here, and this resets the timer again. Now it is obvious that the value entered in the text box is transferred to the server over the timer parameter in the URL. Let us examine the code to see how the timer parameter is being handled. We're going to visit timer.html over here. And we're going to check over here. In line 21, the start timer method is being called in the onload event. However, the timer parameter is being directly passed to the start timer method. We need to perform a pop-up alert in the web application which escapes the content of the function start timer without breaking the JavaScript code. The parameter value is directly added to the start timer method without any filtering. What we can try to do here is to inject an alert function to be executed inside the onload event along with the start timer method. We're going to remove this argument and put our script over here. Now when we press on create timer, and we have a pop-up with the XSS level 4 completed. We can now move on to level 5. In this web application, this application XSS is different because this challenge description says cross-site scripting isn't just about correctly escaping data. Sometimes attackers can do bad things even without injecting new elements into the DOM. It's kind of open redirect because the attack payload is executed as a result of modifying the DOM environment in the victim's browser. This environment is used by the original client-side script so that the client-side code runs in an unexpected manner. The vulnerability can be easily detected if the next link in the sign-up page is inspected. The href attribute value of next link is confirmed, which is exactly the value of the next URL query parameter, as you can see over here. This means using the next query parameter can be used to inject a JavaScript code to the href attribute of the next link. The following is the best way to do it. As soon as the user clicks on the link, the script will be triggered. We're going to press anything random. And now that we click next, we can see the XSS level 5 that we had provided in the URL as a parameter to the next variable. Since the value of next provided appears on a pop-up, we can consider the attack a success and move on to the final level 6. In this web application, it shows some of the external JavaScript is retrieved. If you analyze the URL, you can see that the script is loaded already. The vulnerability lies within how the code handles the value after the hashtag. If you check on line 45, the value right after the hashtag is taken as the gadget name. And then in line 48, the value is directly passed on to the include gadget method. And in the include gadget method that we can see over here, you can see in line 18, a script tag is created and the URL gadget name parameter value is directly used as the source attribute of the script tag in line 28. This means we can completely control the source attribute of the script tag that is being created. That is, with this vulnerability, we can inject our own JavaScript file into the code. We can inject a URL of our own hosted JavaScript into the web application's URL after the hashtag, and the URL should not be using HTTPS but anything like that to bypass the regular expression for security checking. We're going to remove the pre-stored URL and we're going to load our own JavaScript file. Finally, we have reached the end of our challenge. We completed 6 different varieties of cross-scripting attacks and used different solutions for all of the 6 questions. With work from home being the norm in today's era, people spend considerable amount of time on the internet, often without specific measures to ensure a secure session. Apart from individuals, Organizations worldwide that host data and conduct business over the internet are always at the risk of a DDoS attack. These DDoS attacks are getting more extreme, with hackers getting easy access to botnet farms and compromised devices. As can be seen in the graph, 3 of the 6 strongest DDoS attacks were launched in 2021, with the most extreme attack occurring just last year in 2020. Lately, cybercriminals have been actively seeking out new services and protocols for amplifying these DDoS attacks. Active involvement with hacked machines and botnets allow further penetration into the consumer space, allowing much more elaborate attack campaigns. Apart from general users, multinational corporations have also had their fair share of problems. GitHub, a platform for software developers, was the target of a DDoS attack in 2018. Widely suspected to be conducted by Chinese authorities, this attack went on for about 20 minutes, after which the systems were brought into a stable condition. It was the strongest DDoS attack to date at the time and made a lot of companies reconsider the security practices to combat such attacks. Even after years of experimentation, DDoS attacks are still at large and can affect anyone in the consumer and corporate space. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on what is a DDoS attack. Let's learn more about what is a DDoS attack. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is when an attacker or attackers attempt to make it impossible for a service to be delivered. This can be achieved by thwarting access to virtually anything: servers, devices, services, networks, applications, and even specific transactions within applications. In a DOS attack, it's one system that is sending the malicious data or requests. A DDoS attack comes from multiple systems. Generally, these attacks work by drowning a system with requests for data. This could be sending a web server so many requests to serve a page that it crashes under the demand, or it could be a database being hit with a high volume of queries. The result is available internet bandwidth, CPU, and RAM capacity become overwhelmed. The impact could range from a minor annoyance from disrupted services to experiencing entire websites, applications, or even entire businesses taking offline. More often than not, these attacks are launched using machines in a botnet. A botnet is a network of devices that can be triggered to send requests from a remote source, often known as the command and control center. The bots in the network attack a particular target, thereby hiding the original perpetrator of the DDoS campaign. But how do these devices come under a botnet? And what are the requests being made to the web servers? Let's learn more about these and how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack is a two-phase process. In the first phase, a hacker creates a botnet of devices. Simply put, a vast network of computers are hacked via malware, ransomware, or just simple social engineering. These devices become a part of the botnet, which can be triggered anytime to start bombarding a system or a server on the instruction of the hacker that created the botnet. The devices in these networks are called bots or zombies. In the second phase, a particular target is selected for the attack. When the hacker finds the right time to attack, all the zombies in the botnet network send these requests to the target, thereby taking up all the server's available bandwidth. These can be simple ping requests or complex attacks like SYN flooding and UDP flooding. The aim is to overwhelm them with more traffic than the server or the network can accommodate. The goal is to render the website or service inoperable. There is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the type of DDoS attack a hacker can go with. Depending on the target's vulnerability, we can choose one of the 3 broad categories of DDoS attacks. Volume-based attacks use massive amounts of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. It can be a website or a server. They include ICMP, UDP, and spoofed packet flood attacks. The size of volume-based attack is measured in bits per second. These attacks focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server, thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to cater to the general legitimate users. Next, we have the protocol level attacks. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls, which are meant to protect the system against the DDoS attacks. These protocol attacks include SYN floods and Smurf DDoS, among others, and the size is measured in packets per second. For example, in an SSL handshake, server replies to the hello message sent by the hacker, which will be the client in this case, but since the IP is spoofed and leads nowhere, the server gets stuck in an endless loop of sending the acknowledgement without any end in sight. Finally, we have the application level attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding applications with maliciously crafted requests. The size of application layer attacks is measured in requests per second. These are relatively sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific applications from delivering necessary information to users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of a system crash. Examples of such an attack are HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request data from a server using HTTP POST or GET without any issues. However, when the requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. But what about the reasons for such an attack? There are multiple lines of thought as to why a hacker decides to launch a DDoS attack on unsuspecting targets. Let's take a look at a few of them. The first option is to gain a competitive advantage. Many DDoS attacks are conducted by hacking communities against rival groups. Some organizations hire such communities to stagger their rivals' resources at a network level to gain an advantage in the playing field. Since being a victim of a DDoS attack indicates a lack of security, the reputation of such a company takes a significant hit, allowing the rivals to cover up some ground. Secondly, some hackers launch these DDoS attacks to hold multinational corporations at ransom. The resources are jammed, and the only way to clear the way is if the target company agrees to pay a designated amount of money to the hackers. Even a few minutes of inactivity is detrimental to a company's reputation in the global market, and it can cause a spiral effect, both in terms of market value and product security index. Most of the time, a compromise is reached and the resources are freed after a while. DDoS attacks have also found use in the political segment. Certain activists tend to use DDoS attacks to voice their opinion. Spreading the word online is much faster than any local rally or forum. Primarily political, these attacks also focus on online communities, ethical dilemmas, or even protests against corporations. Let's take a look at a few ways that companies and individuals can protect themselves against DDoS attacks. The company can employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to another in a DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic into a system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasional slowdowns to detect a DDoS attack in action. Early detection of a DDoS attack goes a long way in recovering the data lost in such an event. Once you've detected the attack, you will have to find a way to respond. For example, you will have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here's where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Cloud providers like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure, who offer high levels of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring software, can help protect your assets and network from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, so it is likely to fail if under the pressure of increased DDoS attacks. Additionally, reputable cloud providers offer network redundancy, duplicating copies of your data, systems, and equipment, so that if your service becomes corrupted or unavailable due to a DDoS attack, you can switch to a secure access on backed up versions without missing a beat. One can also increase the amount of bandwidth available to a host server being targeted. Since DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. This solution can prove expensive as a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time. A content delivery network, or a CDN, distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resources and end users. It stores the cached version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attacks by avoiding a single point of failure when the attacker is trying to focus on a single target. Popular CDNs include Akamai CDN, Cloudflare, AWS CloudFront, etc. Let's start with our demo regarding the effects of DDoS attacks on a system. For our demo, we have a single device that will attack a target, making it a DOS attack of sorts. Once a botnet is ready, multiple devices can do the same and eventually emulate a DDoS attack. To do so, we will use the virtualization software called VMware with an instance of Parrot Security operating system running. For a target machine, we will be running another VMware instance of a standard Linux distribution known as Linux Lite. In a target device, we can use Wireshark to determine when the attack begins and see the effects of the attack accordingly. This is Linux Lite, which is our target machine, and this is Parrot Security, which is used by the hacker when trying to launch a DDoS attack. This is just one of the distros that can be used. To launch the attack, we must first find the IP address of our target. So to find the IP address, we open the terminal. We use the command ifconfig. And here we can find the IP address. Now remember, we're launching this attack in VMware. Now both the instances of Parrot Security and Linux Lite are being run on my local network. So the address that you can see here is 192.168.72.129, which is a private address. This IP cannot be accessed from outside the network. Basically anyone who is not connected to my Wi-Fi. When launching attacks with public servers or public addresses, it will have a public IP address that does not belong to the 192.168 subnet. Once we have the IP address, we can use a tool called hping3. hping3 is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. To check what are the effects of an attack, we will be using Wireshark. Wireshark is a network traffic analyzer. We can see whatever traffic that is passing through the Linux Lite distro is being displayed over here with the IP address, the source IP and the destination IP as to where the request is being transferred to. Once we have the DOS attack launched, you can see the results coming over here from the source IP, which will be Parrot Security. Now, to launch the hping3 command, we need to give sudo access to the console, which is the root access. Now, we have the root access for the console. The hping3 command will have a few arguments to go with it, which are, as you can see on the screen, -s and a flood, a -v, -p80, and the IP address of the target, which is 192.168.72.129. In this command, we have a few arguments such as the -s, which specifies SYN packets. Like in an SSL handshake, we have the SYN request that the client sends to the server to initiate a connection. The -flood aims to ignore the replies that the server will send back to the client in response to the SYN packets. Here the Parrot Security OS is the client and Linux Lite being the server. -v stands for verbosity, as in where we will see some output when the requests are being sent. The -p80 stands for port 80, which we can replace the port number if we want to attack a different port. And finally, we have the IP address of our target. As of right now, if we check Wireshark, it is relatively clear and there is no indication of a DDoS attack incoming. Now once we launch the attack over here, we can see the requests coming in from this IP, which is 192.168.72.128. Till now, even the network is responsive, and so is Linux Lite. The requests keep on coming, and we can see the HTTP flooding has started in flood mode. After a few seconds of this attack continuing, the server will start shutting down. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro that can focus on that serves as a backend. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro, and such Linux distros are served as backend to many servers across the world. For example, a few seconds have passed from the attack. Now the system has become completely irresponsive. This has happened due to the huge number of requests that came from Parrot Security. You can see whatever I press, nothing is responded. Even the Wireshark has stopped capturing new requests because the CPU usage right now is completely 100%, and at this point of time, anyone who is trying to request some information from this Linux distro, or where this Linux distro is being used as a backend for a server or a database, cannot access anything else. The system has completely stopped responding, and any request, any legitimate request from legitimate users will be dropped. Once we stop the attack over here, it takes a bit of time to settle down. Now remember, it's still out of control, but eventually the traffic dies down and the system regains its strength. It is relatively easy to gauge right now the effect of a DOS attack. Now remember, this Linux Lite is just a VM instance. Actual website servers and web databases, they have much more bandwidth and are very secure, and it is tough to break into. That is why we cannot use a single machine to break into them. That is where a DDoS attack comes into play. What we did right now is a DOS attack, as in a single system is being used to penetrate a target server using a single request. Now, when a DDoS attack, multiple systems such as multiple Parrot Security instances or multiple zombies or bots in a botnet network can attack a target server to completely shut down the machine and drop any legitimate request, thereby rendering the service and the target completely unusable and inoperable. As a final note, we would like to remind that this is for educational purposes only, and we do not endorse any attacks on any domains. Only test this on servers and networks that you have permission to test on. Cybersecurity has become one of the most rigid industries in the last decade, while simultaneously being the most challenged. With every aspect of corporate culture going online and embracing cloud computing, there is a plethora of critical data circulating through the internet, all worth billions of dollars to the right person. Increasing benefits require more complex attacks, and one of these attacks is a brute force attack. A brute force, or known as brute force cracking, is the cyber attack equivalent of trying every key on your keyring and eventually finding the right one. Brute force attacks are simple and reliable. There is no prior knowledge needed about the victim to start an attack. Most of the systems falling prey to brute force attacks are actually well secured. Attackers let a computer do the work, that is, trying different combinations of usernames and passwords until they find one that works. Due to this repeated trial and error format, the strength of password matters a great deal. Although with enough time and resources, brute force will break a system since they run multiple combinations until they find the right passcode. Hey everyone, this is Bev from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on what is a brute force attack. Let's begin with learning about brute force attacks in detail. A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of targeted password until the current password is discovered. It can be used to break into online accounts, encrypted documents, or even network peripheral devices. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time consuming and difficult to perform if methods such as data obfuscation are used, and at times downright impossible. However, if the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Dictionary attacks are an alternative to brute force attacks, where the attacker already has a list of usernames and passwords that need to be tested against the target. It doesn't need to create any other combinations on its own. Dictionary attacks are much more reliable than brute force in a real-world context, but the usefulness depends entirely on the strength of passwords being used by the general population. There is a three-step process when it comes to brute forcing a system. Let's learn about each of them in detail. In step 1, we have to settle on a tool that we are going to use for brute forcing. There are some popular names on the market like Hashcat, Hydra, and John the Ripper. While each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, each of them perform well with the right configuration. All of these tools come pre-installed with certain Linux distributions that cater to penetration testers and cybersecurity analysts like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. After deciding what tool to use, we can start generating combinations of alphanumeric variables whose only limitation is the number of characters. For example, while using Hydra, a single 6-digit password will create 900,000 passwords with only digits involved. Add alphabets and symbols to that sample space and that number grows exponentially. The popular tools allow customizing this process. Let's say the hacker is aware of the password being a specific 8-digit word containing only letters and symbols. This will substantially increase the chances of being able to guess the right password since we remove the time taken to generate the longer ones. We omit the need for including digits in such combinations. These small tweaks go a long way in organizing an efficient brute force attack, since running all the combinations with no filters will dramatically reduce the odds of finding the right credentials in time. In the final step, we run these combinations against the file or service that is being broken. We can try and break into a specific encrypted document, a social media account, or even devices at home that connect to the internet. Let's say there is a Wi-Fi router. The generated passwords are then fed into the connection one after the other. It is a long and arduous process, but the work is left to the computer rather than someone manually clicking and checking each of these passcodes. Any password that doesn't unlock the router is discarded and the brute force tool simply moves on to the next one. This keeps going on until we find the right combination which unlocks the router. Sometimes reaching the success stage takes days and weeks, which makes it cumbersome for people with low computing power at their disposal. However, the ability to crack any system in the world purely due to bad password habits is very appealing, and the general public tends to stick with simple and easy to use passwords. Now that we have a fair idea about how brute force works, let's see if we can answer this question. We learned about how complex passwords are tougher to crack by brute force. Among the ones listed on the screens, which one do you believe will take the longest to be broken when using brute force tools? Leave your answers in the comment section and we will get back to you with the correct option next week. Let's move on to the harmful effects of getting a system compromised due to brute force attacks. A hacked laptop or mobile can have social media accounts logged in, giving the hackers free access to the victim's connections. It has been reported on multiple occasions where compromised Facebook accounts are sending malicious links and attachments to people on their friends list. One of the significant reasons for hacking, malware infusion is best done when spread from multiple devices, similar to distributing spam. This reduces the chance of circling back the source to a single device which belongs to the hacker. Once brute forced, a system can spread malware via email attachments, sharing links, file upload via FTP, etc. Personal information such as credit card data, usage habits, private images and videos are all stored in our systems, be it in plain format or root folders. A compromised laptop means easy access to these information that can be further used to impersonate the victim regarding bank verification, among other things. Once a system is hacked, it can also be used as a mail server that distributes spam across lists of victims. Since the hacked machines all have different IP addresses and MAC addresses, it becomes challenging to trace the spam back to the original hacker. With so many harmful implications arising from a brute force attack, it's imperative that the general public must be protected against such. Let's learn about some of the ways we can prevent ourselves from becoming a victim of brute force attacks. Using passwords consisting of alphabets, letters, and numbers have a much higher chance of withstanding brute force attacks thanks to the sheer number of combinations they can produce. The longer the password, the less likely it is that a hacker will devote the time and resources to brute force them. Having alphanumeric passwords also allows the user to keep different passwords for different websites. This is to ensure that if a single account or a password is compromised due to a breach or a hack, the rest of the accounts are isolated from the incident. Two-factor authentication involves receiving a one-time password on a trusted device before a new login is allowed. This OTP can be obtained either via email, SMS, or specific 2FA applications like Authy and Aegis. Email and SMS-based OTPs are considered relatively less secure nowadays due to the ease with which SIM cards can be duplicated and mailboxes can be hacked. Applications that are specifically made for 2FA cores are much more reliable and secure. CAPTCHAs are used to stop bots from running through web pages precisely to prevent brute forcing through their website. Since brute force tools are automated, forcing the hacker to solve CAPTCHA for every iteration of a password manually is very challenging. The CAPTCHA system can filter out these automated bots that keep refreshing the page with different credentials, thereby reducing the chances of brute force considerably. A definite rule that locks the account being hacked for 30 minutes after a specific number of attempts is a good way to prevent brute force attempts. Many websites lock account for 30 minutes after 3 failed password attempts to secure the account against any such attack. On an additional note, some websites also send an email instructing the user that there have been 3 insecure attempts to log into the website. Let's look at a demonstration of how brute force attacks work in a real-world situation. The world has gone wireless. With Wi-Fi taking the reins in every household, it's natural that their security will always be up for debate. To further test the security index and understand brute force attacks, we will attempt to break into the password of a Wi-Fi router. For that to happen, we first need to capture a handshake file, which is a connection file from the Wi-Fi router to a connecting device like a mobile or a laptop. The operating system used for this process is Parrot Security, a Linux distribution that is catered to penetration testers. All the tools being used in this demo can easily be found pre-installed in this operating system.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
To start our demo, we're going to use a tool called Airgeddon, which is made to hack into wireless networks specifically. At this point, it's going to check for all the necessary scripts that are installed in the system. To crack into a Wi-Fi and to capture the handshake file, we're going to need an external network card. The significance of the external network card is a managed mode and a monitor mode. For now, the WLX1 named card is my external network adapter, which I'm going to select. To be able to capture data over the air, we're going to need to put it in monitor mode. As you can see above, it's written it is in managed mode right now. So we're going to select option 2, which is to put the interface in monitor mode. And its name is now WLAN 0 monitor. The monitor mode is necessary to capture data over the air. That is the necessary reason why we need an external card, since a lot of inbuilt cards that come with the laptops and the systems, they cannot have a monitor mode installed. Once we select the mode, we can go into the 5th, which is the handshake tools menu. In the first step, we have to explore for targets, and it is written that monitor mode is necessary to select a target. So let's explore for targets and press enter. We have to let this run for about 60 seconds to get a fair idea about the networks that are currently working in this locality. For example, this ESS ID is supposed to be the Wi-Fi name that we see when connecting to a network. Geo24, Recover Me, these are all the names that we see on our mobile when trying to search for the Wi-Fis. This BSS ID is supposed to be an identifier, somewhat like a MAC address that identifies this network from other devices. The channels features on 1 or 2 there are many channels that the networks can focus on. This here is supposed to be a client that is connected to one such network. For example, the station that you can see 5626, this is supposed to be the MAC address of the device that is connected to a router. This BSS ID is supposed to be which Wi-Fi it is connected to. For example, 5895D8 is this one, which is the Geo24 router. So we already know which router has a device connected to it, and we can use our attack to capture this handshake. Now that it has already run for 1 minute, now that we press Ctrl C, we will be asked to select a target. See, it has already selected the number 5, which is the Geo24 router, as the one with clients. So it is easy to run an attack on, and it is easy to capture a handshake for. We select network 5 and we run a capture handshake. It says we have a valid WPA2 network target selected and that the script can continue. Now, to capture the handshake, we have a couple of attacks, a DAuth or a DAuth air replay attack. What this attack does is kick the clients out of the network. In return, when they try to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, as they are configured that way, that when a client is disconnected, it tries to reconnect it immediately, it tries to capture a handshake file, which in turn contains the security key, which is necessary to initiate the handshake. For our demo, let's go with the second option, that is the DAuth air replay attack. Select a timeout value, let's say we give it 60 seconds, and we start the script. We can see it capturing data from the Geo24 network, and here we go. We have the WPA handshake file. Once the handshake file is captured, you can actually close this, and here we go, congratulations. In order to capturing a handshake, it has verified that a PMK ID from the target network has successfully been captured. This is the file that is already stored. It's a .cap file. For the path, let's say we can keep it in a desktop. Okay, we give the path and the handshake file is generated. We can already see a target over here, same Geo24 router with the BSS ID. Now if we return to its main menu, we already have the handshake file captured with us. Now our job is to brute force into that handshake capture file. The capture file is often encrypted with the security key of the Wi-Fi network. If we know how to decrypt it, we will automatically get the security key. So let's go to the offline WPA2 decrypt menu. Since we'll be cracking personal networks, we can go with option 1. Now to run the brute force tool, we have two options. Either we can go with the aircrack or we can go with the hashcat. Let's go with aircrack plus crunch, which is a brute force attack against a handshake file. We can go with option 2. It can already detect the capture file that we have generated. So we select yes. The BSS ID is the one which denotes the Geo24 router. So we're going to select yes as well. The minimum length of the key, for example, it has already checked that the minimum length of a Wi-Fi security key, which is a WPA to PSK key, will always be more than 8 digits and below 64 digits. So we have to select something in between this range. So if we already know, let's say that the password is at least 10 digits, we can go with the minimum length as 10. And as a rough guess, let's say we put the maximum length as 20. The character set that we're going to use for checking the password will affect the time taken to brute force. For example, if we already know that, or we have seen a user use a password while connecting to the router as something that has only numbers and symbols, then we can choose accordingly. Let's say if we go with only uppercase characters and numeric characters, go with option 7 and it's going to start decrypting. So how aircrack is working right here, you can see this passphrase over here. The first 5 or 6 digits are A. It starts working its way from the end, from the last character. It keeps trying every single combination. You can see the fourth character from the right side, the D. It will eventually turn to E. because it keeps checking up every single character from the end. This will keep going on until all the single characters are tested and every single combination is tried out. Since the handshake file is encrypted using the security key, that is the WPA2 key of the router, whichever passphrase is able to decrypt the handshake key completely will be the key of the Wi-Fi router. This is the way we can brute force into Wi-Fi routers anywhere in the world.
Cyber attacks are frequently making headlines in today's digital environment. At any time, everyone who uses a computer could become a victim of a cyber attack. There are various sorts of cyber attacks ranging from phishing to password attacks. In this video, we'll look into one such attack that is known as botnet. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon never to miss an update. To begin with, let's take a look at some of the famous botnet attacks. The first one is Mirai botnet, which is a malicious program designed to attack vulnerable IoT devices and infect them to form a network of bots that on command perform basic and medium level denial of service attacks. Then we have the Zeus bot, specifically designed for attacking the system for bank related information and data. Now let's see what exactly a botnet is. Botnet refers to a network of hijacked interconnected devices that are installed with malicious codes known as malware. Each of these infected devices are known as bots, and a hijacked criminal known as bot hoarder remotely controls them. The bots are used to automate large-scale attacks, including data theft, server failure, malware propagation, and denial of service attacks. Now that we know what exactly a botnet is, let's dive deeper into learning how a botnet works. During the preparation of a botnet network, the first step involves preparing the botnet army. After that, the connection between the botnet army and the control server is established. And in the end, the launching of the attack is done by the bot hoarder. Let's understand through an illustration. Firstly, we have a bot hoarder that initiates the attack. According to the control server commands, the devices that are infected with the malware programs and begins to attack the infected system. Let's see some details regarding the preparation of the botnet army. The first step is known as the prepping the botnet army. The first step is creating a botnet is to infect as many as connected devices as possible. This ensures that there are enough bots to carry out the attack. This way, it creates bots either by exploiting the security gaps in the software or websites or using phishing attacks. They are often deployed through Trojan horses. For the next step we have establishing the connection. Once it hacks the device, as per previous step, it infects it with a specific malware that connects the device back to the control bot server. A bot hoarder uses command programming to drive the bot's actions. And the last step is known as launching the attack. Once infected, a bot allows access to admin level operation like gathering and stealing of data, reading and rewriting the system data, monitoring user activities, performing denial of service attacks, including other cybercrimes. Now let's take a look at the botnet architecture. The first type is known as client-server model. The client-server model is a traditional model that operates with the help of a command and control center server and communication protocols like IRC. When the bot hoarder issues a command to the server, it is then relayed to the client to perform malicious actions. Then we have peer-to-peer model. Here controlling the infected bots involves a peer-to-peer network that relies on a decentralized approach. That is, the bots are topological interconnected and acts as both CNC servers, that is, the server and the client. Today hackers adopt this approach to avoid detection and single point failure. In the end, we will see some points on some countermeasure against botnet attacks. The first step is to have updated drivers and system updates. After that, we should avoid clicking random pop-ups or links that we often see on the internet. And lastly, having certified antivirus, anti-spyware softwares, and firewall installed into a system will protect against malware attack. The internet is an endless source of information and data. Still, in some cases, we come across some occurrences like cyber attacks, hacking, force entry, which may affect our time on the web. Hi everyone and welcome to the Simplilearn channel. Today we will discuss a topic that secretly records our input data, that is known as keyloggers. But before we begin, if you like watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. To understand the keylogging problem better, let's take a look at an example. This is June. She works in a business firm where she manages the company's data regularly. This is Jacob from the information department, who is here to inform her about some of the security protocols. During the briefing, she informed him about some of the problems her system was facing with, which included slow reaction speed and unusual internet activity. As Jacob heard about the problems with the system, he thinks of the possibility what could be the reason behind these problems her system was facing with. The conclusion that he came across was the keylogging issue. Unknown to the problem her system was facing with, she asked him about some of the details regarding it. For today's topic, we learn what exactly keyloggers are and how they affect our system, what are the harmful effects that keylogging can bring into the system. To begin with, we learn what exactly the keylogging program is. As the name suggests, keylogger is a malicious program or a tool that is designed to record keystrokes that are typed during data input and record them into a log file. Then the same program secretly sends these log files to its origin, where they can be used for malicious acts by the hacker. Now that we know what the keylogging program is, let's take a look how they enter into the system. Searching for a suitable driver for a system can often lead to the installation of the keylogging program into the system if we often visit suspicious sites and uncertified software are installed into our system. Then, if we use unknown links or visiting unknown websites which come through unknown addresses can also be a reason behind the keylogging issue entering into the system. And lastly, there are often cases where different pop-ups that we often see on social sites or different media sites can lead to the installation of keylogging program into our system. Now that we know how the problem gets into the system, let's take a look how to identify whether the system is infected by the keylogging issue. The keylogging issue can be identified if there are often cases when our keyboard lags behind the system. The data that we enter sometimes is stuck in between when we type through the input. Then, there are cases when the system freeze occurs unknowingly to what exactly could be the reason behind them. And also there are delayed reaction time for different applications that run on the system. And lastly, there are different cases when we often see suspicious internet activity on the system that we don't know about. This could lead to the identification of a problem into the system. Now, we'll take a look at different types of keyloggers that are present on the net which can harm our system differently. The first problem that keyloggers arouse is API based. The most common keylogging case, which uses APIs to keep a log of the typed data and share it to its origin for malicious purposes. Each time we press a key, the keylogger intercepts the signal and logs it. Then we have form grabbing based keyloggers. As the name suggests, they are based keyloggers that store the form data. That is, if we often use web forms or different kinds of forms to enter different data, they can be recorded into the system by the program and sent it to its origin. Then we have kernel-based keyloggers. These keyloggers are installed deeply into the operating system, where they can hide from different antivirus if not checked properly, and they record the data that we type on the keyboard and send it to its origin. And lastly, we have hardware keyloggers. These keyloggers are present directly into the hardware. That is, they are embedded into system where they record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, let's take a look how hackers differentiate different type of recorded data and exploit them. When hackers receive information about the target, they might use it to blackmail the target, which may affect the personal life of the target and also blackmail them for different money-related issues. Then, in case of company data that is recorded by the keylogging program can also affect the economic value of the company in the market, which may lead to the downfall of the company. Also, in some cases, the keylogging program can also log data about military secrets, which may include nuclear codes or security protocols which are necessary to maintain the security of a country. Now, let's take a look whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging issue or not. In the case of hand devices, infection of keyloggers are low in comparison to the computer systems, as they use on-screen keyboard or virtual keyboard. But in some cases, we often see different kinds of malicious programs getting installed into the hand device if we often visit different uncertified websites or illegal websites or torrent sites. And also, the device that is infected with the keylogging issue or different kind of malicious program can often lead to the exploitation of data that includes photos, emails, or important files by the hacker or the cyber criminal that installed the particular malicious program into the system. Now, to prevent a system from getting infected by the keylogging program, let's take a look at different points. The first point includes using of different antivirus softwares or tools which can prevent the entering of malicious program into the system. Then, keeping system security protocols regularly updated is also a good habit. And lastly, using virtual keyboard to input our sensitive data, which may include bank details, login details, or different passwords related to different websites. Now that we have some understanding about the topic of keyloggers, let's take a look at the demo to further increase the knowledge about the topic. For the first step, we have to download some of the important libraries that are required into the system, which is this library. Now we'll run it. The system says the library is already installed into the system. Now let's take a look what exactly modules are required from the particular library. From this library, we'll import the keyboard module, which will help us to record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, from the same, we'll also import key module and the listener module, and also the logging module, which will help us to record the data into a log file. For the next part, we'll write a piece of code that will allow us to save the data that is recorded by the program into a text file that will be named as key_log text file along with the date and time stamp. Let's take a look. Now, we'll provide it with the file name that will be given as keylog.txt file, and also so the part where the format of the data is recorded. Put the brackets over here to contain the file name. Now we'll write the format in which the data will be recorded into the log file, which will be given as the format would be the message and the timestamp, which would be given as along with the timestamp given as percentage and ending it with the bracket. Now, for the next step, we'll design two of the functions that will be used into the program that will be termed as while press function and while release function. Let's take a look. While press function would be a function that will come into play when the keyboard key has been pressed is pressed. And this would go for the format that we designed in the above line, and logging the pressed key info, a string file to be recorded into the log file. Now we'll design a function that is while release. That will come into play when the escape key has been pressed. That is, the program will terminate itself and the program will stop from running. And in the end, we require for the functioning of the program to loop these functions, that is while press and while release, to continue its cycle. That will be going for while press and on release will contain while release function. As listener. And now this part would join the different threads and store them into the log file. Now that we have completed the code for the program, let's run it. We have to wait for a moment so the program runs it. Now, to verify the program, let's open Notepad. And on the Notepad, we'll write hello world, which will be the basic whether the program is working or not. Let's take a look. And we'll go for the main page on Jupyter Notebook and refresh the page. Go to the bottom. Over here, we see the keylog text. That is a text file that we created. Let's open it. And over here, we have the data that is created. As we started with note, then this is the hello world part that we created just now, which shows that the program we created is working properly. Now that we have reached the end of the module, let's take a look at the summary. Firstly, we learned what exactly keyloggers are. Then we understood what different modes are present, how the system get infected with the keylogging problem. Then we learned how to detect the problem into our system. Then we learned what different types of keyloggers are present on the net. We also understood how hackers use the recorded data from the program. And we also learned whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging problem or not. And lastly, we understood what different points can be taken to prevent the entering of the keylogging problem into the system.
And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, or to become an ethical hacker by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch career with cybersecurity or ethical hacker by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Computing. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Before we learn about the Pegasus platform, let us understand what spyware is and its working. Spyware is a category of malware that can gather information regarding a user or a device straight from the host machine. It is mostly spread by malicious links via email or chat applications. When a link with the malware is received, clicking on this link will activate the spyware, which allows the hacker to spy on all our user information. With some spyware systems, even clicking on the link isn't necessary to trigger the malicious payload. This can ultimately cause security complications and further loss of privacy. One such spyware system that is making the rounds in the tech industry today is Pegasus. The Pegasus is a spyware system developed by an Israeli company known as the NSO Group. It runs on mainly mobile devices, spanning across the major operating systems like the Apple's iOS on iPhone and the standard Android versions. This is not a newly developed platform since Pegasus has existed since as early as 2016. A highly intricate spyware program that can track user location, read text messages, scan through mobile files, access device camera and microphone to record voice and video. Pegasus has all the tools necessary to enforce surveillance for any client that wishes to buy its services. Initially, the NSO Group had designed the software to be used against terrorist factions of the world. With more and more encrypted communication channels coming to the forefront, Pegasus was designed to maintain control over the data transmission that can be a threat to national security. Unfortunately, the people who bought the software had complete control over who, how, and up to what level they can put surveillance limits on. Eventually, the primary clients became sovereign nations. Spying on public information that is supposed to stay private became really easy with this service. Multiple devices can be affected with the same spyware system to create a network information. This network keeps feeding data to the host. To understand how a network can be created, let's know how a mobile device can be affected by Pegasus. We all communicate with friends and family over instant messaging applications and email in some instances. If you check your inbox on a regular basis, you must have noticed that we receive some spam emails that the mail providers like Gmail and Yahoo can just filter into the spam folder. Some of these messages bypass this filter and make their way into a person's inbox. They look like generic emails which are supposed to be safe. The Pegasus spyware targets such occurrences, bypassing malicious messages and links which install the necessary spy software on the user's mobile device, be it Android or an iPhone. This isn't unique to the email ecosystem, since it's equally likely to be targeted via SMS text, WhatsApp, Instagram, or even the most secure messaging apps like Signal and Threema. Once the malicious links are clicked, a spyware package is downloaded and installed on the device. After the spyware is successfully installed, the perpetrator who sent the payload to the victim can monitor everything the user does. Pegasus can collect private emails, passwords, images, videos, and every other piece of information that passes through the device network. All this data is transmitted back to the central server, where the primary spying organization can monitor the activities at a granular level. This is not even surface level, since complex spyware software like Pegasus can access the root files on our mobiles. These root files hold information that is crucial to the working of the Android and iOS operating systems. Leaking such private information is a massive blow to the security and the privacy of an individual. The information that may seem trivial, like the name of your Wi-Fi connection or the last time you ordered an item from Amazon, are indeed all valuable information. This exploitation is primarily possible due to the zero-day vulnerabilities known as bugs in the software development process. The zero-day bugs are the ones that have just been discovered by some independent security company or a researcher. Once they are found, reporting these vulnerabilities to the developer of the platform, which would be either Google for Android or Apple for iOS, is the right thing to do. However, many such critical bugs make their way onto the dark web, where hackers can use them to create exploits. These exploits are then sent to innocent users with a link or a message, like we had discussed before. Pegasus was able to affect the latest devices with all the security patches installed, but some bugs are not reported to the developers or just cannot be fixed without breaking some core functionality. These become the gateway for spyware to enter into the system. You can never be 100% safe, but you sure can give it all in protecting yourself. The one thing where Pegasus stands out is its zero-click action feature. Usually in spam emails, the malicious code is activated when the user clicks the malware link. A user doesn't need to click the link in the new version of the Pegasus and a few other spyware programs. Once the message arrives in the inbox of WhatsApp, Gmail, or any other chat applications, the spyware gets activated and everything can be recorded and sent back to the central server. The primary issue with being affected by spyware as a victim is detection. Unlike crypto miners and Trojans, spying services usually do not demand many system resources, which makes them tough to detect after they have been activated. Since many devices slow down after a couple of years, any kind of performance hit due to such spyware is often attributed to poor software longevity by the users. They do not check meticulously for any other causes that is causing the slowdown. When left unchecked, these devices can capture voice and video from the mobile sensors while keeping the owner in the dark. Let's take a moment to check if we are well aware of the causes of such attacks. How do users fall prey to such spyware programs? A. By installing untested software. B. By clicking on the third-party links from email and messages. C. By not keeping their apps and phones updated. Or D. All of the above. Let us know your answers in the comment section below and we will reveal the correct answer next week. But what about the unaffected devices, the vulnerable ones? While we cannot be certain of our security, there are a few things we can do to boost our device, be it against Pegasus or the next big spyware on the market. Let's say we are safe now and we have the time to take the necessary steps to prevent a spyware attack. What are the things we can go for? Our primary goal must always be to keep our apps and the operating system updated with the latest security patches. The vulnerabilities that the exploits target are often discovered by developers from Google and Apple, which send the security patches quickly. This can be done for individual apps as well, so keeping them updated is of utmost importance. While the most secure devices have fallen prey to Pegasus as well, a security patch from developers may help in minimizing the damage at a later stage, or maybe negate the entire spyware platform altogether. Another big factor is the spread of malware is the trend of sideloading Android applications using .apk files. Downloading such apps from a third-party website have no security checks involved and are mostly responsible for adware and spyware invasions on user devices. Avoiding the sideloading of apps would be a major step in protecting yourself. We often receive spam emails or texts from people we may not know on social medias. They are accompanied with links that allow malware to creep into our device. We should try to follow the trusted websites and not click on any links that redirect us to unknown domains. Spyware is a controversial segment in governance. While the ramifications are pretty extreme in theory, it severely impacts user privacy against authoritarian regimes. Sufficient resources and a contingent plan can alter the false veil of democracy altogether. Even if our daily life is rather simplistic, we must understand that privacy is not about what we have to hide. Instead, it portrays the things we have to protect. It stands for everything we have to share with the outside world, both rhetorically and literally. Hey everyone, today we look at the hack which took the world by storm and affected multiple governments and corporations, the SolarWinds attack. The global statistics indicate that upward of 18,000 customers have been affected, potentially needing billions to recover the losses incurred. Before we have a look at this hack, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss an update from Simplilearn. The date is December 8, 2020. FireEye, a global leader in companies specializing in cybersecurity, released a blog post that caught the attention of the entire IT community. A software known as Orion, which was developed by SolarWinds Incorporated, had become a victim of a remote access Trojan, or a RAT. The breach was estimated to be running since the spring of 2020 and went virtually unnoticed for months. The reveal sent the developers of the Orion software into a frenzy as they quickly released a couple of hotfixes for their platform in order to mitigate this threat and prevent further damage. But how did this come into existence? We first need to understand the platform which was responsible for this breach. SolarWinds, a software company based in Texas, United States, had developed a management platform known as Orion. Catering to corporations and governments worldwide, Orion was responsible for the monitoring and management of IT administration. This included managing the client servers, virtualization components, and even the organization's network infrastructure that bought the platform. SolarWinds claims they have more than 300,000 clients, including US government agencies and several Fortune 500 companies. This entire chain can be classified as a supply chain attack. In this variant of cybercrime, the hackers target relatively weaker links in an organization's chain of control and delivery. These are preferably services rendered by a third party, since there is no direct jurisdiction over it. In this case, the Orion platform was the primary target. The culprit, however, was software updates. The update server for SolarWinds Orion had a malicious version attached with malware, or a Trojan to be precise. This was made possible since the code repository that handled the software updates was breached. Once the update server repository was compromised, the source code of the applications became open to modification and malicious code found its way onto the software. A remote access Trojan was attached to a potential update nicknamed the Sunburst update. This update gave hackers backdoor access to any client that uses the correct version. On its release, many clients believed the update to be legitimate since it came from the right source and they had no reason to believe otherwise. American government agencies were supposedly hit the hardest, as the list of victims included the US Departments of Homeland Security, Treasury, and Health. Several private companies like Cisco, Nvidia, and Intel were compromised, according to a list published by the cybersecurity firm TrueSec. Most of the companies had issued quick updates to fix these vulnerabilities introduced by the software. While the actual perpetrators have never been found, it is believed that this was an act of cross-border corporate espionage conducted by state-sponsored hackers either from Russia or China. Before we move forward, let's take a recap of the things we learned. What category of malware was responsible for the SolarWinds hack? Was it one, a virus, a remote access Trojan, a spyware, or a worm? Let us know your answers in the comment section right away, and we will reveal the correct answer in a week. Coming to possible reparations, the Biden government has launched a full investigation on the effects and the repercussions of this breach. There are a couple of things that we as consumers must always tend to when working our way through the World Wide Web. Using a password manager is highly recommended, which can generate secure alphanumeric passwords. You must also use different passwords for different accounts, thereby reducing the chances of a single point of failure should one of those accounts get breached. Usage of two-factor authentication applications is also encouraged since it acts as a safety net if hackers directly get a hold of our credentials. Clicking on unknown links transmitted via emails is also a strict no, as is installing applications from unverified sources. The SolarWinds hack is estimated to cost the parent company nearly $18 million as reparations, making it one, if not the biggest hacks in cyberspace history. As recently as of July 2021, the hackers accessed some US attorneys' Microsoft 365 email accounts as part of the attack. Criminal organizations like the FBI and CIA are determined to figure out the culprits responsible for this debacle. However, the intricacy and the full extent of the breach makes it a way more complicated job than it looks on paper.
The day is 26th February 2022. The world is hit with breaking news that Russian state TV channels have been hacked by Anonymous, a hacktivist collective and movement who have made a name taking part in multiple cyber wars in the past decade. This was in response to the Russian aggression on Ukrainian territory in the hopes of annexation. Anonymous hacked the Russian state TV networks to combat propaganda in Russia and highlight the damage to life meted out by the Kremlin in Ukraine. They also hacked 120,000 Russian troops' personal information and the Russian central bank, stealing 35,000 files. This served as a clear indicator of how cyber war can change the momentum in battle, something which people had never seen so closely. So, what is cyber war? A digital assault or series of strikes or hacks against a country is sometimes referred to as a cyber war. It has the ability to cause havoc on government and civilian infrastructure, as well as disrupt essential systems, causing state harm and even death. In this day and age, the internet plays a bigger role than just watching videos and learning content. It's where you have your personal data and carry financial transactions. So rather than resorting to physical violence, cyber wars become the new means to cause havoc, considering the vulnerability of the data passing through the internet. In most circumstances, cyber warfare involves a nation-state attacking another. In certain cases, the assaults are carried out by terrorist organizations or non-state actors pursuing a hostile nation's aim. In June 2021, Chinese hackers targeted organizations like Verizon to secure remote access to their networks. Stuxnet was a computer worm designed to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. but evolved and expanded to many other industrial and energy-producing sites in 2010. Since the definition of cyber war is so vague, applying rules and sanctions based on digital assault is even tougher, making the field of cyber warfare a lawless land, not bound by any rules or policies. There are multiple ways in which these attacks can be carried out. A major category of cyber attack is espionage. Espionage entails monitoring other countries to steal critical secrets. This might include compromising vulnerable computer systems with botnets or spear phishing attempts before extracting sensitive data in cyber warfare. The next weapon in cyber war is sabotage. Government agencies must identify sensitive data and its dangers if it is exploited. Insider threats, such as disgruntled or irresponsible personnel or government staff with ties to the attacking country, can be used by hostile countries or terrorists to steal or destroy information. By overwhelming a website with bogus requests and forcing it to handle them, denial of service attacks prohibit real users from accessing it. Attacking parties may use this form of assault to disrupt key operations and systems and prevent citizens, military, and security officials and research organizations from accessing sensitive websites. But what benefits does cyber war offer in contrast to traditional physical warfare? The most important advantage is the ability to conduct attacks from anywhere globally without having to travel thousands of miles. As long as the attacker and target are connected to the internet, organizing and launching cyber wars is relatively less tedious than physical warfare. People living in or battling for a country are subjected to propaganda attacks in an attempt to manipulate their emotions and thoughts. Digital infrastructure is highly crucial in today's modern world. Starting from communication channels to secure storage servers, crippling a country's footprint and control on the internet is very damaging. But what are some of the ways we as citizens protect ourselves in the case of a cyber war? In the unfortunate event that your country is involved in warfare, be sure to fact-check every piece of information and follow only trusted sources in that frame of time. Even conversations online should be limited to a need-to-know basis, considering propaganda campaigns have the power to influence the tide of war drastically. It is highly crucial to follow basic security guidelines to secure our devices, like regularly updating our operating systems, occasionally running full system antivirus scans, etc. If your country or organization is being attacked, having devices segregated in a network goes a long way in bolstering security. Try to avoid sharing a lot of personal data online. In this era of Instagram and Facebook, divulging private information can be detrimental to keeping a secure firewall for your data. The more information an attacker has access to, the higher his chances of being able to devise a plan to infiltrate defenses.
And if you're someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, that is by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from the MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. And the course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
During data transmission, there are various external factors which can affect the transmission of data over a network channel. To prevent such cases from happening, we use Internet Protocol Security, which we will be discussing in the session on IPsec Explained. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for this session. To begin with, we will look into what is IPsec. Continuing with why do we use IPsec in a network, followed by components of IPsec, modes of IP security. As for the last topic, we will look into working steps involved in IP security. Let's begin with the first heading, that is, what is IPsec? IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, is defined as a set of framework and protocol to ensure data transmission over a network channel. This protocol was initially defined of two main protocols for data security over a network channel, which were authentication header, which is responsible for data integrity and anti-replay services. And the second protocol is encapsulating security payload, in short ESP, which includes data encryption and data authentication. Now let's move on to the next setting, that is, why do we use IPsec in a network? IPsec is used to secure sensitive data and information, such as company data, clinical data, bank data, and various sensitive information regarding an institution, which are used during data transmission over a network channel. The use of VPNs, that are virtual private networks, and apply IPsec protocols to encrypt the data for end-to-end transmission. Let's continue with why do we use IPsec services. IPsec is also used to encrypt data for application layer in the OSI model and provide security for sharing data over network routers and data authentication. Let's take a look at the working of IPsec services. To begin with, we have two different systems, System 1 and System 2, which will establish a network channel, and then the encryption of data will take place when one host will share the data to the second host. During this, IPsec services will secure the data that is to be transferred over the network channel by applying router encryption and authentication. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is components of IPsec. The IPsec services comprises of multiple protocols that ensure the data transmission over the network channel. The first one is Encapsulating Security Payload Protocol, in short ESP. This protocol of IP security provides data encryption and authentication services, and it also authenticates and encrypts the data packet in the transmission channel. Moving on, we have Authentication Header, in short AH. Similar to ESP, the authentication header also provides all the security services, but it does not encrypt the data. It also protects the IP packet and adds additional headers to the packet header. The modified IP datagram looks this way, where the IP components are included at the second position, the 7th position, and the 6th position, along with the authentication of data services over the network channel. Moving on, we have Internet Key Exchange, IKE. This protocol provides protection for content data and also changes the attribute of the original data to be shared by implementing SHA and MD5 algorithms. They also check the message for authentication and then only is forwarded to the receiver side. For example, this is the original data packet we are used to with IP header path, TCP UDP and data. Whereas this is the modified IPsec data packet where a ESP header is added between IP header and the TCP protocol. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is modes of IPsec. There are basically two types of IPsec modes available for data transmission over the network channel, where the first one is tunnel mode. This mode of transmission is used to secure gateway to gateway data. It is applied when the final destination of the data is to be connected to a sender side through a connection gateway over the internet. For example, we have two hosts, host A and host B. Through the host A, we are sending a message to host B, which will pass through a gateway at host A point, and it passes through a gateway to host B then. This is a basic format for gateway to gateway data transmission. And the given IP datagram format is used for tunnel mode. Now let's move on to the second mode of IPsec, that is transport mode. This mode of IPsec is used to protect protocols like TCP or UDP and is used to ensure end-to-end communication, unlike tunnel mode. The transport mode data add authentication header and encapsulating security payload for security purpose in the IP header. This is the modified IP datagram for transport mode. The point to be noted is the IPsec header is always added between IP header and TCP header. Now let's move on to the last heading for this session on IPsec, that is the working steps involved in IP security. In general, there are 5 steps involved in the working of IPsec to ensure data transmission over a network channel. The first step is host recognition. In the first step, the host system will check if the packet is to be transmitted or not by automatically triggering the security policy for the data, which is implemented by the sender side for proper encryption. Then the second step is known as IKE Phase 1. In this step, the two host devices, the sender and the receiver side, will authenticate each other to establish a secure network channel. It is comprised of two modes. The main mode. This provides much better security with a proper time limit. And the second mode, known as aggressive mode. As the name suggests, it establishes the IPsec protocol much faster in comparison to main mode. Let's move on to the third step, which is IKE Phase 2. After the second step, the host decide the type of cryptography algorithm to apply over the session in the network channel, and the secret key for the algorithm to be used to encrypt the data for transmission. Then we have IPsec transmission. This step involves the actual transfer of data over the network channel using the various protocols used in IPsec security, which are implemented under the tunnel condition. And the last step is IPsec termination. After the completion of data exchange or session timeout, the IPsec tunnel is terminated and the security key established is discarded by both the host system.
Network security is a set of technologies that protects the usability and integrity of a company's infrastructure by preventing the entry or proliferation within a network. Its architecture comprises of tools that protect the network itself and the applications that run over it. Effective network security strategies employ multiple lines of defense that are scalable and automated. Each defensive layer here enforces a set of security policies which are determined by the administrator beforehand. This aims at securing the confidentiality and accessibility of the data and the network. See, every company or organization that handles a large amount of data has a degree of solutions against many cyber threats. The most basic example of network security is password protection. It has the network the user chooses. So recently, network security has become the central topic of cybersecurity, with many organizations involving applications from people with skills in this area. It is crucial for both personal and professional networks. Most houses with high-speed internet have one or more wireless routers, which can be vulnerable to attacks if they are not adequately secured. Data loss, theft, and sabotage risk may be decreased with the usage of a strong network security system. Your workstations are protected from hazardous spyware thanks to network security. Additionally, it guarantees the security of the data which is being shared over a network. By dividing information into various sections, encrypting these portions, and transferring them over separate pathways, network security infrastructure offers multiple levels of protection to thwart man-in-the-middle attacks, preventing situations like eavesdropping, among other harmful attacks. It is becoming increasingly difficult in today's hyper-connected environment as more corporate applications migrate to both public and private clouds. Additionally, modern applications are also frequently virtualized and dispersed across several locations, some outside the physical control of the IT team. Network traffic and infrastructure must be protected in these cases since assaults on businesses are increasing every single day. We now understood the basics of network security, but we need to understand how network security works in the next section in slightly more detail. Network security revolves around two processes: authentication and authorization. The first process, which is authentication, is similar to access cards, which ensure that only those who have the right to enter a building. In other words, authentication checks and verifies that it is indeed the user belonging to the network who is trying to access or enter it, thereby preventing unauthorized intrusions. Next comes authorization. This process decides the level of access provided to the recently authenticated user. For example, network admin needs access to the entire network, whereas those working within it probably need access to only certain areas within the network. Based on the network user's role, the process of determining the level of access or permission level is known as authorization. Today's network architecture is complex and faces a threat environment that is always changing and attackers that are always trying to find and exploit vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can exist in many areas, including devices, data, applications, users, and locations. For this reason, many network security management tools and applications are in use today that address individual threats. When just a few minutes of downtime can cause widespread disruption and massive damage to an organization's bottom line and reputation, it is essential that these protection measures are in place beforehand. Now that we know a little about network security and its working, let's cover the different types of network security. The fundamental tenet of network security is the layering of protection for massive networks and stored data that ensure the acceptance of rules and regulations. As a whole, there are three types. The first of which is physical security, the next being technical, and the third being administrative. Let's look into physical security first. This is the most basic level that includes protecting data and network to unauthorized personnel from acquiring control over the confidentiality of the network. These include external peripherals and routers that might be used for cable connections. The same can be achieved by using devices like biometric systems. Physical security is critical, especially for small businesses that do not have many resources to devote to security personnel and the tools as opposed to large firms. When it comes to technical network security, it focuses mostly on safeguarding data either kept in the network or engaged in network transitions. This kind fulfills two functions. One is defense against unauthorized users, the other is a defense against malevolent actions. The last category is administrative. This level of network security protects user behavior, like how the permission has been granted and how the authorization process takes place. This also ensures the level of sophistication the network might need to protect it through all the attacks. This level also suggests necessary amendments that have to be done to the infrastructure. I think that's all the basics that we need to cover on network security, in which our next topic we're going to go through two mediums of network security, which are the transport layer and the application layer. The transport layer is a way to secure information as it is carried over the internet, with users browsing websites, emails, instant messaging, etc. TLS aims to provide a private and secure connection between a web browser and a website server. It does this with a cryptographic handshake between two systems using public key cryptography. The two parties to the connection exchange a secret token, and once each machine validates this token, it is used for all communications. The connection employs lighter symmetric cryptography to save bandwidth and processing power. Since the application layer is the closest layer to the end user, it provides hackers with the largest threat surface. Poor app layer security can lead to performance and stability issues, data theft, and in some cases, the network being taken down. Examples of application layer attacks include distributed denial of service attacks or DDoS attacks, HTTP floods, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, etc. Most organizations have an arsenal of application layer security protections to combat these and more, such as web application firewalls, secure web gateway services, etc. Now that we have the theory behind network security has been covered in detail, let us go through some of the tools that can be used to enforce these network security policies. The first tool to be covered in this section is a firewall. A firewall is a type of network security device that keeps track of incoming and outgoing network traffic, and it decides which traffic to allow or deny in accordance to a set of security rules. For more than 25 years, firewalls have served as network security's first line of defense. They provide a barrier between trustworthy internal protected and regulated networks from shady external networks like the internet at some point. The next tool which can be used to bolster network security is a virtual private network, or VPN for short. It's an encrypted connection between a device and a network via the internet. The encrypted connection aids the secure transmission of sensitive data. It makes it impossible for unauthorized parties to eavesdrop on the traffic and enables remote work for the user. The usage of VPN technology is common in both corporate and personal networks. Next, we cover the importance of intrusion prevention systems in network security, or IPS frameworks. An intrusion prevention system is a network security tool that continually scans the network for harmful activity and responds to it when it does occur by reporting, blocking, or discarding it. It can be either hardware or software. It's more sophisticated than an intrusion detection system or an IDS framework, which can just warn an administrator and merely identify harmful activities, while in the case of an IPS, it actually takes against that activity. The next tool in this section and the final one are going to be behavioral analytics. Behavioral analytics focus more on the statistics that are being carried over and stored through months and years of usage. Once some kind of similar pattern is noted, where the IT administrator can detect some kind of attack, the similar attacks can be stopped and the security can be further enhanced. Now that we have covered all that we need to know about network security, the necessary tools, its different types, etc., let's go to the benefits of network security as a whole. The first, which is protection against external threats. The objective for cyber assaults can be as varied as the offenders themselves. Although they're typically initiated for financial gain, whether they are industrial spies, hacktivists, or cyber criminals, these bad actors all have one thing in common, which is how quick, clever, and covert the attacks are getting. A strong cybersecurity posture that considers routine software updates may assist firms in identifying and responding to the abuse techniques, tools, and the common entry points. The next benefit is protection against internal threats. The human aspect continues to be the cybersecurity system's weakest link. Insider risk can originate from current or former workers, third-party vendors, or even trusted partners, and they can be unintentional, careless, or downright evil. Aside from that, the rapid expansion of remote work and the personal devices used for business purposes, while even IoT devices in remote locations, can make it easier for these kind of threats to go undetected until it's too late. However, by proactively monitoring networks and managing access, these dangers may be identified and dealt with before they become expensive disasters. The third benefit is increased productivity. It is nearly impossible for employees to function when networks and personal devices are slowed to a crawl by viruses and other cyber attacks during the operation of website and for the company to run. You may significantly minimize violations and the amount of downtime required to fix the breach by implementing various cybersecurity measures such as enhanced firewalls, virus scanning, and automatic backups. Employee identification of possible email phishing schemes, suspicious links, and other malicious criminal activities can also be aided by education and training. Another benefit is brand trust and reputation. Customer retention is one of the most crucial elements in business development. Customers today place a premium on maintaining brand loyalty through a strong cybersecurity stance, since this is the fastest way to get other businesses back, get referrals, and sell more tickets overall. Additionally, it helps manufacturers get on the vendor list with bigger companies as a part of the supply chain, which is only as strong as its weakest link. This opens possibilities for potential future endeavors and development.
And if you want to kickstart your career as a cybersecurity professional in 6 months, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's Caltech Cybersecurity Bootcamp. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program or the bootcamp being offered.
With the rise in censorship and general fear over privacy laws, consumer security is at an all-time high risk. Technology has made our lives so much easier while putting up a decent target on our personal information. It is necessary to understand how to simultaneously safeguard our data and be up to date with the latest technological developments. Maintaining this balance has become easier with cryptography taking its place in today's digital world. So hey everyone, this is Bev from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on cryptography. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So here's a story to help you understand cryptography. Meet Anne. Anne wanted to look for a decent discount on the latest iPhone. She started searching on the internet and found a rather shady website that offered a 50% discount on the first purchase. Once Anne submitted her payment details, a huge chunk of money was withdrawn from her bank account just moments after. Devastated, Anne quickly realized she had failed to notice that the website was a HTTP web page instead of an HTTPS one. The payment information submitted was not encrypted and it was visible to anyone keeping an eye, including the website owner and hackers. Had she used a reputed website which has encrypted transactions and employs cryptography, our iPhone enthusiast could have avoided this particular incident. This is why it's never recommended to visit unknown websites or share any personal information on them. Now that we understand why cryptography is so important, let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We take a look into what cryptography is and how it works. We learn where cryptography is being used in our daily lives and how we are benefiting from it. Then we will understand the different types of cryptography and their respective uses. Moving on, we will look at the usage of cryptography in ancient history and a live demonstration of cryptography and encryption in action. Let's now understand what cryptography is. Cryptography is the science of encrypting or decrypting information to prevent unauthorized access. We transform our data and personal information so that only the correct recipient can understand the message. As an essential aspect of modern data security, using cryptography allows the secure storage and transmission of data between willing parties. Encryption is the primary route for employing cryptography by adding certain algorithms to jumble up the data. Decryption is the process of reversing the work done by encrypting information so that the data becomes readable again. Both of these methods form the basis of cryptography. For example, when Simplilearn is jumbled up or changed in any format, not many people can guess the original word by looking at the encrypted text. The only ones who can are the people who know how to decrypt the coded word, thereby reversing the process of encryption. Any data pre-encryption is called plain text or clear text. To encrypt the message, we use certain algorithms that serve a single purpose of scrambling the data to make them unreadable without the necessary tools. These algorithms are called ciphers. They are a set of detailed steps to be carried out one after the other to make sure the data becomes as unreadable as possible until it reaches the receiver. We take the plain text, pass it to the cipher algorithm, and get the encrypted data. This encrypted text is called the ciphertext, and this is the message that is transferred between the two parties. The key that is being used to scramble the data is known as the encryption key. These steps, that is the cipher and the encryption key, are made known to the receiver, who can then reverse the encryption on receiving the message. Unless any third party manages to find out both the algorithm and the secret key that is being used, they cannot decrypt the messages, since both of them are necessary to unlock the hidden content. Wonder what else we would lose if not for cryptography? Any website where you have an account can read your passwords. Important emails can be intercepted and their contents can be read without encryption during their transit. More than 65 billion messages are sent on WhatsApp every day, all of which are secured thanks to end-to-end encryption. There is a huge market opening up for cryptocurrency, which is possible due to blockchain technology that uses encryption algorithms and hashing functions to ensure that the data is secure. If this is of particular interest to you, you can watch our video on blockchain, the link of which will be in the description. Of course, there is no single solution to a problem as diverse as explained. There are three variants of how cryptography works and is in practice. They are symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, and hashing. Let's find out how much we have understood until now. Do you remember the difference between a cipher and ciphertext? Leave your answers in the comments, and before we proceed, if you find this video interesting, make sure to give it a thumbs up before moving ahead. Let's look at symmetric encryption first. Symmetric encryption uses a single key for both the encryption and decryption of data. It is comparatively less secure than asymmetric encryption, but much faster. It is a compromise that has to be embraced in order to deliver data as fast as possible without leaving information completely vulnerable. This type of encryption is used when data rests on servers and identifies personnel for payment applications and services. The potential drawback with symmetric encryption is that both the sender and receiver need to have the same secret key, and it should be kept hidden at all times. Caesar cipher and Enigma machine are both symmetric encryption examples that we will look into further. For example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, she can apply a substitution cipher or a shift cipher to encrypt the message. But Bob must be aware of the same key itself, so he can decrypt it when he finds it necessary to read the entire message. Symmetric encryption uses one of the two types of ciphers, stream ciphers and block ciphers. Block ciphers break the plain text into blocks of fixed size and use the key to convert it into ciphertext. Stream ciphers convert the plain text into ciphertext one bit at a time instead of resorting to breaking them up into bigger chunks. In today's world, the most widely used symmetric encryption algorithm is AES 256, that stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, which has a key size of 256-bit with 128-bit and 196-bit key sizes also being available. Other primitive algorithms like the Data Encryption Standard, that is the DES, the Triple Data Encryption Standard 3DES, and Blowfish have all fallen out of favor due to the rise of AES. AES chops up the data into blocks and performs 10 plus rounds of obscuring and substituting the message to make it unreadable. Asymmetric encryption, on the other hand, has a double whammy at its disposal. There are two different keys at play here, a public key and a private key. The public key is used to encrypt information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the information post-transit. If Alice wants to communicate with Bob using asymmetric encryption, she encrypts the message using Bob's public key. After receiving the message, Bob uses his own private key to decrypt the data. This way, nobody can intercept the message in between transmissions, and there is no need for any secure key exchange for this to work, since the encryption is done with the public key and the decryption is done with the private key that no one except Bob has access to. Both the keys are necessary to read the full message. There is also a reverse scenario where we can use the private key for encryption and the public key for decryption. A server can sign non-confidential information using its private key, and anyone who has its public key can decrypt the message. This mechanism also proves that the sender is authenticated and there is no problem with the origin of the information. RSA encryption is the most widely used asymmetric encryption standard. It is named after its founders Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, and it uses block ciphers that separate the data into blocks and obscure the information. Widely considered the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than AES, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and chat applications. With so much hanging on the key's secrecy, there must be a way to transmit the keys without others reading our private data. Many systems use a combination of symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption to bolster security and match speed at the same time. Since asymmetric encryption takes longer to decrypt large amounts of data, the full information is encrypted using a single key, that is, symmetric encryption. That single key is then transmitted to the receiver using asymmetric encryption, so you don't have to compromise either way. Another route is using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, which relies on a one-way function and is much tougher to break into. The third variant of cryptography is termed as hashing. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of data beyond recognition. It gives an output of fixed size, which is known as the hash value of the original data, or just hash in general. The calculations that do the job of messing up the data collection form the hash function. They are generally not reversible without resilient brute force mechanisms and are very helpful when storing data on website servers that need not be stored in plain text. For example, many websites store your account passwords in a hashed format so that not even the administrator can read your credentials. When a user tries to log in, they can compare the entered password's hash value with the hash value that is already stored on the servers for authentication, since the function will always return the same value for the same input. Cryptography has been in practice for centuries. Julius Caesar used a substitution shift to move alphabets a certain number of spaces beyond their place in the alphabet table. A spy can't decipher the original message at first glance. For example, if he wanted to pass confidential information to his armies and decides to use the substitution shift of +2, A becomes C, B becomes D, and so on. The word attack, when passed through a substitution shift of +3, becomes DWWDEFN. This cipher has been appropriately named the Caesar cipher, which is one of the most widely used algorithms. The Enigma is probably the most famous cryptographic cipher device used in ancient history. It was used by the Nazi German armies in the World Wars. They were used to protect confidential political, military, and administrative information, and it consisted of 3 or more routers that scrambled the original message depending on the machine's state at that time. The decryption is similar, but it needs both machines to stay in the same state before passing the ciphertext so that we receive the same plain text message. Let's take a look at how our data is protected while we browse the internet thanks to cryptography. Here we have a web-based tool that will help us understand the process of RSA encryption. We see the entire workflow from selecting the key size to be used until the decryption of the ciphertext in order to get the plain text back. As we already know, RSA encryption algorithm falls under the umbrella of asymmetric key cryptography. That basically implies that we have two keys at play here, a public key and a private key. Typically, the public key is used by the sender to encrypt the message and the private key is used by the receiver to decrypt the message. There are some occasions when this allocation is reversed and we will have a look at them as well. In RSA, we have the choice of key size. We can select any key from a 512-bit to 1024-bit all the way up to a 4096-bit key. The longer the key length, the more complex the encryption process becomes and thereby strengthening the ciphertext. Although with added security, more complex functions take longer to perform the same operations on similar size of data. We have to keep a balance between both speed and strength because the strongest encryption algorithms are of no use if they cannot be practically deployed on systems around the world. Let's take a 1024-bit key over here. Now we need to generate the keys. This generation is done by functions that operate on passphrases. The tool we are using right now generates these pseudo-random keys to be used in this explanation. Once we generate the keys, you can see the public key is rather smaller than the private key, which is almost always the case. These two keys are mathematically linked with each other. They cannot be substituted with any other key, and in order to encrypt the original message or decrypt the ciphertext, this pair must be kept together. The public key is then sent to the sender and the receiver keeps the private key with himself. In this scenario, let's try and encrypt the word Simplilearn. We have to select if the key being used for encryption is either private or public, since that affects the process of scrambling the information. Since we are using the public key over here, let's select the same and copy it and paste over here. The cipher we are using right now is plain RSA. There are some modified ciphers with their own pros and cons that can also be used, provided we use it on a regular basis and depending on the use case as well. Once we click on encrypt, we can see the ciphertext being generated over here. The pseudo-random generating functions are created in such a way that a single character change in the plaintext will trigger a completely different ciphertext. This is a security feature to strengthen the process from brute force methods. Now that we are done with the encryption process, let's take a look at the decryption part. The receiver gets this ciphertext from the sender with no other key or supplement. He or she must already possess the private key generated from the same pair. No other private key can be used to decrypt the message since they are mathematically linked. We paste the private key here and select the same. The cipher must also be the same used during the encryption process. Once we click decrypt, you can see the original plaintext we had decided to encrypt. This sums up the entire process of RSA encryption and decryption. Now some people use it the other way around. We also have the option of using the private key to encrypt information and the public key to decrypt it. This is done mostly to validate the origin of the message. Since the keys only work in pairs, if a different private key is used to encrypt the message, the public key cannot decrypt it. Conversely, if the public key is able to decrypt the message, it must have been encrypted with the right private key and hence the rightful owner. Here we just have to take the private key and use that to encrypt the plaintext and select the same in this checkbox as well. You can see we have generated a completely new ciphertext. This ciphertext will be sent to the receiver and this time we will use the public key for decryption. Let's select the correct checkbox and decrypt, and we still get the same output. Now let's take a look at practical example of encryption in the real world. We all use the internet on a daily basis, and many are aware of the implications of using unsafe websites. Let's take a look at Wikipedia here. Pretty standard HTTPS website where the H stands for secured. Let's take a look at how it secures our data. Wireshark is the world's foremost and most widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level, and we are going to use this software to see the traffic that is leaving our machine and to understand how vulnerable it is. Since there are many applications running in this machine, let's apply a filter that will only show us the results related to Wikipedia. Let's search for something that we can navigate the website with. Okay, once we get into it a little, you can see some of the requests being populated over here. Let's take a look at the specific request. These are the data packets that basically transport the data from our machine to the internet and vice versa. As you can see, there's a bunch of gibberish data here that doesn't really reveal anything that we searched or watched. Similarly, other secured websites function the same way, and it is very difficult, if at all possible, to snoop on user data this way. To put this in perspective, let's take a look at another website, which is a HTTP web page. This has no encryption enabled from the server end, which makes it vulnerable to attacks. There is a login form here, which needs legitimate user credentials in order to grant access. Let's enter a random pair of credentials. These obviously won't work, but we can see the manner of data transfer. Unsurprisingly, we weren't able to get into the platform. Instead, we can see the data packets. Let's apply a similar filter that will help us understand what request this website is sending. These are the requests being sent by the HTTP login form to the internet. If we check here, see, whatever username and password that we are entering, we can easily see it with the Wireshark. Now, we used a dummy pair of credentials. If we select the right data packet, we can find our correct credentials. If any website had asked for our payment information or our legitimate credentials, it would have been really easy to get a hold of these. To reiterate what we have already learned, we must always avoid HTTP websites and just unknown or not trustworthy websites in general, because the problem we saw here is just the tip of the iceberg. Even though cryptography has managed to lessen the risk of cyber attacks, it is still prevalent, and we should always be alert to keep ourselves safe online.
And if you want to kickstart your career as a cybersecurity professional in 6 months, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's Caltech Cybersecurity Bootcamp. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program or the bootcamp being offered.
There are two types of encryption in cryptography: symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography. Both of these categories have their pros and cons and differ only by their implementation. Today we are going to focus exclusively on symmetric key cryptography. Let us have a look at its applications in order to understand its importance better. This variant of cryptography is primarily used in banking applications where personally identifiable information needs to be encrypted. With so many aspects of banking moving on to the internet, having a reliable safety net is crucial. Symmetric cryptography helps in detecting bank fraud and boosts the security index of these payment gateways in general. They are also helpful in protecting data that is not in transit and rests on servers and data centers. These centers house a massive amount of data that needs to be encrypted with a fast and efficient algorithm, so that when the data needs to be recalled by the respective service, there is the assurance of minor to no delay. While browsing the internet, we need symmetric encryption to browse secure HTTPS websites so that we get an all-around protection. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security. This helps us in preventing the rather insecure HTTP website format. So let us understand how symmetric key cryptography works first before moving on to the specific algorithms. Symmetric key cryptography relies on a single key for the encryption and decryption of information. Both the sender and receiver of the message need to have a pre-shared secret key that they will use to convert the plain text into ciphertext and vice versa. As you can see in the image, the key used for encryption is the same key needed for decrypting the message at the other end. The secret key shouldn't be sent along with the ciphertext to the receiver because that would defeat the entire purpose of using cryptography. Key exchange can be done beforehand using other algorithms like the Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, for example. For example, if Paul wants to send a simple message to Jane, they need to have a single encryption key that both of them must keep secret to prevent snooping on by malicious actors. It can be generated by either one of them, but must belong to both of them before the messages start flowing. Suppose the message "I am ready" is converted into ciphertext using a specific substitution cipher by Paul. In that case, Jane must also be aware of the substitution shift to decrypt the ciphertext once it reaches her. Irrespective of the scenario where someone manages to grab the ciphertext mid-transit to try and read the message, not having the secret key renders everyone helpless looking to snoop in. The symmetric key algorithms like the data encryption standard have been in use since the 1970s, while the popular ones like the AES have become the industry standard today. With the entire architecture of symmetric cryptography depending on the single key being used, you can understand why it's of paramount importance to keep it secret on all occasions. The side effect of having a single key for the encryption and decryption is it becomes a single point of failure. Anyone who gets their hand on it can read all the encrypted messages and do so mainly without the knowledge of the sender and the receiver. So it is the priority to keep the encryption and decryption key private at all times. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the third party can send messages to either the sender or the receiver using the same key to encrypt the message. Upon receiving the message and decrypting it with the key, it is impossible to guess its origin. If the sender somehow transmits the secret key along with the ciphertext, anyone can intercept the package and access the information. Consequently, this encryption category is termed private key cryptography, since a big part of the data's integrity is riding on the promise that the users can keep the keys secret. This terminology contrasts with asymmetric key cryptography, which is called public key cryptography, because it has two different keys at play, one of which is public. Provided we manage to keep the keys secret, we still have to choose what kind of ciphers we want to use to encrypt this information. In symmetric key cryptography, there are broadly two categories of ciphers that we can employ. Let us have a look. Stream ciphers are the algorithms that encrypt basic information one bit at a time. It can change depending on the algorithm being used, but usually it relies on a single bit or byte to do the encryption. This is the relatively quicker alternative considering the algorithm doesn't have to deal with blocks of data at a single time. Every piece of data that goes into the encryption can and needs to be converted into binary format. In stream ciphers, each binary digit is encrypted one after the other. The most popular ones are the RC4, Salsa, and Panama. The binary data is passed through an encryption key, which is a randomly generated bit stream. Upon passing it through, we receive the ciphertext that can be transferred to the receiver without fear of man-in-the-middle attacks. The binary data can be passed through an algorithmic function. It can have either XOR operations, as it is most of the time, or any other mathematical calculations that have the singular purpose of scrambling the data. The